Hello there, and welcome to another episode of Insomniac's Law. Before we begin, I'm curious, what time is it where you are? Drop a comment and let me know which corner of the world you're tuning in from. If you enjoy these stories that help pass those sleepless nights, don't forget to subscribe to Insomniac's Law for more journeys. Today's story takes us back to the 70s, when letters were the emails of their day and bookstores held treasures beyond their covers. So settle in as we explore the margins of love, a tale about connections made through the written word and the unexpected ways our hearts find each other. Catherine Mitchell ran her fingertips along the spines of weathered books, pausing occasionally to pull one from its resting place. The musty scent that filled Grayson's antiquarian books had become as familiar to her as her own apartment. At 28, her life had settled into comfortable predictability. Weekdays at the New York Public Library, where she worked as a reference librarian, and weekends hunting through second-hand bookshops for overlooked treasures. "Found anything worthwhile today, Katie?" Mr. Grayson called from behind the counter, where he was carefully reattaching the cover of a first edition Hemingway. "Nothing yet, but I can feel something waiting for me," she replied, pushing her wire-rimmed glasses back up her nose. Her mother always said she had a sixth sense for books, an ability to know when something special was nearby. Today, that sense led her to the back corner of the shop, to a section she'd browsed dozens of times before. But somehow, a slim volume with a faded blue spine caught her eye, as if it had materialized from nowhere. She carefully extracted it from between two larger tomes. The Quiet Hours by Elizabeth Harmon. Catherine had never heard of the author, but the title resonated with her. The book wasn't particularly valuable, a 1950s novel that had likely enjoyed modest success before fading into obscurity. But when she opened it, her breath caught. The margins were filled with handwriting, not the occasional underline or star that readers sometimes left, but entire paragraphs of thoughtful commentary. The penmanship was distinctive, slightly slanted to the right, with crisp consonants and flowing loops. Harmon captures the essence of solitude without making it seem pathetic, read one note beside a description of the protagonist walking alone through autumn woods. There's dignity in choosing one's own company, in listening to thoughts that can only be heard in silence. Catherine found herself scanning pages, not for the author's words, but for the annotations. The unknown reader had engaged with the text as if in conversation with it, challenging some passages and expressing deep appreciation for others. There was humour. "If I wrote a letter this melodramatic, I'd burn it before the ink dried." An unexpected vulnerability. "I've stood at this same precipice, wondering if anyone would notice if I simply stepped off." She checked the inside cover and found what she was looking for. A name written in the same distinctive hand. Gary Wilson, 1968. Catherine bought the book without hesitation, paying more than its objective worth, but far less than its value to her. That evening, curled in her apartment's window seat as rain tapped against the glass, she read the entire novel, letting Gary Wilson's commentary guide her through the story. By midnight, she had made her decision. She would find him. The search proved more challenging than she'd anticipated. This was 1974, before the internet would make locating people a trivial matter. The New York phone directory listed 12 Gary Wilsons, none of whom, when carefully called, admitted to annotating old novels. Library records offered no help. Bookstore owners shook their heads. 3 weeks later, Catherine caught a break. Mr. Grayson remembered a customer named Wilson, who had sold a collection of books the previous year. A decent fellow, former English professor, I believe, left an address for tax purposes. The address led to a brownstone in Brooklyn Heights. Catherine stood on the sidewalk for 20 minutes, rehearsing what she would say, before finally mailing a letter instead. She wrote and rewrote it 7 times. "Dear Mr. Wilson, my name is Catherine Mitchell. Recently I purchased a copy of Elizabeth Harmon's The Quiet Hours from Grayson's Antiquarian Books. I believe it once belonged to you, as it contains margin notes signed with your name. I hope you don't find this letter strange or intrusive, but I felt compelled to reach out. Your annotations transformed my experience of the novel. Your insights, humour and honesty spoke to me in ways the original text couldn't alone. I'm a librarian who has read thousands of books, but I've never encountered marginalia that felt like finding a kindred spirit across time. I simply wanted to thank you for inadvertently sharing your thoughts with a stranger. With appreciation, Catherine Mitchell. She included her return address, but expected nothing in response. 3 weeks later, an envelope arrived, postmarked from a town she'd never heard of upstate. Dear Miss Mitchell, your letter provided the most pleasant surprise I've received in years. I'd completely forgotten about that old copy of The Quiet Hours, and I'm mildly embarrassed to know my scribbles have been exposed to discerning eyes. In my defence, I never expected anyone else to read those notes. They were conversations I was having with myself as much as with Harmon's text. I'm curious which passages resonated with you. The novel affected me deeply during a transitional period in my life when I was questioning many of my previous certainties. Perhaps that's why I couldn't keep my thoughts contained. If you're inclined to continue this unexpected correspondence, I would welcome hearing your thoughts on the book or on any other matter that interests you. Sincerely, Gary Wilson. Catherine wrote back the same evening, this time without agonising over every word. She quoted his annotation about solitude having dignity and explained how it had articulated something she'd felt but never named. She mentioned her favourite bookshops in the city and asked if he had recommendations. 2 weeks later, Gary's response arrived, longer this time, with observations about Catherine's observations and a list of bookstores worth visiting if she ever found herself in Albany. He asked about her work as a librarian and shared an anecdote about a memorable library from his childhood. By the third exchange, they had abandoned the formality of Dear Miss Mitchell and Mr. Wilson for first names. By the sixth letter, Catherine found herself sharing stories she had never told anyone, about the death of her father when she was 12, about a novel she'd started writing but abandoned, about her growing sense that life was passing her by while she watched from behind a reference desk. Gary's letters revealed a man who thought deeply but wore his intelligence lightly. He had taught English literature at a small college before leaving to write a book, which remained stubbornly unfinished, he admitted. He lived alone but didn't seem lonely, describing walks through woods near his home and conversations with an elderly neighbour who was teaching him to play chess. I've always believed that what we notice reveals more about us than what we say, he wrote in one letter. And I notice, Catherine, that your letters have become the highlight of my month. I find myself checking the mailbox with an eagerness that would embarrass me if anyone witnessed it. Catherine knew precisely what he meant. She had begun rushing home from work to check her mail, and on days when a letter from Gary waited, she would save it, preparing a cup of tea and settling into her favourite chair before carefully opening the envelope. In July, she sent him a pressed violet she'd found in Central Park. In August, he sent her a photograph of a spectacular sunset over a lake, with a note, "Wished you could see this. Words failed me." By September, the closing lines of their letters had evolved from "sincerely" to "with warm regards" to "thinking of you." Catherine found herself imagining his voice, his laugh, the way his face might change when he was considering a difficult question. Then came the letter she had both hoped for and dreaded. Catherine, 6 months of letters, and I feel I know you better than people I've spoken with daily for years. There's a freedom in writing that conversation sometimes lacks, the space to consider words before committing to them, the absence of distracting facial expressions or interruptions. Yet I find myself increasingly curious about the woman behind these thoughtful letters. The way you tilt your head when you're listening intently, I imagine you do this. The sound of your laugh, whether you gesture when you speak as expressively as you write. I'll be in New York on October 12th. Would you consider meeting? I suggest Penn Station at 4 p.m. I'll be standing by the Neddick's hot dog stand holding a purple tulip. Your favourite flower, if I remember correctly from your April letter. If this suggestion makes you uncomfortable, I completely understand. Our correspondence has been a gift regardless. Thinking of you, Gary. Catherine read the letter 12 times. She wrote 4 different responses before settling on the simplest. Yes, I'll be there. Looking forward to it more than I can say. October 12th arrived with Catherine in a state of nervous excitement she hadn't experienced since childhood, Christmases. She changed outfits 5 times before settling on a rust-coloured dress that complemented her auburn hair and a camel coat against the autumn chill. She arrived at Penn Station 20 minutes early, then decided to walk around the block to calm her racing heart, which made her 5 minutes late. The station buzzed with Saturday afternoon travellers. Catherine scanned the crowd looking for the promised purple tulip. Her imagination had constructed a Gary Wilson who matched his letters, thoughtful eyes, an easy smile, perhaps greying at the temples though she imagined him around her age. Then she saw it, a single purple tulip held aloft above the crowd. Catherine navigated through groups of travellers, her pulse hammering in her ears. As she drew closer, her step faltered. The man holding the tulip was at least in his 60s, with silver hair and the slightly stooped posture of someone who had spent decades hunched over books. He wore a tweed jacket with leather elbow patches and a neatly trimmed beard. His eyes, keen and blue, scanned the crowd. Catherine felt a confusing mixture of emotions, disappointment, yes, but also curiosity and a stubborn affection for the mind she had come to know through his words. Age was just a number, she told herself, though the number was larger than she had anticipated. She approached him with a smile she hoped didn't reveal her surprise. "Gary, I'm Catherine." The man's face brightened. "Catherine, wonderful to meet you at last." He extended his hand, which she shook. His grip was warm and firm. "I was beginning to think you might have changed your mind." "Just circling the block to settle my nerves," she admitted. "Understandable. It's not every day one meets a pen pal who started as a book margin." He gestured toward a nearby bench. "Shall we sit for a moment before we head out? I thought we might walk through Bryant Park if that appeals to you." They sat, and Gary asked about her work, referring to specific details from her letters with impressive recall. Catherine found herself relaxing despite her initial shock. This was the same thoughtful person she'd come to know, just packaged differently than she had imagined. After about 15 minutes of conversation, Gary checked his watch and smiled. "I believe we should be moving along now." "Of course," Catherine said, gathering her purse. Gary stood and looked over Catherine's shoulder, raising his hand in a beckoning gesture. She turned to see a young man approaching, tall with dark hair and the same striking blue eyes as the man beside her. He wore a navy peacoat and carried a book. The older man's eyes twinkled with mischief. "Catherine Mitchell, may I introduce my son, Gary Wilson Jr.? Catherine's mouth fell open. She looked between the 2 men in confusion. The younger Gary extended his hand, his expression both amused and apologetic. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Catherine. I hope my father hasn't been too awful." "Your father," Catherine repeated, feeling as if she had stepped into an alternate reality. Gary Sr. chuckled. "I may have neglected to specify which Gary Wilson annotated that book. Junior inherited not only my name, but my tendency to argue with authors in the margins." "This was your idea, wasn't it?" Catherine asked Gary's father with fond exasperation. "Entirely," the older man admitted without a trace of remorse. "When Junior told me about this fascinating librarian he'd been corresponding with, I insisted on vetting you first. Call it paternal prerogative." Catherine looked at Gary Jr., understanding dawning. "You wrote the letters?" He nodded, colour rising in his cheeks. "Every word. Dad just thought it would be funny to make sure you weren't some sort of book-obsessed axe murderer," Gary Sr. finished cheerfully. "I approve, by the way. She's exactly as she seemed in the letters, Junior." Catherine couldn't help herself. She burst into laughter, the kind that comes from relief and absurdity colliding. When she could speak again, she playfully punched Gary Sr. in the arm. "That was terrible of you." "Guilty as charged," he agreed, not looking remotely contrite. "But now that we've established you're not dangerous, unless one counts that right hook, I should head home before my wife thinks I've run off with a mistress." He winked at Catherine and clasped his son's shoulder. "Don't mess this up, Junior." As Gary Sr. walked away, his son turned to Catherine with a mixture of embarrassment and hope. "I swear this wasn't my idea. I'd understand completely if you want to call it a day after this." Catherine studied him, the same height as his father but with broader shoulders, the same intelligent eyes but with laugh lines still in their early stages. He was holding a weathered copy of T.S. Eliot's collected poems. "Do you argue with Eliot in the margins too?" she asked. He glanced down at the book in his hands and smiled. "Constantly. He's brilliant but occasionally insufferable." "I think," Catherine said slowly, "that I'd still like to take that walk, if the offer stands. I have a lot of questions about a certain annotated novel." They walked from Penn Station to Bryant Park, the October afternoon softening into early evening. Gary explained how the book had ended up at the bookstore. "I was between apartments last year and had to sell some of my library. I tried to keep the books I'd annotated, but a few slipped through. I had to pack in a hurry when my old lease ended unexpectedly." "Including the quiet hours," Catherine said, "which somehow found its way to you." He glanced at her with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Dad calls that literary fate." The initial awkwardness dissolved as they fell into the easy rhythm they had established through letters. Gary asked about the reference question she had mentioned in her last letter, a woman researching the history of female lighthouse keepers, and Catherine found herself gesturing animatedly as she described helping the patron find obscure historical records. "You do tilt your head when you're interested in something," Gary observed, looking pleased. "I'd imagine that." Catherine felt heat rise to her cheeks. "What else did you imagine?" "That you'd be thoughtful and articulate in person, not just on paper, that your laugh would be genuine, that you'd call me out if I said something pretentious." He hesitated, then added more quietly, "that I'd feel as comfortable with you in person as I did writing to you." "And do you?" she asked. "More so," he admitted. "Letters let you curate yourself. This is messier, but better." They found an empty bench in Bryant Park and sat watching the last golden light fade from the sky. A street musician played saxophone nearby, the notes floating through the crisp air. "Tell me something you didn't put in a letter," Catherine said. Gary considered this. "I'm terrified of heights but love flying, which makes no sense. I can recite the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock from memory because I had an impossibly strict professor who required it. And," he paused, "I almost didn't write back after your first letter, because I was afraid the reality of me wouldn't live up to whatever you imagined, based on those margin notes." "I'm glad you did," Catherine said. "Even if your father's prank nearly gave me a heart attack." "Your turn," Gary said. "Something you didn't write." Catherine thought for a moment. "I sleep with the window open, even in winter. I've kept every birthday card I've ever received in a box under my bed, and I've reread your letters so many times I've practically memorized them." The admission hung between them, a vulnerability offered without expectation. Gary reached over and took her hand, his fingers warm despite the cooling evening. "Would you like to get dinner?" he asked. "There's a little Italian place near here that serves tiramisu that might change your life." "That sounds perfect," Catherine said. The restaurant was tucked away on a side street, with candles in empty Chianti bottles and checkered tablecloths. Over pasta and red wine, they discussed books they loved and ones they couldn't finish, the merits of first-person versus third-person narration, and whether New York bagels were truly superior to all others. They agreed they were. "You mentioned in one letter that you left teaching to write," Catherine said as they lingered over coffee. What are you working on? Gary looked slightly embarrassed. A novel, theoretically. It's been in progress for 3 years. What's it about? A man who inherits his grandfather's collection of rare books and discovers one contains a series of clues to a family secret. He took a sip of espresso. More interesting than it is currently. I keep getting stuck on the 3rd act. I'd like to read it someday, Catherine said. I promise to write notes in the margins. Gary laughed. That would be fitting. After dinner they walked through the city, intentionally getting a little lost, discovering a hidden courtyard with a forgotten fountain, browsing a late-night bookstore where they challenged each other to find the most obscure title, and finally stopping for ice cream despite the October chill. At the entrance to the subway that would take Catherine home to her apartment in the village, they paused. I have a confession, Gary said, suddenly serious. I kept a copy of another book with my notes, a companion volume to The Quiet Hours. It's called The Luminous Dark. Same author. Catherine raised an eyebrow. Are you bribing me for a second date with the promise of more marginalia? Is it working? He asked with a hopeful smile. In answer, Catherine rose on her tiptoes and kissed him lightly. Yes, she said, but I'd have said yes anyway. 2 years later, Catherine adjusted the framed photograph on her desk. She and Gary on the steps of the New York Public Library, his arm around her waist, both laughing at something now forgotten. Outside her office window, Columbia University's campus was blanketed in fresh December snow, students hurrying between buildings with hunched shoulders and colourful scarves. Her new position as Special Collections Librarian had come with an actual door she could close, a luxury she still hadn't tired of after 6 months. Today she was using that privacy to wrap Gary's Christmas present, a first edition of John Updike's Rabbit, run she'd found at an estate sale, miraculously within her budget. A knock interrupted her careful creasing of the wrapping paper. "Come in," she called, hastily covering the book with a folder. Gary poked his head in, cheeks flushed from the cold. "Ready for lunch?" "I'm starving." "Just finishing something up," she said. 5 minutes?" Instead of leaving, he entered and closed the door behind him, unwinding his scarf. "I had a surreal experience this morning," he said, perching on the edge of her desk. "A student asked if she could interview me about my novel for the campus paper." Catherine smiled. The publication of Gary's book 3 months earlier had been modest but meaningful. A small university press, respectable reviews, and most importantly the liberation of finishing something he doubted would ever be completed. "What did you tell her?" "That she should interview you instead," he said, "since you're the one who broke my writer's block." Catherine rolled her eyes, but couldn't deny the truth in his statement. After months of dating, she had finally convinced Gary to let her read his manuscript. Her detailed notes, some in the margins, others on separate pages, had helped him see the story from a new perspective. "Did you also tell her that the romantic subplot was entirely invented and bears no resemblance to us meeting through a book?" she asked. Gary laughed. "Some things are just for us to know." Catherine opened her desk drawer and removed a small package wrapped in simple brown paper. "Since you're here, you might as well have this now." Gary raised his eyebrows. "Christmas is still 2 weeks away." "This isn't your Christmas present," she explained. "It's an anniversary gift. 2 years ago today, I found a book with notes in the margins." Gary carefully unwrapped the package to reveal a slim volume bound in faded blue cloth. His eyes widened as he recognized The Quiet Hours. "How did you find it again?" he asked, turning it over in his hands with reverence. "I've been in touch with Mr. Grayson for months. He's been keeping an eye out, calling other booksellers. It turned up in a shop in Boston." Gary opened the book, fingers tracing his younger self's handwriting. "I can't believe some of the pretentious things I wrote," he said with a self-deprecating laugh. "Listen to this. Harmon understands that true connection requires vulnerability, but she fails to acknowledge the courage such vulnerability demands. He shook his head. What did I know about vulnerability at 25? Catherine moved to stand beside him, looking over his shoulder at the familiar pages. I fell in love with your mind through those notes. Gary closed the book and set it carefully on the desk, then pulled Catherine into an embrace. And I fell in love with yours through your letters. He kissed her forehead. I've been thinking, what if we wrote a book together? What kind of book? She asked, intrigued. Letters between strangers who connect through literature. We could each write one character's perspective. Catherine considered the idea, warmth spreading through her at the thought of creating something together. I'd like that, she said, as long as we promise not to let your father write the ending. Gary laughed and kissed her properly. Deal, he said against her lips. Though I have to admit, his plot twist worked out pretty well for us. On her bookshelf at home, Catherine had created a special section, her collection of books with meaningful marginalia. Some contained Gary's thoughts from before they met. Others held conversations they'd had in the margins since then, agreements and arguments and inside jokes captured in ink. And there was space for many more, a library of love letters built word by word in the white spaces that most people overlooked. The end. Warsaw in the summer of 1939 possessed a peculiar luminosity, as if the city somehow knew to burn brighter before the coming darkness. The cobblestone streets captured late afternoon sunlight in ways that 17-year-old Jakub Novak, Kuba to everyone who knew him, desperately wished to preserve through the viewfinder of the Leica camera he coveted in the shop window on Nowy Świat Street. One day, he promised himself, pressing his nose against the glass. What he earned helping at his father's tailor shop barely covered the film for his battered Kodak Brownie, let alone the Leica's astronomical price. Kuba's fascination with photography had begun 3 years earlier, when a customer left behind a tattered copy of National Geographic. The images of distant lands and unfamiliar faces awakened something in him, a hunger to capture moments that would otherwise be lost to memory's imperfect archives. That Tuesday in July should have been unremarkable. His father had sent him to deliver a repaired suit to Professor Zielinski at the university, but the professor wasn't home. My father is at the bookshop, his daughter explained from the doorway, a book clutched protectively against her chest. Her name was Zofia, and she had eyes the colour of amber held to sunlight. She wore her dark hair in a practical braid, and there was a smudge of ink on her left index finger. I could take you there, she offered, already stepping onto the landing. I know a shortcut. The shortcut took them through a hidden garden in Łazienki Park that Kuba, despite living in Warsaw his entire life, had never discovered. A section of wall, crumbling and forgotten, permitted access to a wilder, unmanicured portion of the grounds where wildflowers grew in defiant disarray. How did you find this place? Kuba asked, momentarily forgetting the suit draped over his arm. Books, Zosha answered simply. There's an old city map from 1823 at my father's shop that shows a groundskeeper's cottage here. The cottage is gone, but the garden remains. She touched a weathered stone bench partially reclaimed by moss. Sometimes I come here to read. No one bothers me. And now I've bothered you, Kuba said, suddenly self-conscious. Zosha laughed, a sound like wind through summer leaves. Some bothers are worth having. They reached the bookshop an hour later, having taken the longest possible route. Professor Zielinski thanked Kuba for the suit, his eyes twinkling knowingly between his daughter and the tailor's son. As Kuba turned to leave, Zosha pressed something into his hand, a folded page torn from a notebook. I'll be at the garden tomorrow at 4, was all it said. And so began the summer of stolen hours. While Europe trembled on the precipice of catastrophe, Kuba and Zosha exchanged stories, dreams, and eventually hearts. He showed her how to frame the world through an imaginary viewfinder. She taught him to see poetry in ordinary moments. "When I'm a famous photographer," Kuba told her one evening, as they sat beneath an ancient oak, "I'll capture revolutions and royalty. And when I'm a celebrated writer," Zosha countered, "I'll immortalize them with words." On the last perfect day of August, they carved their initials into the oak's broad trunk, Cape, surrounded by a crude heart. "No matter what happens," Kuba said, suddenly serious as rumours of war grew louder each day, "we'll find each other again." "Promise?" Zosha asked, her fingers intertwining with his. "I promise," he answered, sealing the vow with a kiss that tasted of imminent farewell. Neither knew that within days their world would rupture along fault lines drawn by distant men with maps and terrible ambitions. The first bombs fell on Warsaw on September 1st, an overcast Friday that dawned with the drone of aircraft and ended in fire. The initial raids targeted military installations, but accuracy was an afterthought in the Luftwaffe's campaign. By the third day, civilian structures were reduced to skeletal remains, including the Zielinski family bookshop. Kuba found Zosha digging through the rubble, her face streaked with soot, hands bloodied from pulling books from the debris. "My father's inside," she said without looking up. "He went back for first editions." Together they excavated Professor Zielinski's body, still clutching a leather-bound volume of Mickiewicz poems to his chest. They buried him in the bookshop's small courtyard as air raid sirens wailed their futile warnings. "Come home with me," Kuba urged. His family's apartment above the tailor shop had survived the initial bombardment, though for how long, no one could say. "I can't leave my mother," Zosha replied. Her mother, Rachel, was Jewish, a fact that had never mattered until now. Already there were whispers about what happened to Jews in German-occupied territories. For 2 weeks they existed in the surreal twilight of a city under siege. Water became precious, bread a luxury. They met daily at their garden, which remained untouched by bombs, an oasis amid destruction. On September 27th, Warsaw capitulated. German troops marched down streets still smouldering from bombardment. Within days, new ordinances appeared on walls and lampposts. Jews were to relocate to designated areas. Curfews were established. Identity papers were to be carried at all times. "We have to leave," Zosha told Kuba during their increasingly perilous garden rendezvous. "My mother's cousin in Łódź says we can stay with her until things improve." "When?" Kuba asked, his voice breaking. "Tomorrow. Early morning train. I'll meet you at the station." But Kuba never reached the station that morning. 3 blocks from home, he was stopped by the Gestapo officers conducting random checks. His camera, the old brownie he carried everywhere, drew suspicion. "What are you photographing, boy?" an officer demanded in harsh, accented Polish. "Nothing, sir. I'm a student of photography." "A spy more likely," another officer said, inspecting the camera. When he opened the back, exposing the film, Kuba lunged forward instinctively. "Please, you'll ruin it." The blow came swiftly, a rifle butt to his temple. As consciousness fled, Kuba's last thought was of Zosha, waiting at a station he would never reach. At that same moment, across the city, Zosha stood with her mother among hundreds of displaced Jews at the Warszawa-Wschodnia station. German soldiers moved through the crowd, separating families, directing some to trains bound for ghettos, others to more ominous destinations. "Papers," a soldier barked at Rachel, who presented their documents with trembling hands. "Zielinska," he read aloud. "Jewish?" "My husband was Polish, Catholic," Rachel answered, a fact that had never required explanation before. The soldier's gaze shifted to Zosha. "And the girl?" Before Rachel could answer, shouts erupted from the opposite end of the platform. A man had attempted to escape, creating momentary chaos. When order was restored, Zosha and her mother found themselves directed to different lines. "Mama!" Zosha cried, reaching across the human barrier that separated them. "Be strong," Rachel called back as she was herded toward a cattle car. "Remember who you are." As Zosia was pushed toward a different train, she caught a glimpse of someone being dragged across the main plaza. A young man, bloodied but struggling against his captors. Even from a distance, she recognized Kuba's defiant posture. Their eyes met across the crowded station, one crystallized moment of connection before the tide of humanity swept them in opposite directions. Neither knew that 6 years would pass before fate granted them another glance. Auschwitz revealed itself to Kuba not all at once, but in layers of progressive horror. The initial shock, the processing, the shaved heads, the dehumanizing uniforms, gave way to deeper terrors. The constant hunger that made men fight over potato peels, the casual brutality of guards who shot prisoners for sport, the haunting smell from the crematoria that soon became background noise to daily existence. His salvation, if it could be called that, came 3 months after his arrival. A guard noticed him sketching with a stolen pencil stub during a rare moment of rest. "You, what are you doing?" Kuba surrendered the scrap of paper, a rough portrait of his bunkmate, a former violinist whose fingers had been broken during interrogation. "You are an artist?" the guard asked, studying the drawing. "A photographer," Kuba answered truthfully. "Or I was." The next day he was transferred to the camp's photography unit, documenting new arrivals, creating identification photos, occasionally photographing visiting officers for propaganda. The work was less physically demanding than his previous assignment, unloading train cars, offering slightly better rations and the thin protection of being considered useful. In the photography lab, Kuba met Wilhelm, a German political prisoner who'd been a journalist before the war. Wilhelm taught him to create double exposures that would subtly sabotage official photographs and, more dangerously, how to make duplicate negatives. "They will destroy the evidence when the end comes," Wilhelm whispered one night as they processed images of a mass execution. "Someone must preserve the truth." Together they began smuggling duplicate negatives out of the lab, hiding them in a waterproof container beneath the floorboards of the barracks. Kuba knew the punishment for such action would be immediate death, yet the work gave purpose to his suffering. If he died, at least these images, this testament, might survive. Meanwhile, at Ravensbrück Women's Concentration Camp, Zosha learned that survival required a different kind of resistance. After failing to convince the authorities that she was Catholic like her father, she was assigned to the camp's garment workshop, sewing uniforms for German soldiers. The workshop supervisor, Frau Lehmann, was unusually educated for a female SS officer and discovered Zosha could speak fluent German. She assigned Zosha to maintain inventory records, a position that occasionally allowed her access to extra food or medicine, which she secretly distributed among the sickest women in her barracks. In her second year at Ravensbrück, Zosha was selected for medical experiments conducted by Dr. Karl Gebhardt. The procedures, testing experimental antibiotics through deliberately infected wounds, left her with a latticework of scars across her back and a permanent limp in her right leg. During her recovery, she met Simone, a French resistance fighter who had survived both Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen before arriving at Ravensbrück. "You must make a promise," Simone told her, during the fevered nights when Zosia's wounds festered and death seemed merciful. "Promise that you will live to tell what happened here." "Why me?" Zosha asked through cracked lips. "Because you remember how to see beauty," Simone answered. "Those who can still see beauty will help rebuild the world." To maintain sanity, Zosha began composing stories in her mind during endless roll calls. Tales of the Warsaw that once was, of a hidden garden, of a boy with a camera who saw the extraordinary in ordinary things. At night, she whispered these stories to dying women, offering narrative journeys to replace the freedom their bodies were denied. Liberation came to both Kuba and Zosha in the spring of 1945, though neither experienced it as the moment of jubilation depicted in newsreels. For Kuba, Liberation began with a death march westward as Soviet forces approached from the east. Hundreds died during the forced evacuation, shot when they couldn't continue, or simply collapsing from exhaustion. When American troops finally intercepted the column near the German-Czech border, Kuba weighed 90 pounds and was suffering from tuberculosis. Zosha's liberation came when Swedish Red Cross vehicles arrived at Ravensbrück in April 1945. She had survived typhus that winter, nursed by Simone, who died days before the white buses appeared. As she was carried to an ambulance, Zosha clutched a small cloth bundle containing her only possession, a book of Mickiewicz poems similar to the one her father had died retrieving, given to her by a Polish guard who had recognized her name. Both emerged from the war as hollowed versions of themselves, carrying memories that would wake them sweating in the dark decades later. Both survived because of small mercies granted by unlikely allies. Both carried the same question as they began their separate journeys toward recovery. Did you survive too? New York Harbor welcomed Kuba on a misty morning in October 1945, the Statue of Liberty emerging spectrally through the fog as the ship carrying European refugees approached Ellis Island. Unlike many who wept at the sight, Kuba felt nothing. His capacity for emotional response had atrophied during the war, like a muscle that had withered from disuse. Name? The immigration officer asked, barely glancing up from his paperwork. Jakub Novak, he answered, then corrected himself. Jack Nowak. America, he had been told, preferred simpler names. Occupation? Kuba hesitated. The skills that defined his pre-war identity, Taylor's assistant, aspiring photographer, seemed to belong to someone else, a boy who had died somewhere between Warsaw and Auschwitz. Survivor, he answered truthfully. The officer glanced up, momentarily startled, then checked a different box on the form. I'll put down unskilled labour. With a stamp and a signature, Jakub Novak ceased to exist, replaced by Jack Novak, resident of the Lower East Side, where the Jewish refugee organisation had established a halfway house for Holocaust survivors. For 3 years, Kuba worked at Moskowitz & Sons, a garment factory where his tailoring background earned him slightly better wages than other immigrants. Every spare dollar went into a coffee can labelled Leica Fund, not because he still dreamed of owning the camera, but because having a goal, however modest, gave structure to days that might otherwise dissolve into formless grief. At night, he wrote letters, dozens of them, to organisations tracking displaced persons. Each letter contained the same inquiry, information regarding Zofia Zielinska, last seen at Warszawa Wschodnia Station, September 1939. Each response contained the same diplomatic regret. No record found. In April 1948, when the coffee can finally contained enough for a second-hand Rolleiflex, Kuba didn't buy the camera. Instead, he purchased a one-way ticket to San Francisco, a city as geographically distant from Warsaw as possible, where hills replaced plains and fog substituted for snow. "You're running away," observed Mr. Moskowitz, who'd come to view Kuba as something of a son. "I'm starting over," Kuba corrected, though both knew the distinction was merely semantic. Meanwhile, across the continent, Zosha stepped off a train at Chicago's Union Station in February 1st and sponsored by a Catholic relief organisation. Unlike Kuba, she kept her name, a tether to the self she was trying to reclaim. Chicago's Polish neighbourhood welcomed another war refugee without fanfare. Mrs. Kowalski, a widow who had lost 2 sons at Normandy, offered Zosha a room above her flower shop in exchange for help with the business. The arrangement suited both women, providing companionship without the expectation of emotional intimacy neither could offer. Like Kuba, Zosha spent her first American years writing letters to refugee organisations. Like Kuba, she received only standardised regrets in response, Unlike Kuba, she continued writing even after hope had calcified into ritual. By '50, both had established versions of normal life. Kuba worked as a commercial photographer for a San Francisco department store, capturing blandly attractive models in the latest fashions. Zosia had progressed from flower shop assistant to clerk at Kramer's Books, where her knowledge of European literature made her valuable to the aging owner. Both were asked on dates, both occasionally accepted. Neither could explain to well-meaning friends why romantic entanglements never progressed beyond a polite coffee or dinner. "You're still young," Mrs. Kowalski told Zosia after yet another unfulfilled introduction. "But youth doesn't last forever." "I know," Zosia would answer, thinking not of youth but of promises carved into an oak tree in a garden that probably no longer existed. In 1953, Kuba received an unexpected opportunity when a gallery owner saw his personal photographs. Stark black and white images of San Francisco's forgotten corners, abandoned piers, weathered Chinatown balconies, the hollow eyes of war veterans sleeping in doorways. "There's something European about your perspective," the gallery owner noted. "Something experienced." The exhibition, titled Peripheral Vision, sold modestly but earned reviews that used words like haunting and authentic. More importantly, it led to assignments from magazines looking for images with similar emotional weight. That same year, Zosia was promoted to assistant manager at Kramer's Books, which had expanded to include a small publishing imprint specializing in translations of Eastern European works. Her first project, a collection of Polish poetry rendered in English, received a brief but favorable mention in the Chicago Tribune. Neither success filled the void they carried, but each provided a framework for continuing. Life acquired a rhythm. Work, occasional social obligations, solitary evenings, nights interrupted by the memories disguised as dreams. Then in early 1956, while leafing through a photography magazine, Kuba spotted an advertisement for an exhibition at the San Francisco Museum of Art. Ansel Adams, a retrospective. Adams's work had fascinated Kuba since his arrival in California. The grandeur of untamed landscapes so different from Europe's cultivated vistas, the technical precision that captured both detail and emotion. Without conscious decision, he marked the opening date on his calendar. 3 weeks later and 2,000 miles away, Zosia received a call from the publisher she worked with. "We've been invited to participate in a literary conference in San Francisco this April," he explained. "Given your work on the Polish translations, I'd like you to represent us." "Why me?" Zosia asked, echoing the question she had once posed to Simone in Ravensbrück. "Because you understand what's been lost," the publisher answered, "and what might still be saved." As she packed for the trip, Zosia noticed a newspaper advertisement for the Ansel Adams exhibition. On impulse, she added the museum to her itinerary. Something about Adams' landscapes, their vast, unconquerable nature, reminded her that human tragedies, however immense, existed within a larger continuity. Neither Kuba nor Zosia could have articulated why this particular exhibition felt necessary to attend. Neither recognized that sometimes the heart navigates by stars too distant for conscious recognition. Sometimes paths that diverge across continents find their way back to intersection. Sometimes, against all evidence and logic, promises made by children endure. The San Francisco Museum of Art occupied the 4th floor of the War Memorial Veterans Building, a Beaux-Arts structure of white marble, whose classical symmetry struck Zosia as both beautiful and slightly absurd. European grandeur transplanted to this young, restless city at the edge of a continent. She arrived shortly after the museum opened, her conference sessions not scheduled until afternoon. April fog had given way to unexpected sunshine, and light flooded through the gallery's high windows, illuminating Adams' photographs with almost theatrical intensity. Zosia moved through the exhibition methodically, lingering before images that particularly resonated. Half Dome reflecting in a perfectly still lake, the moon rising over Hernandez, New Mexico, gnarled tree roots clutching a rocky outcropping with determined vitality. What transfixed her wasn't just the technical brilliance, but the emotional restraint. How Adams captured sublime moments without sentimentality. How he found majesty in ordinary wilderness. It reminded her of someone else's way of seeing, though that comparison brought a familiar ache she tried to dismiss. Meanwhile, Kuba had overslept and arrived at the museum later than intended. He moved through the galleries with professional interest, studying Adams's meticulous printing techniques, analysing compositions. Photography had become his language, his method of organising experience, and Adams was a master whose fluency both inspired and intimidated. They converged in the exhibition's final gallery, where Adams's later works were displayed. Kuba, backing up to better frame a photograph titled Clearing Winter Storm Yosemite, collided with someone studying the same image. "I'm so sorry," he apologised automatically, steadying the woman he had jostled. "It's quite all right," she responded in English, tinged with an accent that triggered an almost physical response in him, recognition that bypassed conscious thought. Kuba turned fully toward her. She was slender, with dark hair now threaded with silver, cut in a practical style that framed features both familiar and transformed. The years had refined rather than diminished her beauty, etching character into what had once been youthful softness. But it was her eyes, amber in certain light, that stopped his breath. 16 years in America had smoothed the edges of his Polish accent, but it returned full force as he whispered, "Zosia, is that you?" She stared back, her expression transitioning from confusion to shock to something beyond language. The gallery, the other patrons, Adam's monumental landscapes, everything receded, leaving only this impossible moment suspended between heartbeats. "Kuba?" Her voice broke on the name she hadn't spoken aloud in nearly 2 decades. They reached for each other simultaneously, an embrace that collapsed time and distance. Tears came, silent at first, then accompanied by half-formed questions, confirmations, expressions of disbelief. Museum visitors glanced curiously at the middle-aged couple clinging to each other beside a photograph of a storm-cleared valley. But even the most inquisitive sensed this was a private moment not meant for observation. "I looked for you," Kuba said when speech became possible again. "For years." "As did I," Zosia answered, her hand still gripping his arms as if he might vanish. "Where?" "Auschwitz," he said, the word still difficult to voice. "And you?" "Ravensbrück." A complete understanding passed between them with those 2 words, a shared geography of suffering requiring no elaboration. "Come," Kuba said eventually, aware they had created a small spectacle. "There's a cafe downstairs." They sat across from each other at a corner table, hands intertwined on the formica surface, attempting to compress 16 years into coherent narrative. Their stories emerged in fragments: liberation, immigration, the separate paths that led them both to America, the coincidence that brought them to this museum on this particular day. "Not coincidence," Zosia corrected when Kuba used the word. "Promise." He looked at her questioningly. "You promised we would find each other again," she reminded him, "that day in the garden." The oak tree, Kuba remembered, his thumb unconsciously tracing the scar on her palm, a new mark she hadn't explained yet. They talked until the cafe closed, then continued at a nearby diner, then walked San Francisco's hills until dawn, gradually reconstructing the lives they had built separately while coming to terms with the miracle of reconnection. "We lost so much time," Kuba said as they watched sunrise from Telegraph Hill. Zosia leaned against him, her head fitting perfectly against his shoulder, as it always had. "No," she corrected gently. "We lost many things, but not time. Every moment that brought us here was necessary." 2 weeks later, After Zosha returned briefly to Chicago to resign from her position and pack her modest belongings, they stood together in Kuba's dark room. He had been showing her his photographs, commercial work that paid bills, personal projects that sustained his spirit. Among the latter was a series called Witnesses, portraits of fellow Holocaust survivors living in the Bay Area. "You should publish these," Zosia said, studying the faces that reflected her own experience. "People need to see." "Maybe someday," Kuba answered, "when there's more distance." Their conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door, the building manager delivering a special delivery package that had arrived for Zosha. Inside was a letter from a lawyer in New York representing a Swiss bank that had been identifying dormant accounts belonging to Holocaust victims. Rachel Zielinska had apparently deposited family valuables before the war, including a particular item she had designated for her daughter. When Zosha unwrapped the small velvet pouch enclosed with the letter, her hands trembled. Inside was her mother's engagement ring, a modest diamond flanked by tiny sapphires. Kuba watched as she slipped it onto her finger, then took her hand in his. "Marry me," he said simply. "Yes," she answered with equal simplicity. They wed 3 months later in a civil ceremony attended by the small circle of friends each had gathered during their years apart. The reception was held at the gallery that had first exhibited Kuba's work, now displaying a collection titled Return and Paired Photographs of European Landmarks Before and After Reconstruction. For their honeymoon, they travelled to Poland, their first return since the war. Warsaw had been rebuilt, though not always faithfully to its original form. Soviet influence was evident in the stark architectural choices and ubiquitous propaganda, but beneath the imposed aesthetic, the city's essential character endured. They visited the site where the Zielinski bookshop had stood, now occupied by a state-run publishing house. They found the street where Kuba's father had operated his tailor shop, the building itself gone, but the corner recognisable from neighbouring structures. Finally, they made their pilgrimage to Łazienki Park. The formal gardens had been restored to their pre-war elegance, but the hidden section Zosha had once accessed through a crumbling wall was now inaccessible, incorporated into a security zone for government officials. "It doesn't matter," Kuba assured her, seeing her disappointment. "We carry it with us." "Like we carried each other," Zosia agreed. Their return to San Francisco marked the beginning of a second life neither had dared imagine. Kuba's photography career flourished as magazines discovered his unique perspective. Zosha completed the novel she'd composed in her mind during the darkest days at Ravensbrück. A story of Warsaw before the storm, published to critical acclaim in 1961. They never had biological children. The medical experiments Zosha had endured left that possibility remote, but they became surrogate parents to young photographers and writers who sought Kuba's technical expertise or Zosha's editorial insights. Their home in North Beach became a salon of sorts, where Holocaust survivors mingled with beat poets, where conversations about art's responsibility to memory unfolded over Polish dishes Zosha recreated from recollection. Time, which had once seemed frozen, accelerated. The 1960s brought social upheaval that reminded them how fragile civilized norms could be. The 1970s saw renewed interest in Holocaust testimonies, with both Kuba and Zosia recording oral histories for university archives. By the mid-80s, they had become elders in the survivor community, called upon to speak at commemorations and educational events. Through it all, their private ritual remained consistent. An annual visit to the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art, which had moved to a new location, specifically to exhibitions featuring Ansel Adams or photographers influenced by his work. "Our patron saint of second chances," Kuba called him. In 2006, for their 50th anniversary, Zosia suggested they return to Poland once more. The country had transformed again after the fall of communism, opening to the West while reclaiming its distinctive identity. Łazienki Park now welcomed visitors freely, its grounds beautifully maintained. When they explained to a sympathetic guide that they sought a particular oak tree from before the war, he arranged special access to areas usually closed to the public. The tree improbably had survived, now massive, its lower branches supported by steel cables, its trunk bearing witness to nearly 70 years of history. And there, partially absorbed by decades of growth but still discernible, capsid within a heart. Kuba, now 84, traced the carving with fingers that had captured countless images. Zosia, 83, leaned against him as she had in the San Francisco dawn 50 years earlier. "We kept our promise," he said. "We did," she agreed. "And it was worth everything." When Kuba died peacefully in 22, just after his 100th birthday, Zosia held his hand until the final moment, then continued holding it well after. Their story had become legend among friends and family, the separated lovers reunited against impossible odds, the photographer and the writer who preserved memories others wished to forget. In 2023, the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art mounted a retrospective celebrating the centennial of Ansel Adams's birth. Among the supplementary exhibitions was a small display titled Influenced by Adams, featuring photographers who had acknowledged his impact on their work. Kuba's contribution was a black and white portrait taken on April 9, 1956, the day he and Zosia reunited. In it, she stands before Adams's clearing winter storm, her profile illuminated by gallery light, her expression capturing the precise moment of recognition. The photograph's title, inscribed in Kuba's distinctive handwriting, "Through the Ashes into the Light." Beside it hung Zosia's handwritten reflection, composed shortly after Kuba's death. "Some fires destroy, others purify. Some lights extinguish, others guide us home." Visitors to the exhibition often noticed an elderly woman who sometimes sat quietly observing their reactions. Few recognized her as the subject of the photograph, now a renowned author in her own right. Fewer still understood that they were witnessing not just artistic appreciation, but a continuing conversation between souls temporarily separated by death, but eternally connected by a promise carved in oak. As Zosia once wrote into the epilogue to her novel, "History records what was destroyed, love remembers what endures." The end. The painting before Lena was older than the building that housed it. A 17th century depiction of lovers caught in an eternal embrace, their faces forever young despite the canvas's cracking patina. Under her careful touch, history breathed again. She dabbed her solvent-soaked cotton swab along the edge, removing centuries of grime with the precision of a surgeon. It's a bit morbid, isn't it? Preserving something that should have faded away naturally. The voice startled her. In the conservation studio of Aix-en-Provence's Museum of Fine Arts, visitors weren't permitted. Lena turned to find a tall man leaning against the doorframe, a press badge dangling carelessly from his neck. "You're not allowed in here," she said, not lowering her tools. "Callum Hayes," he held up his badge, "doing a piece on forgotten masterpieces. Your director said I could observe the conservation process." His accent was unmistakably British, but softened by something else, the linguistic ghosts of too many countries visited. "Preservation isn't morbid," Lena repeated, returning to her work. "It's respectful." "Is it?" He approached, studying the painting over her shoulder. He smelled of cedar and rain-dampened wool. Maybe art, like everything else, is meant to have a lifespan, a beginning, middle, and end. Lena set down her tools, annoyed by both his proximity and his philosophy. "Some things deserve to outlast us, but that's just it, isn't it?" his eyes an unsettling shade between green and gold fixed on the lovers in the painting. Nothing really outlasts us. Even this painting will eventually disintegrate despite your best efforts. The universe tends toward entropy. How cheerful, Lena's tone was flat. Perfect attitude for a travel journalist. Why bother seeing anything if it's all temporary? His laugh was unexpected, warm and genuine. Quite the opposite. It's because everything is temporary that we should see it all. Right now. Today. Later, Lena would recall this moment as the first thread of an unravelling she couldn't stop. How his eyes caught the filtered museum light. How his fingers brushed the frame of the painting without quite touching it. How something in his casual dismissal of permanence both irritated and intrigued her. Their second meeting wasn't chance. He claimed it was, running into her at Café de l'Horloge 3 days later, but the way he recognised her immediately calling out the preservationist across the crowded terrace suggested intention. "Are you following me, Mr. Hayes?" she asked as he invited himself to her table. "Following the story," he corrected, ordering a coffee. "The director mentioned you're restoring the Clément collection. That's the centrepiece of my article." Lena had lived in Aix for 7 years. It was a small city, but not so small that coincidences like this happen naturally. "You could have scheduled an interview." "I've found that scheduled interviews yield scheduled answers." He stirred his coffee without looking at it. "I prefer authentic conversations." Against her better judgment, she allowed him to interview her about the collection. He asked insightful questions that betrayed a deeper knowledge of art history than she'd expected from a travel writer. He listened with genuine interest, his pen occasionally scratching across his notebook. Their third meeting was at the Place de Quart d'Heure during the twilight market. She spotted him examining a vintage camera at an antique stall. "The preservationist," he said, noticing her approach. "Come to save more relics from their natural decay?" "That camera is overpriced," she responded, "and likely damaged." He bought it anyway. Their fourth meeting was at the Pavillon Vendôme, where Lena was consulting on a newly discovered ceiling fresco. He was photographing the gardens with his overpriced vintage camera. "Does it even work?" she asked. "No," he admitted, "but it's beautiful. Not everything needs to be functional to have value." It was there, among the symmetrical hedges and stone fountains, that he first kissed her, impulsively, after she'd critiqued his photography technique. His lips tasted of the orange he'd been eating, and when he pulled away, her carefully constructed isolation felt suddenly irrevocably compromised. "Why did you do that?" she demanded. "Because I might not get another chance." This became his refrain over the next weeks as he methodically dismantled her orderly life. "Because I might not get another chance" was why he convinced her to wade into the fountain at midnight. Why he pulled her into an unexpected dance when a street musician played Edith Piaf. Why he showed up at her apartment with train tickets to Nice for the weekend. "You can't just appear with tickets," she protested. "I have commitments." "What's more important? Your commitment to dead art or to living a little?" He held the tickets out. "The early train leaves in 40 minutes. "You're impossible. I'm persistent. Different thing entirely." She went to Nice, and then to Marseille the following weekend, and then, as spring unfolded into early summer, to a dozen small villages along the coast where he photographed peeling shutters and weathered fishermen, while she sketched the landscapes in a notebook he'd given her. It was on one of these excursions, sitting on a stone wall overlooking the Mediterranean, that Callum first showed a crack in his carefree facade. "Do you ever wonder," he asked, his camera idle in his lap, "if we leave anything behind that matters?" "Like art?" She was sketching the horizon, the meeting point of sea and sky. "Like anything. Anything that says I was here, I existed, I mattered." The vulnerability in his voice made her look up. For the first time she noticed the faint tremor in his right hand as it rested on his knee. "Are you all right?" He closed his hand into a fist. "Perfect. Just philosophical today." His smile returned, but something had shifted. Race you to that outcropping. Later that night, in the small coastal hotel room with windows open to the sea breeze, his passion had an edge of desperation that hadn't been there before. He traced her body like he was memorizing it, whispering, "Remember this," against her skin. It wasn't until weeks later, when she met Emma, that the pieces began to align into a pattern she couldn't ignore. Emma Carter arrived at Lena's apartment unannounced one afternoon. A striking woman with close-cropped dark hair and a camera bag slung across her chest. "You're Lena," she stated rather than asked. "We need to talk about Callum." "Who are you?" "His best friend, his colleague, the person who's been by his side for the past 10 years. Emma's expression was unreadable. "The person who knows why he's really in France." Emma explained that she and Callum had been planning to document forgotten European art towns together, but their project had a more urgent timeline than he'd admitted. "He's sick, isn't he?" Lena asked, the tremors, the headaches, the occasional moments of disorientation suddenly making horrible sense. "Has he told you anything?" "No." Emma's laugh was bitter. Classic Callum, living in denial until the last possible moment. She stood to leave. "Ask him about CAA. Make him tell you the truth." That night, when Callum arrived with a bottle of wine and plans for a midnight picnic, Lena was waiting. "What's CAA?" she asked without preamble. The bottle nearly slipped from his fingers. For the first time since she'd met him, Callum Hayes looked afraid. "Emma came to see me," Lena said when Callum remained silent. He set the wine bottle on her kitchen counter with deliberate care. "I should have known she would." "So it's true. You're sick." "I prefer temporarily challenged." His attempt at humour fell flat against her unwavering gaze. He sank into a chair, suddenly looking exhausted. "Cerebral amyloid angiopathy, I looked it up," Lena cut him off. The medical websites had been clinically brutal. Protein deposits in cerebral blood vessels, progressive, no effective treatment, risk of spontaneous hemorrhage, fatal outcome. "Why didn't you tell me?" "And say what?" "Hello, I'm Callum. I'll be dead within a year. Fancy a coffee?" The bluntness of his words struck her like physical blows. "But you let me..." She stopped, unable to articulate exactly what he'd let her do. Fall for him? Build fantasies of a future? Step outside the carefully constructed walls she'd maintained since her mother's death? "I didn't plan on you," he said quietly. "The assignment was real. Coming to Aix was real. Meeting you was..." He paused. "An unexpected complication." "A complication," she repeated. The word was so inadequate it was almost offensive. "I should have walked away that first day, when I realised I was attracted to you. But you didn't. No." His eyes met hers. "'Cause I might not get another chance." The phrase that had charmed her now revealed its darker meaning. Every impulsive adventure, every moment of intensity, they weren't just his philosophy, they were his countdown. How long? They can't be precise. The amyloid deposits can cause a major bleed at any time, but based on progression... He looked away. 8 months, maybe a year. And then what? Then nothing. Game over. Lena felt the room tilt. She'd spent her life in the company of old things, paintings, sculptures, buildings that had weathered centuries. Her work existed in the long arc of time, the idea of Callum simply stopping, of his vibrant presence being extinguished, violated every principle of continuity she believed in. There must be something, research trials, experimental treatments. "I've explored them all, twice." His voice was gentle but firm. "I'm not in denial, Lena. I've had 3 years to adjust to this reality." 3 years? But you said... "A year left." "Yes, I was diagnosed at 29. The revelation struck her anew. He'd been living with this knowledge while travelling the world, writing his stories, building his career, all with an invisible clock ticking. "So what now?" she asked. "Now, I finish my article. I move on to the next assignment." His expression softened. Unless, come with me." The proposal hung between them, absurd and tempting in equal measure. "I can't just leave. I have work, commitments, all to things that are already dead." His intensity returned. "I'm offering you something alive, for however long it lasts. That's not fair. None of this is fair." He stood approaching her with the urgency she now recognized as his defining characteristic. "I know I should walk away. I know it's selfish to ask you to watch me deteriorate, but I want whatever time I have left to include you." Lena stepped back. "I need to think." "Of course." He reached for his jacket. "Oh, but don't think too long. I don't have—" "Don't say it," she cut him off. "Please." After he left, Lena sat alone in her apartment for hours, staring at the small collection of sketches she'd made during their trips. Cliffs, harbours, and Callum himself, always in motion, always looking toward the horizon. She thought of her mother's long illness, the gradual fading that had turned her vibrant parent into a ghost long before death made it official. She'd sworn never to watch someone she loved die again. Yet here she was, contemplating exactly that. She called her father, something she rarely did. "Papa, how did you know it was worth it? With maman?" Gérard Vauclair, a man of few words and fewer emotional displays, was silent for so long she thought they'd been disconnected. Finally, he said, "There is no calculation that makes sense in matters of the heart, Lena. Your mother was dying from the day I met her. We all are. I just had the misfortune of knowing exactly how and when." A pause. "And the fortune of loving her anyway. But the pain is the price of admission." His voice, usually so stoic, wavered slightly. 23 years later, I would pay it again." 3 days passed. Callum didn't call or visit, giving her the space she'd requested, or perhaps protecting himself from her rejection. On the 4th morning, Lena walked to his hotel, her decision made. The desk clerk recognized her. "Mr. Hayes checked out yesterday morning, mademoiselle." "Did he leave a forwarding address, a message?" "No, but he did leave this." The clerk handed her an envelope. Inside was a handwritten note and a train ticket to Barcelona dated for that afternoon. "I won't presume your answer, but I've left possibility open. If you come, I'll be waiting at the Font Magica at sunset. If not, know that meeting you is worth whatever pain follows. C.P.S. The Clement painting of the lovers." The conservator's notes indicate the artist painted over their faces 7 times before getting them right. 7 chances to tell their story perfectly. I've had 1 chance with you, and even imperfect, it's the best story I've told. Lena packed a single bag, called the museum to request emergency personal leave, and caught the train with minutes to spare. Barcelona greeted her with warm sea air and the fading light of sunset. The Font Magica, Montjuic's famous fountain, was crowded with tourists watching the evening water display. Coloured lights transformed the cascading water into liquid artwork, changing from crimson to azure to gold. She didn't see him at first. Then the crowd shifted, and there he was, leaning against a railing, his camera raised to capture the display. Even from a distance she could see the slight instability in his stance. "Callum," she called, too quietly for him to hear over the music accompanying the fountain show. She pushed through the crowd. "Callum!" He turned, his expression transforming from concentration to disbelief to joy. When she reached him, he gathered her into an embrace so tight it bordered on painful. "You came," he whispered against her hair. "I came." Later, in his hotel room with the windows open to the Barcelona night, they made love with a desperate tenderness. Afterward, lying in the tangle of sheets, Lena traced the contours of his face. "I need you to promise me something. Anything," he said. "Don't protect me. Don't hide what's happening to you. If I'm in this, I'm in completely." He was quiet for a long moment. "Even when it gets ugly." "Especially then." He took her hand, kissing each fingertip. "Promise, complete honesty, no matter how difficult. And one more thing." She propped herself up on an elbow. "We don't talk about the end. We don't count down days. We just live." "Just live," he repeated, as though testing the phrase. "I can do that." "Good." Lena settled back against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. "'Cause we have a train to catch tomorrow." "Oh? Where are we going?" "Wherever you haven't been." Summer blazed into autumn with a ferocity that matched their determination to outrun time. They traced unplanned routes across Europe, Florence for its Renaissance treasures, Prague for its haunted spires, the Greek islands for their ancient stones and turquoise waters. Callum wrote his articles on trains and ferries in hotel lobbies and beachside cafes, while Lena learned to sketch quicker, rougher impressions of the places they visited. In Athens, standing beneath the Parthenon in merciless August heat, Callum had his first significant episode. "The light is wrong," he said, suddenly stopping mid-sentence during their tour. "It's just the sun angle," Lena replied, not yet recognising the change in his voice. "No, the light." His expression became confused, lost. "It shouldn't. I can't see the edges." Then came the nosebleed, crimson drops staining the ancient stone at their feet. By the time they reached the hospital, Callum was himself again, embarrassed by the fuss. "Just a minor short circuit," he insisted as doctors examined him. "Happens sometimes." The neurologist was less cavalier. "The CT scan shows a small bleed near the occipital lobe," he explained in accented English. "Not immediately life-threatening, but indicative of disease progression." Callum nodded as though receiving a weather report rather than his own mortality forecast. "So we continue as planned? With caution, no excess physical strain, stay hydrated, and at the first sign of visual disturbances, severe headache or confusion. Nearest hospital, got it." Callum turned to Lena. "See? Just a maintenance update." But that night, when he thought she was asleep, Lena watched him sit by the hotel window, staring at his trembling hands. She pretended not to notice the silent tears that tracked down his face. In September they reached Venice. The tourist crowds had thinned, and the city possessed a melancholy beauty that suited their unspoken awareness of time's acceleration. They rented a small apartment overlooking a quiet canal, and for the first time since Barcelona they slowed down. Emma joined them there, arriving with her cameras and a forced cheerfulness that cracked when she first saw Callum. "You look like hell, Hayes," she said, embracing him. "Charming as ever, Carter." But he held on to her longer than usual. That evening, while Callum napped, his fatigue now a daily companion, Emma and Lena sat on the apartment's small balcony with glasses of wine. "He's declining faster than the doctors predicted," Emma said without preamble. "You see it too." It wasn't a question. Lena nodded, watching the golden light fade from the terracotta rooftops. "The Athens incident scared him more than he admitted," she said. "He's been writing letters since then, when he thinks I'm not looking. Letters? To me, I think, for after." Lena's voice remained steady, though her grip on the wineglass tightened. "He leaves them in his blue notebook. I haven't read them." Emma studied her with newfound respect. "Most would have. I'll have the rest of my life to read his words. He should have some privacy now." They sat in silence as Venice transitioned from day to evening, the canal below reflecting deepening blues and scattered stars. "He loves you," Emma finally said. "I've known him for a decade, through a dozen countries and 100 adventures. I've never seen him like this. Like what? At peace with standing still. The next morning, Callum woke disoriented, unable to remember which city they were in. The episode passed within minutes, but it left a shadow neither of them could ignore. "I should get back to work," Lena said over breakfast, breaking their unspoken agreement not to discuss the future. "My leave of absence is nearly over." Callum set down his coffee cup with deliberate precision. "You want to go back to X? I thought we might. Together." She reached for his hand. "Oh, you could finish your article series there. I could resume my position. We could..." She trailed off, realizing she was sketching a domesticity that had no place in their reality. "Have normal lives," he finished, his tone gentle rather than mocking. "For however long we have. Is that so terrible?" "No," he squeezed her hand. "It's rather wonderful, actually. I've never had a home base before." "Really? Not even in England?" "Especially not in England," he smiled. "But I think I could make one with you." They left Venice the following week, Emma promising to join them in X after completing her Italian assignment. The return journey felt different. A retracing rather than an exploration, a closing of a circuit they had opened in Barcelona. X welcomed them with familiar golden light and the scent of late summer lavender. Lena's apartment, closed for months, felt like a museum artifact itself, preserved but unlived in. They opened all the windows, letting the Provençal air sweep away the stillness. "It needs life," Callum declared, and the next day returned with an absurd number of plants. "Living things," he explained as he arranged them on every available surface. Lena resumed her work at the museum, finding unexpected joy in returning to the Clement collection. Callum set up his makeshift office in her spare room, walls soon covered with maps and photographs as he assembled his article series. For 6 weeks they crafted a version of normality. They had favourite cafes, a Sunday market routine, friends who welcomed Callum into their circle. They hosted dinner parties where no one mentioned his occasional memory lapses, or the days when fatigue kept him in bed. "I feel like I'm cheating time," he confessed one evening, as they sat on her tiny balcony, watching the sunset paint X's rooftops. "Living a life I wasn't supposed to have." "Maybe this is exactly the life you were supposed to have," she replied, "just condensed." The good days still outnumbered the bad, but the balance was shifting. October brought more frequent headaches, more alarming memory gaps. One morning he couldn't remember Emma's name when she called. Another day, he spent hours looking for his camera before Lena found it in the refrigerator. Still, they persisted in their fragile normalcy. Callum submitted his articles, Forgotten Canvases, Europe's Overlooked Artistic Heritage, to his publisher. Lena completed the Clement restoration. They planned a weekend trip to Paris to celebrate both accomplishments. The night before their departure, Callum had a seizure. It happened without warning. One moment they were cooking dinner, arguing playfully about the amount of garlic needed, and the next he was on the kitchen floor, his body rigid, eyes rolled back. Lena kept enough presence of mind to call the emergency number, to move dangerous objects away, to time the episode as the dispatcher instructed. 3 minutes and 17 seconds of helpless watching before his body relaxed and consciousness returned, confused and fragmented. At the hospital, the neurologist confirmed what they already knew. The disease was accelerating. A new scan showed multiple microbleeds, pressure building within his skull. "How long?" Callum asked directly, his speech slightly slurred from the anti-seizure medication. The doctor's compassionate expression said everything. "Weeks, rather than months, Mr. Hayes. I'm sorry." In the taxi back to the apartment, Callum stared out the window at the city lights. "I should never have let you come to Barcelona," he said suddenly. "Don't. It wasn't fair. Stop it." Lena's voice was sharper than intended. "You don't get to regret us now, not when regret is a luxury we don't have time for." He turned to look at her, his eyes clearing briefly from their medicated haze. Sometimes I forget that beneath that careful exterior, you're the strongest person I've ever met." "Not strong," she corrected, "just stubborn." That night, while Callum slept heavily under the influence of his new medications, Lena finally opened his blue notebook. Inside were not letters, as she'd assumed, but journal entries, daily observations, memories of their travels, fragments of poetry, and sketches, dozens of them, of her. Lena at the Parthenon, at the Venice canals, in their ex-apartment. Lena sleeping, reading, laughing. On the final written page was an unfinished letter. "My Lena, by the time you read this, I'll have left you. Not by choice, never that, but because some journeys can't be shared to their conclusion. I'm writing this while I still remember the exact blue-grey of your eyes, the precise curve of your smile, the particular way you tuck your hair behind your ear when you're concentrating. You once told me that art preserves what matters. I understand now what you meant. You've preserved me, not just in your sketches or memories, but in the way you've loved me without reservation, without surrender to the shadow hanging over us. Here is what I know for certain. I have lived more in these months with you than in all the years before. If time is measured not in minutes but in moments that matter, then I have lived a century in your arms. When I'm gone..." The letter broke off mid-sentence. Lena closed the notebook and placed it exactly where she'd found it, then curled beside Callum, listening to the rhythm of his breathing, memorizing it for the day when memory would be all she had left. November arrived with relentless rain and rapidly diminishing hope. After a second seizure, more severe than the first, Callum was hospitalized for a week. He emerged changed, thinner, slower, his trademark spontaneity replaced by caution born of necessity. "No more adventures for a while," he conceded, as Lena helped him settle back into the apartment. "Doctor's orders." But his surrender to medical authority didn't extend to their most fundamental disagreement. Despite Lena's pleading and Emma's barely contained fury, Callum refused more aggressive interventions. The treatments would buy a few weeks at most, he explained, during what became known as the kitchen table summit, with Lena and Emma facing him like prosecutors. Weeks I'd spend drugged, confused, and in hospitals. That's not living, it's just postponing. But research is advancing every day, Emma argued. If you could just hold on a little longer. There's no miracle cure coming, Em, not in time for me. So you're just giving up? The accusation hung between them. No. Callum's gaze was steady despite the visible tremor in his hands. I'm choosing how to use what remains, quality over quantity. Emma stormed out, Lena stayed, torn between understanding his decision and resenting it. Would you do it differently? He asked softly when they were alone. If our positions were reversed? The question forced her honesty. No, I'd choose the same. After that, they established new rhythms, gentler mornings, afternoon rest periods, early nights. Callum began recording audio commentaries for his photographs, speaking into a recorder when writing became too difficult. Lena arranged for extended leave from the museum, using vacation days she'd never bothered to take before. Emma returned 3 days after their argument, chastened but determined. She'd contacted Callum's family in Manchester, the estranged father and stepmother he rarely mentioned, and was surprised by their immediate offer to help. They want to come, she told him. No. His response was immediate. They don't get to play concerned parents now. Callum, they made their choice when I was diagnosed. Pray harder and you'll be healed. Remember that gem of advice? I don't need their guilty consciences complicating things. Emma didn't press, but she stayed in Aix, renting a room nearby. Her presence was a relief to Lena, who found herself increasingly exhausted by the constant vigilance Callum's condition required. You need breaks, Emma insisted one afternoon while Callum napped. You're not superhuman. I can't leave him. You can for an hour. I'm perfectly capable of watching him sleep. Emma's direct gaze brooked no argument. Go, walk, breathe, be a person rather than a caretaker for 60 minutes. Lena resisted at first, but as November stretched into December, she accepted these small reprieves, quick walks through the winter-quiet streets, solitary coffees at their favourite cafe, brief returns to the museum to check on the Clément collection. It was during one of these escapes that she encountered Gérard Vauclair at the museum, examining the newly restored lover's painting. "Papa," she kissed his cheeks in greeting. "I didn't know you were visiting." "I called yesterday, but you didn't answer." His expression was difficult to read. "I wanted to see what you've accomplished." They stood before the painting in silence. The conservation work had revealed vivid colours and details obscured for centuries. The lover's hidden smile, the symbolic pomegranate in the background, the subtle terror in the woman's eyes despite her passionate embrace. "It's beautiful," Gerard finally said, "and disturbing." "How so?" "The fear in her expression. She loves him, but she's afraid." Lena had never noticed this interpretation. "I see determination, not fear." "Perhaps both," her father conceded. "How is your Englishman?" The abrupt change of subject startled her. "Declining. The doctors say weeks, maybe." Gérard nodded solemnly. "Will you bring him to Loire for Christmas? Your aunts would like to meet him." The invitation shocked her. Her father had never shown interest in her partners before, and his family's traditional Christmas gathering was reserved for relatives only. "I don't think he can travel that far." "Then we will come to you." His tone left no room for argument. Family should be together at such times. Later, recounting the conversation to Callum, she marvelled at her father's unexpected gesture. "He called you my Englishman," she said, adjusting Callum's pillows as he rested on the sofa. "He's never acknowledged anyone I've dated before." "Clearly he recognises quality when he sees it," Callum joked, though the humour was undercut by his now constant breathlessness. "Or perhaps he's just pleased I won't be around long enough to disappoint you." "Don't." "Sorry." He caught her hand. "Bad joke. I'd like to meet your family, actually. Show them I'm worthy of his daughter, even on a shortened timeline." As December progressed, Callum's mobility decreased dramatically. The apartment became their entire world, a universe contracting to match his diminishing strength. Emma moved her belongings into their spare room, officially becoming part of their household without discussion or ceremony. The seizures came more frequently now, smaller but cumulative in their damage. Each one stole another piece of him, a memory, a word, a skill. After one particularly bad episode, he couldn't recall how to use his camera, the tool that had been an extension of his body for over a decade. "It's all right," Emma assured him, showing him the basics again with infinite patience. "Like riding a bicycle, it'll come back." But they all knew it wouldn't. Nothing was coming back now. They were in a time of pure subtraction. On the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, Callum asked to be taken outside. "It's freezing," Lena protested. "Please," he said, with such naked longing that further argument was impossible. They bundled him in layers and helped him to the small courtyard behind their building. The night was clear, stars pricking the black sky with ancient light. "Look up," he instructed, his voice stronger than it had been in days. "Most of those stars are already dead. The light we're seeing travelled for years, centuries, millennia to reach us. Even though its source is gone, the light continues." Emma wiped away tears, not bothering to hide them. "Are you getting philosophical on us, Hayes?" Someone has to provide the profound thoughts in this trio. His smile was ghostly in the starlight. "I need you both to promise me something." "Anything," they answered in near unison. "When I'm gone, don't let me be just a sad story you carry. Let me be light that continues. Be happy. Create things." Love again. Callum, Lena began, but he squeezed her hand with surprising strength. Promise me. I promise, Emma said first, her voice breaking. Lena couldn't speak, her throat constricted with the enormity of what he was asking. How could she promise to be happy in a future without him? To love someone else when he had carved himself so completely into her heart? But looking at his face, gaunt now, shadowed with pain even through his medications, she understood this wasn't about her grief. It was about his peace. I promise, she whispered. 2 days before Christmas, Gerard arrived in Aix, along with Lena's aunt Marguerite. They brought food, wine and decorations, transforming the apartment into a fragile facsimile of festivity. Callum rallied for their arrival, dressed in proper clothes for the first time in weeks, his hair combed neatly despite the effort it cost him. He charmed Marguerite within minutes, and engaged Gerard in a surprisingly technical discussion about historical preservation techniques. I can see why you've upended your life for him, Marguerite whispered to Lena as they prepared dinner. He burns bright. Too bright, Lena replied softly. That's the problem. Christmas Eve dinner was a delicate balance of normality and accommodation. They ate slowly to match Callum's diminished capacity, paused the conversation when fatigue clouded his eyes, pretended not to notice when he couldn't remember the word for wine, and pointed instead to his glass. After dinner, as tradition dictated, Gerard read from Victor Hugo's poetry while Emma took photographs of their improvised family gathering. Callum fell asleep before the reading finished, his head resting against Lena's shoulder. He's a good man, Gerard told Lena later, as they washed dishes together. I understand your choice. From her stoic father, this was tantamount to a blessing. Lena dropped her guard enough to ask the question that had haunted her since November. How did you bear it when Maman died? Gerard's hand stilled in the soapy water. I didn't. For a long time, I existed rather than lived. He glanced at her. Unfair to you. Papa, I never... Let me finish. His voice was gentle but firm. I made a mistake after your mother died. I preserved her memory like one of your paintings, unchanging, untouchable. But memories aren't meant to be preserved. They're meant to be lived with, to change as we change. He dried his hands. Don't make my mistake, Lena. When the time comes, grieve him, then let him become part of who you are, not a shrine you tend at the cost of your own life. On Christmas morning, Callum gave Lena her gift, a leather-bound album containing prints of his photographs from their travels, with his handwritten notes beside each one. The final page held a photograph she'd never seen. The two of them reflected in a Venice window, unaware of Emma's camera capturing their silhouettes against the canal light. Callum's inscription beneath it read, "Two temporary beings creating something permanent. Love caught in light." January arrived with a cruel clarity, washing the world in sharp winter sunlight that seemed to mock their dimming hopes. Callum's decline accelerated after Christmas, as though he had been holding himself together through sheer will for their holiday celebrations. The morning after Gerard and Marguerite departed, he couldn't get out of bed. By afternoon, he struggled to form complete sentences. By evening, the doctor confirmed what they already knew. The final phase had begun. Days, the physician said quietly to Lena and Emma in the hallway. Perhaps a week. He should be in hospital. No, they responded in unison. They had promised him. No hospitals at the end, no machines, no sterile corridors. He would die in their apartment, with the plants he had bought still thriving on every windowsill, with the winter light streaming through the windows he'd insisted always remain open. They established a rotation, Lena, Emma, and a hospice nurse, who arrived like a silent guardian angel, showing them how to administer the morphine that kept pain at bay, how to recognize the signs of distress, how to moisten his lips when he could no longer swallow properly. Talk to him, the nurse advised. Hearing is often the last sense to go. So they talked, filling the quiet apartment with words. Emma told stories of their travels before Lena, adventures in Thailand, mishaps in Peru, the time they got lost in a Moroccan Medina for 7 hours and emerged with their best photo essay ever. Lena read from his favourite books, Hemingway, Marquez, Calvino, and described the painting she would restore in the coming year, as though he would witness her work. On the third night, during Lena's watch, Callum opened his eyes with unexpected lucidity. "Lena," he whispered, his voice faint but clear. "The blue notebook. Did you read it?" "Yes," she admitted, taking his hand. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. I wanted you to." His fingers tightened weakly around hers. "There's an unfinished letter. Will you complete it for me?" "How?" "You'll know." His eyes drifted closed again, but his lips curved in a shadow of his old smile. "You always know?" Shortly before dawn, his breathing changed, becoming shallower, irregular. Lena woke Emma and they sat on either side of his bed, holding his hands as the first grey light filtered through the shutters. "It's all right," Lena whispered, her lips close to his ear. "You can let go now." Whether he heard or not, they couldn't know. But within the hour, as the January sun broke over X's ancient rooftops, Callum Hayes took his last breath, gently, without struggle, his fingers still loosely entwined with Lena's. The world didn't stop. Birds sang in the plane trees outside their window. Neighbours called greetings to each other in the street below. The clock on the bedside table continued its relentless ticking. Emma made necessary calls. The doctor came and went. The funeral home sent discreet men who treated Callum's body with quiet dignity. Friends brought food that no one ate, the apartment filled with flowers that no one had arranged. Through it all, Lena moved as though underwater, functional but distant, completing tasks by rote while some essential part of her remained suspended between before and after, unwilling to acknowledge the boundary she had crossed. It wasn't until the evening after the small memorial service, when the last well-meaning visitor had departed, that she allowed herself to truly look at his absence. His clothes still hung in the closet. His passport still lay on the bedside table. His half-finished cup of tea, 3 days old now, still sat on the kitchen counter where he had left it. She picked up the cup, intending to wash it, but found herself frozen, realizing that emptying it would erase the last trace of his living presence. The tea had been warm when he held it. She sank to the floor, the cup clutched to her chest, and finally wept, deep, wrenching sobs that came from a place she hadn't known existed within her. Emma found her there hours later and silently sat beside her until the storm passed. "I don't know how to do this," Lena confessed when she could speak again. "How to be the person who survived." "None of us do," Emma replied. "We just keep breathing until it becomes bearable." In the weeks that followed, they established a fragile routine. Emma stayed in X, extending her leave from the photography agency. Lena returned to the museum part-time, finding solace in the familiar rhythms of conservation work. They sorted through Callum's belongings together, deciding what to keep, what to donate, what to send to his publisher for the posthumous collection of his travel articles. The blue notebook remained untouched on Lena's bedside table. She couldn't bring herself to open it again, to see his final unfinished words. Not yet. February brought unexpected snow to Aix, transforming the terracotta city into a monochrome dream. Walking home from the museum one evening, Lena stopped on the Pont des Deux Eaux, watching snowflakes disappear into the dark water below. A memory surfaced, Callum photographing this same bridge last autumn, telling her that bridges were his favourite metaphor. Neither here nor there, but necessary for the journey. She realised suddenly that she was stranded on her own bridge, unable to return to before. afraid to continue to after. That night, she finally opened the blue notebook. The unfinished letter waited on the last page. When I'm gone. She picked up a pen and continued where he had left off. When I'm gone, remember that love doesn't follow the rules of physics. It doesn't diminish with distance or time. It doesn't require physical presence to exist. When I'm gone, find joy again. Not despite having loved me, but because you did. Let loving me be a door that opened, not one that closed. When I'm gone, forgive yourself for the days you wished this burden hadn't fallen to you. Forgive yourself for the moments of resentment, the flashes of anger. I had them too. When I'm gone, look at the world through both our eyes. Your eye for permanence, my eye for the fleeting moment. Both are true, both are necessary. When I'm gone, live fully. That's how you honour what we were. When I'm gone, remember that I was happiest when I was with you, and that is a gift no disease could take from me. All was yours, Callum. She closed the notebook, certain he would have approved of her ending. It was the last time she would speak in his voice, she knew. From now on, she would have to find her own words again. Spring came to Provence with its customary explosion of colour. The cherry trees near the museum erupted in pale pink blossoms that reminded Lena of the first time she'd seen Callum laugh. The markets filled with early strawberries, his favourite fruit, which he'd eaten by the handful during their summer travels. Emma returned to London in March, promising to visit often. He'd be proud of you, she told Lena before boarding her train. You haven't become a shrine keeper. Not externally, at least, Lena admitted. Inside, I'm still learning. We all are. In April, the museum unveiled the fully restored Clément collection. The centrepiece, the lover's painting that Callum had first commented on, now hung in a place of honour, illuminated by carefully designed lighting that revealed its complete story. 7 faces painted over one another, visible only through the advanced imaging techniques Lena had employed in her restoration work. At the opening reception, Lena found herself standing before it, champagne untouched in her hand, when a voice beside her asked, "Did they get their happy ending?" She turned to find a woman in her 60s who was studying the painting with genuine interest. "I don't think that was the point," Lena replied. "I think the point was that they found each other at all." The woman nodded thoughtfully. Like gravity, 2 bodies influencing each other's trajectories, even if only briefly. Exactly, Lena smiled, recognizing a kindred spirit. "Are you a physicist?" "Once," the woman said. "Now I teach art history in Paris. The universe has a strange sense of humour." Later that evening, as Lena walked home through the soft spring night, she felt a shift within herself, subtle but unmistakable. The weight she'd carried since January hadn't disappeared, but it had transformed, becoming less like a stone and more like a compass, a presence that oriented rather than burdened. At the apartment, she opened all the windows as Callum had always insisted on doing. The night air carried the scent of jasmine from the courtyard below. She picked up her sketchbook, neglected since his death, and began to draw, not with her usual precise technique, but with quick, impressionistic strokes. She drew from memory, Callum on the Barcelona beach, laughing into the wind. Callum in the Venice apartment, framed by morning light. Callum with his camera, capturing a world she had only begun to see through his eyes. When she finished, she wrote beneath the sketches, "The light continues." Summer returned to X with scorching brilliance. 1 year since their first meeting, Lena prepared for an exhibition of her own work. Not restored paintings this time, but her sketches and Callum's photographs, paired to tell the story of their journey across Europe. Emma had helped her select the images, and Callum's publisher had arranged the venue. The night before the opening, Lena returned to the Pont de Deux Eaux. The river below flowed on as it had for centuries, as it would for centuries more. She thought of Callum's words about bridges, about being neither here nor there. She was no longer on that bridge, she realised. She had crossed it. The woman who stood here now was not the Lena who had methodically brushed centuries of grime from old paintings, believing that preservation was the only defence against inevitable loss. Nor was she the woman who had raced across Europe, desperately trying to outrun time itself. She was someone new, forged in grief, tempered by love, carrying both the past and the present within her. As the summer twilight deepened around her, Lena whispered to the river below, to the star-scattered sky above, to the memory that lived within her. I kept my promise. Somewhere between the air and water, in the liminal space where science meets faith, she felt rather than heard his response. I never doubted you would. She remained on the bridge until full darkness fell, watching the lights of X reflect in the flowing water, constant yet ever-changing, like memory itself, like love itself, like the light that continues long after its source is gone. Camille Fournier's fingers were perpetually stained with ink. No amount of scrubbing could remove the stubborn marks that had become as much a part of her as her hazel eyes, or the unruly curl that always escaped her carefully pinned hair. The ink was her secret badge, hidden beneath gloves during the day while she tutored the Beaumont children in their opulent home near the Seine. At night, those same ink-stained fingers danced across pages by candlelight, weaving stories that no one but the mice in her modest Montmartre apartment had ever heard. "Camille, for heaven's sake, you've ruined another pair of gloves!" Madame Fournier's voice carried the weight of a woman who had buried a husband and most of her fortune in the same year. She stood in the doorway of their small apartment, holding the offending gloves between pinched fingers. "How do you expect to appear presentable to Henri when you look like a printer's apprentice?" Camille tucked her hands beneath the table. "I'm sure Henri cares more for my mind than my fingertips, maman." "A woman's mind is appreciated only after her appearance has opened the door," her mother replied with the practiced cadence of someone who had repeated the same lesson for years. "We cannot afford another pair. Do try to remember that your engagement is the only thing keeping this roof over our heads." As her mother retreated to prepare supper, Camille returned to the letter before her. Not her manuscript, but an invitation from Madame Beauchamp, the most influential literary salon hostess in Paris. It had arrived that morning, addressed to Mademoiselle Camille Fournier, whose observations on Balzac have intrigued our circle. One of the Beaumont children must have mentioned her. Camille had often discussed literature with them, forgetting herself in those moments, speaking with the passion she hid from proper society. Now the invitation sat before her like a key to a forbidden door. On the night of the salon, Camille wore her best dress, a deep blue that had belonged to her mother in better days, altered to fit current fashions as best they could manage. Her copper-tinged brown hair was pinned severely, as if to contain the unruly thoughts within. She tucked her perpetually stained fingers into white gloves that had been meticulously cleaned. "Remember," her mother said as Camille prepared to leave, "you're there to make connections that might benefit Henri's business, not to discuss your writing fancies." The Beauchamp residence on Boulevard Saint-Germain glowed with golden light, spilling warmth onto the cobblestones. Inside, cigarette smoke hung in lazy halos above the heads of Paris's intellectual elite. Poets with unkempt hair gestured wildly next to perfectly coiffed critics. Women in silk gowns leaned forward in their chairs, ignoring propriety to engage in heated debates about Zola's latest work. Camille stood at the periphery, clutching a glass of champagne she'd barely touched, wondering if she might dissolve into the patterned wallpaper. The conversations around her sparkled with wit and audacity that made her own thoughts seem dull by comparison. "Moreau," You've mistaken sentimentality for emotional truth." A corpulent man with a walrus moustache jabbed his finger at a slim figure partially obscured by the crowd. "Your latest work romanticizes love to the point of absurdity, and you, Belmont, have mistaken cynicism for intelligence." The responding voice was rich and melodious, carrying above the murmurs of the crowd. Love is not merely a biological impulse or social contract, as your essays suggest. It's the only force powerful enough to make us create beyond ourselves. The crowd parted slightly, and Camille caught her first glimpse of Julien Moreau. He was leaning against a bookshelf, one arm gesturing expressively, while the other held a cigarette. His dark hair fell in waves over his forehead, and his eyes, even from a distance, seemed to burn with an intensity that made her breath catch. "How convenient that you've built your reputation on writing about the very thing you treat so carelessly in life," Belmont sneered. "How many hearts have you broken this month alone, Moreau?" "I break no hearts that aren't willing to be broken," Julien replied, with a lazy smile that didn't reach his eyes. "At least I don't pretend that love can be dissected like a laboratory specimen." "You speak of love as if it were separate from duty," Belmont countered. "A childish fantasy that duty without love is slavery." The words escaped Camille's lips before she could catch them. Suddenly dozens of eyes turned toward her, including Julien's piercing gaze. A heartbeat of silence followed before Belmont huffed. "And who might you be, mademoiselle?" Camille's throat tightened, but something in Julien's curious expression gave her courage. "Someone who believes that duty can be meaningful when paired with love, but hollow without it, like a beautiful binding around empty pages." Julien's smile shifted, transforming from practiced charm to genuine intrigue. "Well said, though I suspect Monsieur Belmont prefers his books judged solely by their covers." He raised his glass to Camille, and she felt as though she had been singled out by a spotlight. Later, as guests flowed between rooms like tributaries of a social river, Camille found herself near an open window, grateful for the cool night air on her flushed cheeks. "You've caused quite a stir, mademoiselle," a voice spoke from behind her. "Fournier," she supplied, turning to find Julien Moreau standing closer than propriety allowed. "Camille Fournier. Julien Moreau." He bowed slightly. "Though I suspect you already knew that. Your reputation precedes you, Monsieur Moreau, as does yours, apparently. Madame Beauchamp tells me you're a writer." Heat rushed to Camille's face. "I merely dabble with words." "One doesn't merely dabble with words any more than one merely dabbles with fire." He studied her with unsettling directness. "What do you write, Mademoiselle Fournier, when no one is watching?" The question felt intimate, as if he'd asked what she dreamed about. "Stories," she admitted, "about people who live more boldly than I dare." "And why don't you dare?" His voice lowered, becoming almost a caress. Before she could answer, a lady in crimson silk approached, laying a possessive hand on Julien's arm. "Darling, you promised to introduce me to Daudet." "So I did." Julien's eyes remained on Camille for a moment longer. "We'll continue this conversation another time, Mademoiselle Fournier." As he walked away, Camille realised she'd been holding her breath. She also realised with a sinking feeling that her engagement ring, Henri's grandmother's modest diamond, had left an imprint on her gloved finger where she'd been unconsciously twisting it. That night, she wrote until dawn, filling pages with a fervour she hadn't felt in months. When she finally slept, she dreamed of ink that burned like fire. 3 days after the salon, Camille sat in the back room of Librairie Rosenthal, a bookshop in Le Marais where Monsieur Rosenthal allowed her to browse volumes most booksellers wouldn't show a young woman. She was lost in a collection of Baudelaire when a shadow fell across her page. I thought I might find you here." Julian Moreau stood before her, holding a leather-bound book. Gone was the immaculate evening attire, replaced by a slightly rumpled white shirt and vest. In daylight, she noticed the faint shadow beneath his cheekbones and the tiny scar that curved along his jaw. Camille closed her book. "How did you know where to find me?" "I asked Madame Beauchamp about the mysterious woman who silenced Belmont. She mentioned you tutor the Beaumont children, who apparently adore their teacher, who tells them stories of adventures and passion." His eyes crinkled at the corners. "Their words, not mine." Camille felt exposed, as if he'd opened a drawer containing her private thoughts. "You've been investigating me." "I've been curious." He dropped into the chair opposite hers, especially after finding this. He slid a manuscript across the table, her manuscript, the one she'd submitted to La Revue de Paris 6 months ago under the pseudonym C.F. Laurent. Her blood ran cold. "Where did you get that?" "From the slush pile at La Revue. I occasionally read submissions for them." His expression grew serious. "Your name is penciled on the inside cover. Your real name." Camille felt a flash of anger. "Come to mock me, the tutor who thinks she can write?" "Quite the opposite. I've come because your work is extraordinary." She blinked. She'd misheard. "Pardon?" "Your novel. It has flaws, certainly, but your voice," he leaned forward, eyes alight with genuine enthusiasm. "It cut through all those mediocre submissions like a siren's call. You understand something about longing that most writers spend lifetimes trying to capture." Camille's heart hammered against her ribs. No one had ever read her work before, let alone praised it. Then why was it rejected? Because Fontaine, the editor, is a fool who thinks women should write only about domestic matters. Julian's dismissive wave suggested he considered this the height of stupidity. He probably never read past the protagonist's contemplation of leaving her fiancé. She flinched at the parallel to her own situation. "I should go. My students will survive an afternoon without Latin declensions." He reached for her hand as she stood, but stopped short of touching her. "Meet me tomorrow. Let me help you revise it for submission elsewhere." "Why would you help me?" His expression softened. "Because talent like yours shouldn't remain hidden. And selfishly, because I want to read what you write next." Camille should have refused. She had responsibilities. To her mother, to Henri, to propriety itself. Instead, she heard herself say, "Tomorrow then, here at 4. That single tomorrow stretched into weeks of tomorrows. They met in bookshops, in quiet cafes, once in the Luxembourg Gardens when the spring rain paused long enough for them to sit on a damp bench, huddled over pages dotted with revisions. Julian was both a harsh critic and an ardent champion, challenging every cliché, celebrating every moment of brilliance. "Your protagonist apologizes too much," he noted one afternoon at Café Procope. "She's constantly sorry for existing." "Perhaps because women are taught to occupy as little space as possible," Camille replied, stirring her coffee. Julian looked up sharply. "Is that how you feel? That you should apologize for the space you occupy?" The directness of his gaze made her uncomfortable. "I simply meant, I know what you meant." He covered her hand with his, and this time he didn't pull away. "Your words deserve space, Camille. They deserve to expand until they fill rooms and minds and hearts." The warmth of his hand sent a current through her that she felt in every extremity. This was dangerous, far more dangerous than discussing revolutionary ideas or reading forbidden books. This was the kind of danger that could collapse the careful structure of her life. Yet she couldn't bring herself to end their meetings. With Julian, she felt awake for the first time. He argued with her, challenged her, made her defend positions she hadn't even realized she held. In his presence, her mind seemed to work faster, her thoughts flowing with a clarity she'd never experienced. One evening, as twilight wrapped Paris in indigo shadows, they walked along the Seine. Street lamps cast golden pools on the cobblestones, and the air smelled of rain and chestnuts. "You're quiet tonight," Julian observed, walking close enough that their shoulders occasionally brushed. "I had dinner with Henri yesterday," Camille admitted. "He's planning our future in Bordeaux, a house near his family's business, introductions to the right social circles," she trailed off, unable to convey the sensation of slowly drowning that had overcome her as Henri detailed their comfortable, predictable life. Julian was silent for several steps. "And is that what you want? Bordeaux, social circles, a life mapped out like a train schedule?" "It's a generous offer. Henri is kind, stable. That's not what I asked." Julian stopped walking, turning to face her. "What do you want, Camille? Not what you should want, or what would please your mother, or what makes practical sense. What makes your heart beat faster?" The intensity of his question left her breathless. They stood close enough that she could see the flecks of gold in his dark eyes, close enough to notice how his breath quickened to match her own. "I want—" The words lodged in her throat. Saying them aloud would make them real, impossible to take back. "I want to write stories that make people feel less alone. I want to walk the streets of cities I've only read about. I want to feel everything, even if it hurts." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "I want to stop being afraid." Julian's hand came up to brush a strand of hair from her face, his fingers lingering against her cheek. "What are you afraid of?" he asked, his voice rough at the edges. "This," she gestured between them. "What's happening between us? I'm engaged, Julian. To a man you speak of with all the passion one reserves for discussing the weather." His thumb traced the line of her jaw. "Tell me you feel nothing when we're together, and I'll walk away." Camille closed her eyes, trying to gather her resolve, but the warmth of his touch scattered her thoughts. "I can't," she whispered. When his lips met hers, it wasn't the gentle kiss of a suitor. It was hungry, almost desperate, as if he'd been starving for the taste of her. Camille's hands clutched the front of his coat, torn between pushing him away and pulling him closer. The kiss deepened, and the world around them, the river, the city, propriety itself, seemed to dissolve. A passing carriage splashed through a puddle nearby, breaking the spell. Camille stepped back, hand pressed to her mouth, eyes wide with the realization of what she'd done. "I have to go," she said, gathering her skirts and hurrying away before he could see the tears that threatened to spill down her cheeks. That night she sat at her desk but couldn't write. Instead, she stared at her manuscript, at the story of a woman torn between duty and desire, and wondered when she'd become her own character. The next morning, Camille received a letter from Henri's mother, describing the house they would occupy in Bordeaux, a respectable brick home with a garden where Camille could grow roses and entertain Henri's business associates. The letter included a sketch of the parlour where Madame Duval wrote, "You may keep a small writing desk for correspondence, though I caution that a merchant's wife has little time for such leisurely pursuits." Camille traced her finger over the sketch, trying to imagine herself in that parlour limited to writing thank you notes and dinner invitations. The thought felt like a hand around her throat. She avoided Julienne for a week, throwing herself into her tutoring and spending evenings with Henri, who interpreted her distraction as excitement about their future. He spoke of his father's shipping business, of contracts with vineyard owners, of the solid, predictable prosperity that awaited them. "You're a fortunate girl," her mother reminded her daily. "Many would envy your position." Camille nodded and smiled and twisted her engagement ring, wondering why fortune felt so much like a cage. On the 8th day, she found Julian waiting outside the Beaumont residence as she finished her lessons. "You're avoiding me," he said without preamble. He looked haggard, as if he hadn't slept well. "I've been to the bookshop, the cafe. I can't do this, Julienne." She walked quickly, forcing him to keep pace. "Whatever's happening between us, it has to stop." Just like that? His voice held more hurt than anger. We go back to being strangers? We were never anything else. The lie tasted bitter on her tongue. A few weeks of literary discussions don't constitute... Don't! He caught her arm, pulling her to a stop in the shadow of a chestnut tree. Don't diminish what we have. And what is that exactly? Camille demanded, frustration breaking through her composure. Stolen moments? Forbidden kisses? A scandal waiting to happen that would ruin my reputation and my mother's security? Julianne's expression hardened. Comes down to security, just like every other... Don't you dare judge me, she hissed. You, with your family fortune and literary connections, have never had to choose between passion and survival. Something flashed in his eyes. Pain, perhaps, or recognition. You think my life is without constraints? That I haven't paid for my so-called freedom? He ran a hand through his already dishevelled hair. My family fortune, as you call it, was cut off 3 years ago when I refused to join my father's law practice. Every franc I earn comes from my writing and editing. This revelation momentarily silenced her. She'd assumed, like everyone, that his bohemian lifestyle was underwritten by family wealth. I didn't know. You didn't ask. His voice softened. I'm not asking you to throw away security, Camille. I'm asking you not to throw away yourself. A carriage rattled by, spraying rainwater from a puddle. In the momentary space it created, Camille made a decision. I submitted my manuscript to Mercure de France, she said quietly. Under my own name, Julianne's expression transformed from confusion to delight. Camille, that's wonderful! If they accept it, perhaps I could find a way to support myself and my mother. She bit her lip, afraid to voice the hope taking root within her. But if they don't, then we try elsewhere. His hand found hers, squeezing gently. Your words deserve to be read, regardless of what happens between us. For the first time, Camille allowed herself to imagine a future governed by her own choices. Not easy, perhaps not secure, but hers. She let Julianne walk her to the omnibus, his presence beside her both terrifying and exhilarating. 2 days later, Henri arrived at her apartment with a jewellery box containing a strand of pearls, a gift from his mother. For you to wear at our engagement dinner next month, he explained, placing the cool beads around her neck. As he fastened the clasp, his hands lingering on her shoulders, Camille caught sight of their reflection in the small mirror above the mantel. Henri, solid and dependable, his sandy hair neatly combed, his expression one of satisfied ownership, and herself, pale and constrained, the pearls like a beautiful shackle around her throat. You've been distant lately, Henri remarked, turning her to face him. Mother says it's natural for a bride to have nerves, but I've assured her you're not the flighty type. Of course not, Camille murmured, wondering when she had become such an accomplished liar. Henri studied her face. There's something different about you, something I can't quite place, because I'm awakening, she thought, because I've tasted what it means to be fully alive. Aloud she said, I'm just tired. The Beaumont children are particularly energetic this spring. Henri nodded, accepting this explanation with the same unquestioning ease with which he accepted everything about her. He'd never asked about her writing, never wondered what she thought of Zola or Hugo, never suspected that beneath her agreeable exterior lay depths of passion and ambition. Was that her fault? Had she hidden herself so completely that even the man who claimed to love her had never actually seen her? The following afternoon a messenger delivered a letter from Mercure de France. Camille's hands trembled so violently that she tore the envelope opening it. Inside was a single page that began with regret. While your work shows promise, the subject matter is unsuitable for our publication. The moral ambiguity of your protagonist's choices, particularly regarding her betrayal of her fiancé, would send a troubling message to our readers. The rejection cut deeper than she'd anticipated. It wasn't just her work they'd dismissed, but her deepest truths, the complex, messy reality of a woman's heart divided. She found herself walking without direction, the rejection letter crumpled in her pocket, until she realised she'd arrived at Julian's building in the Latin Quarter. A light burned in his third-floor window. In that moment, standing on the rain-slicked street looking up at his window, Camille understood that she stood at a crossroads. To turn back meant safety, respectability, a life of quiet desperation. To go forward meant risk, uncertainty, but also the possibility of joy. With a deep breath, she entered the building and climbed the narrow stairs. Julian opened his door on the second knock, his expression shifting from irritation to surprise to concern as he registered Camille standing there, soaked from the spring rain she hadn't even noticed was falling. "They rejected it," she said without preamble, pushing past him into his apartment. It was a small space dominated by bookshelves and a desk buried under manuscripts and notebooks. A single bed occupied one corner, its sheets rumpled. Who rejected what? Julian closed the door, watching as she paced the worn carpet. Mercure de France. She pulled the crumpled letter from her pocket and thrust it at him. They called my protagonist morally ambiguous, said her choices would send a troubling message. Julian scanned the letter, his jaw tightening. Mercure has always been conservative. There are other publishers. It's not just about the rejection. Camille hugged herself, suddenly aware of the impropriety of being alone with him in his rooms. It's that they're right. I am betraying Henri. Every time I meet you, every time I imagine a different life, I'm betraying the man who's offered me nothing but stability and kindness. Julian set the letter on his desk. Is it betrayal to recognise that you want different things, that you've outgrown the future he offers? It's betrayal to kiss another man while wearing his ring, she countered, the memory of their kiss by the Seine still vivid enough to bring heat to her face. Then give him back his ring. Julian stepped closer, his voice low and intense. Tell him the truth, that you want more than the life he's offering. And then what? Camille challenged. I have no income of my own. My mother depends on me. Where would we live? How would we eat? On air and poetry. On my income. Until your writing sells. He reached for her hands, grasping them tightly. I have enough for a small apartment, for food. It wouldn't be the luxury Henri offers, but you're asking me to become dependent on you instead of him. She pulled her hands away. To trade one cage for another. Anger flashed in his eyes. Is that what you think this is? Another cage? Isn't it? You want me to leave everything familiar, to risk scandal and poverty, to gamble my future on feelings that might fade as quickly as they ignited. Our feelings aren't the problem, Camille. Your fear is... He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. You're so afraid of making the wrong choice that you'll accept a half-life instead of risking everything for a whole one. His words struck like physical blows. That's unfair. Is it? You've written a character brave enough to choose passion over security, yet you can't make that choice yourself. It's not the same. But even as she protested, Camille knew he'd identified the truth at the heart of her hesitation. Not duty or practicality, but terror of the unknown. Julian moved to the window, staring out at the rain. I never thought myself capable of the kind of love that endures, he said quietly. I've had affairs, yes. Passionate, consuming, but ultimately fleeting. Then I read your manuscript, and it was like finding pieces of my soul scattered across the pages. And when I met you... He turned back to her, his expression stripped of its usual confidence. You terrify me, Camille. The depth of what I feel for you terrifies me. But I'd rather live with that terror than pretend I can be satisfied with less. The raw honesty in his voice undid her. She crossed the room to him, closing the distance she'd been so careful to maintain. I'm afraid, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Afraid of wanting too much, of failing, of disappointing everyone who depends on me. And what about disappointing yourself? He cupped her face in his hands. 40 years from now, looking back on your life, which choice would you regret more? The question hung between them, impossible to evade. In his eyes, she saw not just desire, but a reflection of herself as she could be. Fierce, unapologetic, fully alive. When she kissed him this time, it wasn't with the startled confusion of their first embrace, but with deliberate choice. His arms encircled her, drawing her against him until she could feel the rapid beat of his heart matching her own. Later, much later, they lay tangled in his sheets, the rain still pattering against the windows. Julienne's fingers traced lazy patterns on her bare shoulder as she rested her head on his chest. "Tell me about the story you're writing next," he murmured into her hair. "I haven't decided yet." She traced the line of his collarbone, marvelling at the intimacy of this moment, at how right it felt despite everything that should have made it wrong. "Write about this," he suggested, "about finding courage, about choosing love despite the cost." Camille raised herself on one elbow to look at him. "You think anyone would publish such a scandalous tale?" His smile was tender. "I think people are hungry for truth, even when it's uncomfortable, especially then." In that moment, something clicked into place for Camille, a certainty that had eluded her until now. Whatever happened tomorrow, whatever obstacles they would face, this was where she belonged. Not in Henri's carefully planned future, but in the uncharted territory of a life shaped by her own desires. "I should go," she said reluctantly, aware of the lateness of the hour. "My mother will be worried." Julien nodded, though his arms tightened briefly around her. "What will you tell Henri?" The question sobered her. "The truth. That I can't marry him, that it wouldn't be fair to either of us." She sat up, gathering the sheets around her. "He deserves someone who loves him completely, not someone who's always looking over his shoulder at a different life." "And your mother?" Camille sighed. "That will be harder. She's sacrificed so much for my security." She twisted a strand of hair around her finger, a habit from childhood. "Perhaps I can find more tutoring positions, enough to support us both." "Or perhaps," Julien said, reaching for a folder on his nightstand, "this might help." He handed her a letter on Edition Gallimard letterhead. Camille's eyes widened as she read. "They want to publish my novel, but how?" "I sent it to them while you were avoiding me," he admitted. "André Gide is a friend. He recognized your talent immediately." Tears sprang to her eyes, not of sadness, but of overwhelming relief. "This changes everything." "It changes nothing," Julien corrected gently. "Your worth as a writer, as a woman, wasn't determined by this acceptance, but it does make the practical aspects easier." Dawn was breaking when Camille finally left Julien's apartment, the Gallimard letter tucked safely in her reticule. The streets of Paris were quiet except for the early merchants setting up their stalls and the street cleaners with their brooms. As she walked home, rehearsing the difficult conversations that lay ahead, Camille felt lighter than she had in years, as if she'd set down a burden she hadn't even realised she was carrying, the burden of living a life shaped by others' expectations rather than her own desires. Henri didn't shout when Camille returned his ring. He didn't plead or threaten. Instead, he looked at her with a mixture of hurt and resignation, as if he'd been expecting this all along. "It's him, isn't it?" he asked quietly. "That writer everyone whispers about, Moreau." Camille could have denied it, could have claimed she simply wasn't ready for marriage, but Henri deserved better than more lies. "Yes," she admitted, "but it's not just about him. It's about the life I want, the work I need to do." Henri nodded, turning the ring in his palm. "I always knew there was a part of you I couldn't reach. I thought perhaps after we were married, when you had the security of my name." He trailed off, then squared his shoulders. "I hope he makes you happy, Camille. I truly do." His dignity in the face of rejection made her guilt sharper. "You're a good man, Henri. You'll find someone who loves you as you deserve to be loved." "Perhaps," he pocketed the ring. "Or perhaps I'll become one of those confirmed bachelors who dotes on his nieces and nephews and never quite recovers from his first heartbreak." He attempted a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Rather romantic, don't you think?" After he left, Camille sat alone in the small parlour, wondering if she'd made an irreparable mistake. The silence of the apartment pressed in on her, broken only when her mother returned from the market. Madame Fournier took one look at her daughter's face and set down her basket. "What have you done?" Camille had prepared a careful explanation about the book deal, about financial independence, about following her heart, but in the face of her mother's dismay, the words scattered. "I can't marry Henri," she said simply. "I've returned his ring." Her mother sank into a chair, one hand pressed to her heart. "Have you lost your mind? What will become of us?" Wordlessly, Camille handed her the letter from Gallimard. Her mother's hands shook as she read it, her expression shifting from despair to confusion. "A novel? You've written a novel?" She looked up at Camille as if seeing her for the first time. "When? How?" "At night, mostly, after you went to bed." Camille knelt beside her mother's chair. "Maman, I know this isn't the future you imagined for me, but it's the one I need to pursue. The advance alone will support us for a year, and if it sells well, if..." Her mother clutched the letter. "Our future balanced on an if. And what about this Moreau person? The neighbours have been whispering about you two for weeks." Camille hadn't expected that. "What have they been saying?" "That you've been seen with him in cafes, walking by the river. That he looks at you the way a man shouldn't look at a respectable engaged woman." Her mother's gaze was sharp. "Is he the reason you've thrown away your security?" "He's part of it," Camille acknowledged. "But the larger part is that I can't live the life Henri offered, not and remain true to myself." Madame Fournier's laugh was brittle. "Truth to oneself is a luxury, Camille. One I had hoped you'd never have to learn." The week that followed was one of strained silences and careful negotiations. Camille increased her tutoring hours, brought home the advance check from Gallimard, and began the revisions her editor requested. Her mother moved through the apartment like a ghost, grieving the future she'd counted on. Julien kept his distance, understanding that Camille needed time to rebuild her relationship with her mother. He sent notes, sometimes just a line of poetry, sometimes pages of encouragement about her revisions, but did not intrude upon her fragile new reality. Then came the morning when Camille found her mother at the kitchen table, surrounded by old letters and photographs. Her father's pocket watch lay open beside them. "He believed in impossible things too," Madame Fournier said, without looking up. "Your father, he was going to write the great French novel, change the literary landscape forever." She touched the watch gently. "When he died, all he left were fragments and debts." Camille sat across from her mother. "I didn't know that about Papa. Why would you? I wanted to protect you from the pain of shattered dreams." Her mother's eyes softened with memories. "He had such talent, such vision. But talent isn't always enough in this world. Is that why you pushed me towards security? Why you never encouraged my writing? I saw too much of him in you, the same fire, the same stubbornness." Madame Fournier reached across the table to touch Camille's ink-stained fingers. "I was afraid for you, afraid you'd suffer as he did, as I did watching him." For the first time, Camille saw her mother not as an obstacle to her dreams, but as a woman who had loved and lost and feared losing again. "I might fail," she admitted. "My book might disappear without a trace. But I have to try, Maman. I have to know." Her mother was quiet for a long moment. "Your father would be proud of you," she said finally. He always said the world needed more honest words, even when they're painful to hear. She squeezed Camille's hand. I've been reading your manuscript. You left it open on your desk. Camille's breath caught. And? It's beautiful, disturbing in parts, but true. She straightened, some of her former composure returning. If this Moreau character hurts you, I shall have to poison his coffee. The unexpected jest startled a laugh from Camille. I believe you would. Of course I would. I'm still your mother. She began gathering the letters, returning them to their box. Now, tell me about this editor of yours. Is he paying you what you're worth? It wasn't complete acceptance, but it was a beginning. 2 weeks later, Julien invited Camille to see his latest play at Théâtre du Châtelet. She arrived with her mother, who insisted on accompanying her, partly as chaperone, partly out of curiosity about the man who had upended their lives. The theatre hummed with anticipation. Julien's previous play had scandalised and delighted Paris in equal measure, and expectations for this new work were high. As the lights dimmed, Camille felt a flutter of nerves. She had read drafts of the play during their collaboration, but hadn't seen the final version. From the first scene she recognised elements of their story. A young woman trapped between duty and desire, a writer who challenges her to reach for more than security. But as the play progressed, it diverged from reality. The protagonist, faced with the choice between safety and passion, chose safety. She married her stolid fiancé, abandoned her writing, and years later encountered her former love, now a celebrated author whose work she secretly read and wept over. In the final scene, the woman, now middle-aged and hollow-eyed, stood at the edge of the Seine, holding her unpublished manuscripts. As she cast the pages into the water, watching her words dissolve, the audience grew utterly silent. The actress's voice carried through the hushed theatre. Some choices cannot be undone. Some rivers carry us to shores from which we can never return. As the curtain fell, the silence held for 3 heartbeats before the theatre erupted in thunderous applause. Camille sat frozen, tears streaming down her face, struck by the vision of what could have been her fate. Her mother leaned close. "It seems your Monsieur Moreau understands the stakes," she murmured. "Perhaps he's more serious than his reputation suggests." Backstage was chaos. Admirers pressed forward with congratulations. Critics scribbled notes. Actors still in costume embraced one another. Julien stood at the centre of it all, accepting praise with the practised charm that had once seemed so superficial to Camille, but which she now recognised as a necessary armour. When he saw her, he broke away from the crowd, crossing to where she stood with her mother. "Mademoiselle Fournier," he bowed, unexpectedly formal. "Madame Fournier, I'm honoured you could attend." "A most provocative piece, Monsieur Moreau," Madame Fournier replied, studying him with undisguised scrutiny, "though I found the ending unnecessarily tragic." "As did I," Julien agreed, his eyes on Camille. "But sometimes we need to see the darker path to appreciate the courage it takes to choose a different one." Madame Fournier's gaze shifted between them. After a moment she sighed. "I shall go speak with Madame Thibault. I believe I recognised her in the 3rd row." She fixed Julien with a stern look. "You have 15 minutes, monsieur. We still maintain some proprieties in this family." When she had gone, Julien took Camille's hands. "You're crying." "Your play. It was a warning, wasn't it? About what might happen if I chose safety over truth." "It was a fear," he corrected gently. "My fear. That you might look back someday and regret the path not taken." "I won't," she promised. "The day I returned Henri's ring, I chose my path. Whatever comes, success or failure, together or apart, I won't regret choosing to live fully." He pulled her closer, public opinion be damned. "I've had a letter from London. A publisher there wants to translate your novel once it's released here." "London? Camille's eyes widened. "But I've never been to England." "We could go," he suggested, a new eagerness in his voice. "After your book launches, London, then perhaps Italy. You could write about cities you've never seen before, and I..." He hesitated. "I could write about a love that doesn't end in tragedy." The promise in those words, of a shared future, of adventures yet to come, filled Camille with a joy so acute it was almost painful. "I'd like that," she whispered. "All of it." 6 months later. The bookshop on Rue de Rivoli was crowded with people clutching copies of Libéré by Camille Fournier. Her photograph graced the back cover, not the demure portrait her publisher had initially suggested, but one taken by Julien in his apartment, her hair loose around her shoulders, her expression fearless and direct. Camille sat at a small table, signing books and answering questions, while her mother handed out glasses of champagne with unexpected enthusiasm. In the corner, Julien watched with quiet pride, content to remain in the background of her moment. When the crowd thinned, a young woman approached, clutching the book so tightly her knuckles were white. "Mademoiselle Fournier," she began hesitantly, "your novel, the way you write about choices, about defying expectations." She glanced nervously at an older woman, her mother perhaps, hovering nearby. "Gave me courage to show my own writing to someone." Camille's heart swelled. This was why she had written, why she had risked everything for this moment, for this connection across the gulf of experience. "May I give you some advice?" she asked the girl. "Please, write the story that scares you the most," Camille said, echoing words Julien had once spoken to her. "That's the one worth telling." Later that night, in their small but comfortable apartment overlooking a courtyard filled with chestnut trees, Camille sat at her desk, a blank page before her. Julien moved behind her, placing a cup of tea at her elbow before pressing a kiss to the top of her head. "Beginning the next one already?" he asked, nodding toward the page. "Just making notes." She leaned back against him. "Ideas for a story about a young woman who finds her voice and a man who learns that loving doesn't have to mean losing himself." "Sounds familiar," he teased, his hand coming to rest on her shoulder. "Though I hope this one ends happily." Camille turned in her chair to look up at him. Does such a thing exist? A truly happy ending? "Perhaps not an ending," he conceded, "but a happy continuation that I believe in." As he spoke, Camille dipped her pen in ink, the familiar stain of possibility marking her fingers, and began to write. Not an ending, but a continuation of a story still unfolding, a love written in ink that would never fade, the end. Sienna Marchesi never stayed in one place long enough for dust to settle on her camera lenses. At 32, she had photographed monsoon rains in Mumbai, northern lights in Iceland, and dawn breaking over Machu Picchu. What she hadn't captured was a reason to stay anywhere. "Perfect, just perfect," she murmured, adjusting her aperture as golden light bathed the Napa Valley vineyard. September in wine country meant harvest season, when the vines hung heavy with fruit and the air smelled of soil and possibility. She'd been hired to document the vineyard's transition through seasons for their new marketing campaign. 3 days into the assignment, she already knew these would be portfolio-worthy shots. The way sunlight filtered through the leaves created natural spotlights on the purple-black Grenache grapes. As Sienna crouched between rows of vines, a movement caught her eye through the viewfinder. A tall figure stood at the end of the row, silhouetted against the sunset. Without thinking, she adjusted her focus and clicked. The man turned at the sound, catching her in the act. "Did you just take my picture?" His voice carried an edge of surprise rather than annoyance. Sienna lowered her camera. "Professional hazard. Sorry about that." She wasn't actually sorry. The shot was magnificent, his profile carved in amber light. He approached with measured steps, dressed in a tailored suit that seemed at odds with the rustic surroundings. "I'd appreciate if you deleted it. I'm here for a private event." "The Townsend wedding rehearsal." Sienna stood, brushing soil from her knees. "They know I'm here. I'm doing the vineyard's seasonal portfolio." He stopped a few feet away. Close up, she noticed how the golden hour softened what might otherwise be a stern face. Strong jawline, straight nose, eyes the colour of roast coffee beans. Daniel Carter. He extended his hand with a precision that suggested he measured each movement. Sienna Marchesi. Her hand met his, warm and calloused from years of gripping camera equipment. "Want to see how you look through my lens?" Reluctance crossed his features, but curiosity won. He nodded. Sienna pulled up the image on her camera's display. In the photo, Daniel stood with one hand in his pocket, face turned slightly toward the setting sun. The light transformed his serious expression into something wistful, almost yearning. "That's not how I see myself," he said, voice softer. "That's why we need photographers," Sienna replied. "We capture what you can't see in the mirror." A small group called from the terrace above the vineyard. "Dan, we're starting the toast." "That's my cue." He lingered a moment longer than necessary. "Are you staying for the evening tasting? The vineyard opens it to everyone on the property." Sienna hadn't planned to, but something about the way the light caught in his eyes made her reconsider. "I might. I've been told I should experience what I'm photographing. Then maybe I'll see you there." He turned to leave, then paused. "And you can keep the photo." The evening tasting was held in the vineyard's stone cellar, where hanging lights cast a warm glow over oak barrels and glasses of ruby liquid. Sienna arrived just as the sommelier began explaining the blind tasting process. "Each numbered glass contains one of our award-winning wines. Your challenge is to identify them using only your senses." Sienna found herself at a table with strangers, including Daniel, who had loosened his tie and rolled up his sleeves. The formal facade had cracked slightly, revealing something more approachable underneath. "Not a wine connoisseur?" he asked, when she sniffed a glass with theatrical exaggeration. "I know what I like when I taste it," she replied. "But my expertise stops at red and white and occasionally bubbly." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "Systematic approach works better. First colour, then aroma, then... Where's the spontaneity in that?" She cut him off, reaching for glass number 3 without looking at her tasting notes. "Sometimes you have to trust your instincts." They reached for the same glass simultaneously. Their fingers brushed, then lingered. In the split second before they both pulled away, something electric passed between them. "Your systematic approach is making you predictable," she teased, covering the moment with humour. "And your spontaneity is making you reach for a Merlot when you clearly preferred the Cabernet." Sienna raised an eyebrow. "You've been watching what I drink?" "I notice details," he said simply. "Occupational necessity." "And what occupation requires such attention?" "Architecture." He took a deliberate sip from his glass. "I design spaces for people to inhabit. Getting the details wrong means creating a beautiful space no one wants to live in. So you build permanent structures, and I capture fleeting moments," Sienna mused. "We couldn't be more different." Something unreadable crossed his face. Perhaps that's what makes this conversation interesting. As the evening progressed, they drifted away from the group, finding a quiet corner where vineyard maps hung on stone walls. Sienna learned that Daniel's firm was based in San Francisco, that he'd known the groom since college, that he lived alone in a converted industrial loft he'd designed himself. In turn, she told him about growing up in a family of academics who couldn't understand her need to wander, about the time she'd been stranded on a Greek island during a ferry strike, about the photo that had launched her career, a simple shot of her grandmother's hands kneading bread. "So what brings a wandering spirit to Napa?" he asked as they shared a final glass of wine. "Seems too settled for someone like you." "A job's a job," she answered automatically, then reconsidered. "But honestly, I needed to slow down. I've been chasing light across continents for a decade. Sometimes you need to sit still and let the light find you." Daniel's eyes held hers. "And has it found you?" The question felt weighted with meaning she wasn't ready to examine. Sienna glanced at her watch. "It's late. I should go. Early shoot tomorrow." He walked her to her rental car, their steps synchronized on the gravel path. "Will you be at the wedding tomorrow?" he asked. Sienna shook her head. "I'll be shooting the East Vineyard at dawn, then heading back to San Francisco. The golden hour waits for no photographer." They reached her car, and an awkward moment followed. The universal uncertainty of endings between people who feel a connection, but lack context for it. "It was nice meeting you, Daniel Carter." "Likewise, Sienna Marchese." She drove away, watching his figure grow smaller in the rearview mirror, certain their brief intersection was complete. By morning, he would return to his structured world of straight lines and permanent foundations, while she would chase the next perfect frame of light. Neither of them could have predicted the crooked path fate had already begun drawing between them. 3 weeks later, Sienna stood in the empty canvas gallery in San Francisco's art district, directing the hanging of her latest exhibition, Transience, a collection of moments captured in golden hour light around the world. Among them, a vineyard in Napa Valley, though she'd carefully excluded any photos featuring a certain architect. "The lighting needs to be warmer on the vineyard series," she instructed the gallery assistant. "They were shot during golden hour. I need viewers to feel that warmth." "The architects handling our renovation suggested cooler tones for this wall," the assistant replied. "Something about complementing the structural elements," Sienna frowned. "Well, the architects aren't the artists. The work determines the lighting, not the... Actually, the architects considered the interplay between art and environment quite carefully." The voice behind her was familiar enough to raise goosebumps on her arms. Sienna turned slowly, already knowing who she'd find. Daniel Carter stood in the gallery doorway, portfolio in hand, looking as structured as she remembered. Charcoal suit, crisp white shirt, expression suggesting he'd already calculated every angle in the room. "You're the renovation architect," she stated rather than asked. "Lead on the project, yes," no surprise showed on his face. "Small world." "Or cosmic joke," Sienna muttered, then louder. "The lighting stays warm on the vineyard series." A slight inclination of his head acknowledged her authority over her own work, though something in his eyes suggested the conversation wasn't over. The gallery assistant looked between them, sensing the tension. "I'll adjust the track lighting," she said, quickly retreating. Left alone, Sienna crossed her arms. "Did you know I'd be exhibiting here?" "Your name wasn't on the project brief." Daniel set his portfolio on a nearby bench. "Though I admit to being less surprised than you are." "Why's that?" "The universe has patterns. You notice them in architecture. Repeated motifs, golden ratios. People reappear in your life for reasons." Sienna nearly laughed. "That sounds suspiciously like fate for someone so structured." "I said patterns, not fate." A ghost of a smile touched his lips. "When are you leaving San Francisco?" Well, the question caught her off guard. "What makes you think I'm leaving?" "You said it yourself. You chase light across continents. San Francisco is just another stop." Something about his certainty irritated her. "Actually, I've taken a 6-month residency with the gallery, teaching master classes, curating, exhibiting my work." Now she had surprised him. The barely perceptible widening of his eyes gave him away. 6 months in one place? He questioned. "That's practically settling down for someone like you." "Someone like me," she echoed, voice cooling. "You've spent all of 3 hours with me, Daniel. You don't know what kind of someone I am." He inclined his head, acknowledging the rebuke. Fair enough. Perhaps we could remedy that. Remedy what? The limited hours. He maintained steady eye contact. Dinner tonight? There's an excellent restaurant near my office. I don't do reservations and white tablecloths, she interrupted. Daniel considered this. Then what do you do? I follow what looks interesting. No plans, no reservations. Something shifted in his expression, a challenge accepted. All right, no plans. Meet me at the gallery entrance at 7. Sienna almost refused on principle, but curiosity won out. Fine, 7 o'clock, but I'm not dressing up. I wouldn't expect you to change who you are, he replied, gathering his portfolio. The lighting stays warm on the Vineyard series. I'll make the adjustments in our plans. He left with measured steps, and Sienna turned back to her photographs, wondering what patterns the universe was weaving around them. At precisely 7, Daniel waited outside the gallery. He'd changed from his work suit to dark jeans and a charcoal sweater, still impeccable but less formal. Sienna arrived at 7:12, unchanged from earlier except for a vintage leather jacket thrown over her outfit. So, where's this excellent restaurant? She asked instead of greeting him. I cancelled the reservation, he replied. Tonight we follow whatever looks interesting, your rules. Surprise registered on her face. You're willing to wander aimlessly through San Francisco? I wouldn't say aimlessly. I never go anywhere without knowing where I am. Sienna smiled, a real one this time. That's not wandering, Daniel. That's just walking with extra steps. She grabbed his hand suddenly, pulling him toward the street. Come on. First rule of wandering, move quickly when the light turns green. They spent the evening in a way Daniel had never experienced his own city. Sienna led them down alleys decorated with vivid murals, through a farmer's market closing for the evening, where they collected bread, cheese and fruit from vendors packing up, and finally to a hidden courtyard where street musicians played for scattered audiences. This is dinner? Daniel asked as they spread their market finds on a stone bench. No, Sienna corrected, breaking off a piece of sourdough. This is an experience that happens to include food. As they ate, Daniel found himself relaxing into the unplanned moment. The music, the cooling night air, the way Sienna's face animated when she talked about her work. It all created a scene he couldn't have designed, but somehow felt perfectly constructed. You really never do this? Sienna asked, popping a grape into her mouth. Just exist without a schedule. Daniel considered the question seriously. My work requires precision. People live and work in the spaces I create. If I miscalculate a support beam by even a few inches, I'm not talking about your work, she interrupted gently. I'm talking about your life. The distinction unsettled him. They're intertwined. They don't have to be. Sienna leaned back, studying him. What did little Daniel want to be before adults taught him to be responsible? The question transported him to a memory he rarely revisited. I wanted to build tree houses, he admitted, elaborate ones with rope bridges and secret rooms. I filled sketchbooks with them. What happened to those sketchbooks? My father explained that architecture was about buildings that lasted, not tree houses that rotted away. Sienna's expression softened. Some things aren't meant to last forever, Daniel. That doesn't make them less valuable. The statement hung between them, loaded with meaning beyond childhood dreams. As the evening ended, they walked along the Embarcadero, the Bay Bridge illuminated against the night sky. Their conversation had evolved from playful banter to deeper waters, her fear of losing her edge if she stayed in one place too long, his admission that his ordered life sometimes felt like a cage he'd built himself. I should get home, Sienna said as they reached the ferry building. Early gallery meeting tomorrow. Daniel nodded, suddenly reluctant for the evening to end. I'll walk you to your car. I took the BART. Then I'll drive you home. Sienna smiled. Trying to plan the unplannable, architect. Before he could respond, she rose on her toes and kissed his cheek, a fleeting touch that somehow felt more intimate than it should have. "Thank you for cancelling your reservation," she said softly. "Good night, Daniel." She walked away, leaving him standing alone with the sensation of her lips still warm on his skin and the unsettling feeling that something in his carefully constructed world had just shifted on its foundation. Over the following weeks, Sienna and Daniel's lives intersected in ways neither had anticipated. His firm's work on the gallery renovation meant regular site visits. Her residency meant she couldn't simply disappear when emotions grew complicated. They established an unspoken routine. He would arrive for project meetings. She would pretend not to notice until he found a reason to approach her. They would exchange barbed banter that thinly veiled a growing attraction, then part ways until circumstance brought them together again. On a foggy Tuesday morning, Daniel arrived at the gallery to find Sienna alone, reorganising her exhibition. "The contractors aren't here yet," she said without looking up from her task. "I know, I'm early." He set down his briefcase. "Need help?" Sienna glanced at him, noting his immaculate suit. "You'll get dusty." "I have other suits." The simple statement, so at odds with his careful nature, made her pause. "Well, if you insist. Hold this level while I adjust the frame." They worked in companionable silence, her artistic eye complementing his technical precision. When the last photograph hung perfectly, they stepped back to admire their work. "Why'd you rearrange them?" Daniel asked. The narrative wasn't flowing right. A collection tells a story. The order matters. Daniel studied the photographs. What story are these telling? Sienna hesitated, suddenly vulnerable. That beauty exists in impermanence, that something doesn't need to last forever to matter. Their eyes met, and the subtext hung heavy between them. "Have dinner with me again," Daniel Simple said, breaking the moment. "Somewhere real this time." "Define real." "My place. I'll cook." Sienna raised an eyebrow. "You cook?" "Architecture is just chemistry and physics with aesthetic considerations. So is cooking." She laughed, the sound echoing in the empty gallery. "All right, architect, show me your chemistry and physics." That evening, Sienna arrived at Daniel's loft in the renovated warehouse district. The space was exactly as she'd imagined. Minimalist but warm, with exposed brick, steel beams and large windows overlooking the city. What surprised her were the photographs hanging on his walls. Black and white landscapes, architectural details from around the world, all perfectly composed. "These are good," she said, examining them closely. "Who's the photographer?" "I am." Daniel handed her a glass of wine. "Another hobby my father thought impractical." Sienna turned to him, re-evaluating everything she thought she knew about Daniel Carter. "You're full of surprises." "I prefer to think I'm more complex than my suit suggests." Dinner was simple but perfect. Handmade pasta with heirloom tomatoes, fresh herbs from his rooftop garden, bread still warm from the oven. They ate at his balcony table as lights blinked on across the city and fog rolled in from the bay. "Why architecture?" Sienna asked as they finished the wine. "If you love photography too?" Daniel considered his answer carefully. "I believe in creating spaces that last. Photography captures what's already disappearing. I wanted to build what remains." "There's nobility in capturing the fleeting," Sienna countered, "in reminding people to appreciate what won't endure." "Is that why you never stay in one place? Because you don't believe anything endures?" The question hit a nerve Sienna hadn't known was exposed. "I stay in motion because that's where I find truth. The moment you settle, you start building illusions of permanence." "And what's wrong with permanence?" Daniel's voice remained gentle despite the challenge in his words. "Nothing, if it's honest. But most permanence is a comforting lie we tell ourselves." Daniel set down his glass. "Is that what you think I'm doing? Lying to myself? I think you've built a life around the idea that control equals safety. that if you design everything perfectly, nothing can hurt you. His expression tightened. And you're different? Always ready to leave before anything gets too real? The accuracy of his observation stung. Sienna stood suddenly needing space. Maybe this was a mistake. The dinner or the conversation? Both. Neither. She ran a hand through her hair in frustration. I don't know how to do this, Daniel. Do what? This. Whatever's happening between us, it doesn't fit any pattern I recognize. Daniel rose, moving closer but not touching him. Maybe that's the point. Maybe we're building something new. The word building hung between them. His verb, not hers. Sienna fought the urge to run. I have an assignment, she said abruptly. 3 days in Big Sur shooting coastal landscapes for a conservation magazine. Daniel absorbed this information, his face unreadable. When do you leave? Tomorrow morning. He nodded once, processing. Then, surprising her, he asked, Do you want come? The question was so unexpected that Sienna could only stare. You want to come to Big Sur? What about work? I have accumulated vacation days, 3 years' worth according to my assistant. You'd take unplanned time off just like that? A smile touched his lips. Not just like that. For you. The simple honesty of his statement disarmed her completely. This man who measured twice and cut once, who calculated load-bearing capacities and stress tolerances, was offering to step into her unpredictable world without blueprints. It won't be luxury accommodations, she warned. I booked a cabin, 1 bedroom. His eyes held hers steadily. I'm not concerned about the accommodations. The weight of what they weren't saying filled the space between them. Sienna took a deep breath. Pack light. We leave at dawn. The drive down the coast the next morning was a study in contrasts. Sienna drove with the windows down, music loud, changing stations whenever a song bored her. Daniel sat beside her, jacket folded neatly on the back seat, gradually surrendering to the chaos of her road trip style. The cabin perched on a cliff overlooking the Pacific was rustic but charming, all weathered wood and panoramic views. While Sienna immediately unpacked her camera equipment, Daniel explored the space, his architect's eye noting the clever use of natural light, the way the structure seemed to grow from the landscape rather than impose upon it. It's beautiful, he admitted, joining her on the deck where she was already photographing the sunset, though the support beams in the main room show concerning wear. Sienna lowered her camera to look at him. Always the architect. Some habits are hard to break. And some shouldn't be broken, she conceded. Your attention to detail is part of who you are. He moved closer, carefully not touching her equipment. And your ability to find beauty in chaos is part of who you are. The setting sun bathed them in golden light as they stood side by side, watching waves crash against the cliffs below. Something had shifted between them, a mutual recognition that their differences weren't flaws but facets of a complex whole. That night, after a simple dinner, they sat before the fireplace sharing stories that had shaped them. Her parents' academic disappointment when she chose art school over university, his mother's death when he was 12, which had taught him the fragility of life and his father's response to control what could be controlled. Is that why you need everything in its place? Sienna asked softly. Because you learned early that chaos brings pain. Daniel stared into the fire. Perhaps I simply find beauty in order, the way you find it in spontaneity. They're not mutually exclusive, she mused. Order and chaos, structure and freedom. No, he agreed, finally meeting her eyes. They're not. The moment stretched between them, taut with possibility. When he finally leaned forward to kiss her, it felt inevitable, like gravity, like tide pulled by moon, like all the forces of nature they'd both spent their lives documenting and designing around. Later, as moonlight filtered through the cabin windows, Sienna traced the line of Daniel's shoulder with her fingertip. "What are we doing?" she whispered. He caught her hand, bringing it to his lips. "I don't know, but I'm not sorry." "Neither am I." She nestled closer. "But I leave for Tokyo in 3 months. The Iwata Gallery wants an exhibition." Daniel was quiet for a long moment. 3 months is a lifetime in the right company. The statement was so unlike him, so unburdened by plans and calculations, that Sienna felt something crack open inside her chest. "Who are you, Daniel Carter?" He smiled in the darkness, someone who's learning that foundations can be strong without being rigid. The following weeks unfolded like a dream sequence. Daniel's ordered world blending with Sienna's spontaneity to create something neither had experienced before. She taught him to shoot in manual mode with her spare camera. He showed her structural sketches of buildings that had never been built. They spent weekends exploring hidden corners of Northern California and weeknights at gallery events or quiet dinners in his loft. For the first time in her adult life, Sienna found herself thinking of a place as home, not because of its geography, but because of the person who waited for her there. And Daniel, who had measured his life in completed projects and 5-year plans, discovered the exhilaration of unplanned days that somehow never felt wasted. But as autumn deepened toward winter, reality began its inevitable intrusion. "The Tokyo exhibition is confirmed for February," Sienna told him one evening, as they sat on his rooftop garden. 3 months, starting with the installation in January. Daniel continued watering his herbs, face carefully neutral. 3 months is manageable. I have a conference in Osaka in March. We could meet there." The practical response should have comforted her. Instead, it raised a question Sienna had been avoiding. What happened when the conference ended, when the exhibition closed? Were they planning a life of airport reunions and video calls across time zones? "Daniel," she waited until he looked at her. "What are we doing?" He set down the watering can. "Building something day by day. But what happens when the building is complete?" A shadow crossed his face. "Is that how you see us? With an expiration date?" "Everything has an expiration date. That's reality." "That's fear talking," Daniel countered, his voice gentle but firm. "Not reality." Sienna stood, suddenly restless. "My career requires mobility. Yours requires stability. Those aren't compatible long term." "They could be with compromise." The word hung between them, loaded with implications neither was ready to articulate. Before they could continue, Daniel's phone rang, his assistant calling about an emergency at a project site. The conversation was postponed, but the questions remained, settling into the spaces between them like dust on unused furniture. 2 days later, as Sienna was reviewing prints for her Tokyo exhibition, her gallery liaison approached with an envelope. "Special delivery," the woman said, handing it to Sienna, "from Emerson Wade." Sienna's hands froze on the envelope. Emerson Wade was the editor of Geographic Eye, the world's most prestigious documentary photography magazine. She opened it with trembling fingers. Inside was a letter offering her a position as their global features photographer, a dream assignment that would take her to conflict zones, environmental crisis points, and cultural revolutions around the world. A 2-year contract, starting in 1 month. When Daniel arrived at her apartment that evening, he found her surrounded by old portfolios and tear sheets, a half-packed suitcase open on the floor. "What's happening?" he asked, taking in the scene. Wordlessly, Sienna handed him the letter. He read it carefully, his expression unchanging. 2 years, he finally said, returning the letter. "Congratulations, this is what you've worked for." "Yes." Her voice sounded hollow even to her own ears. "When would you leave?" December 15th. Training in New York, then straight to Venezuela for the first assignment. Daniel nodded once, processing. That's 3 weeks from now. Yes. He looked around at the partially dismantled apartment, understanding dawning in his eyes. You've already decided to take it. It wasn't a question, but Sienna answered anyway. It's geographic eye, Daniel. It's everything I've worked towards since I picked up a camera. I understand. His voice was steady, but something had gone still in his face. What can I do to help? The question undid her completely. Not argument, not emotional appeal, just simple support, even as she prepared to leave him behind. Daniel, she moved toward him, but he took a small step back. I think we both need time to process this. His architect's mask was firmly in place now. I have meetings tomorrow. Can we talk the day after? Sienna nodded, fighting the urge to bridge the physical distance between them. Of course. He left without touching her, his footsteps measured and even on the stairs. Sienna sat among the scattered evidence of her nomadic life, feeling for the first time that the freedom she'd cultivated might actually be another kind of cage. Daniel didn't call the next day or the day after. When Sienna finally reached him at his office, his assistant informed her that he'd flown to Chicago for an emergency client meeting. The pattern repeated for a week. Brief, polite texts explaining his unavailability, always with legitimate reasons that nonetheless formed an impenetrable barrier. 10 days after she'd received the letter, with her departure date looming, Sienna made a decision. She took a taxi to his loft, used the key he'd given her months earlier, and waited. It was past midnight when Daniel finally returned home, looking exhausted. He stopped short at the sight of her sitting on his couch. Sienna, her name sounded rough in his throat. I didn't know you were coming. Clearly, she stood studying the man who'd somehow become essential to her. You've been avoiding me. I've been working. The defense sounded weak even to his ears. You've been hiding, she corrected gently, and I understand why. Daniel set down his briefcase, removing his jacket with careful movements. Do you? You're protecting yourself, building walls before I can leave you. He looked at her then, really looked at her, his composure finally cracking. What would you have me do, Sienna? Beg you to stay? Ask you to choose between me and the career you've worked toward your entire adult life? No, she said quietly. I'd never ask you to give up architecture for me. I wouldn't expect you to ask me to give up photography for you. Then we've reached an impasse. Have we? Sienna moved closer. Or have we just failed to imagine an alternative design? Something flickered in his eyes. Hope, perhaps, or at least willingness to listen. I'm taking the geographic eye position, she continued. It's 2 years, and yes, I'll be travelling constantly, but that doesn't mean we have to end. Daniel's laugh held no humour. Long distance for 2 years, with your schedule, mine. It won't be easy, she admitted, but nothing worthwhile ever is. And after the 2 years, what then? Another assignment in another part of the world? The question hit the heart of their dilemma, not just the immediate separation, but the fundamental difference in how they viewed life. Home for him was a physical place with foundations. For her, it had always been wherever her camera led. Until now. I don't know what happens after 2 years, Sienna admitted. But I know that for the first time in my life I'm scared of leaving somewhere. Someone! She reached for his hand, relieved when he didn't pull away. I'm not asking you to wait for me, Daniel. I'm asking if we can find out what this is without sacrificing who we are. Daniel looked down at their joined hands, the architect in him calculating structural integrity, stress points, the mathematics of a relationship stretched across continents. I need time to think, he finally said. Not to avoid you, but to actually think this through. Sienna nodded, releasing his hand. I understand. I'll be at the gallery tomorrow, finalising shipments for Tokyo. She moved toward the door, then turned back. For what it's worth, I never expected you. You weren't in any plan I made. Nor you in mine, Daniel replied softly. Perhaps that's why this matters so much. December arrived with unrelenting rain, turning San Francisco's hills into glistening rivers and the sky into a uniform grey that made Sienna's photographer's heart ache for contrast. 5 days before her scheduled departure for New York, she stood in the empty gallery where her exhibition had been, watching workers crate the last photographs for shipment to Tokyo. The renovation Daniel's firm had designed was nearly complete. New lighting that respected the artwork, expanded walls that created better flow, a central skylight that would bathe the main gallery in natural illumination. His vision realised in physical space, even as the architect himself had been absent for days. Miss Marchese, the gallery director, approached. There was someone asking for you at reception. Hope flared briefly, then died when a courier appeared instead, holding a small package. Delivery for Sienna Marchese. The box contained a leather-bound book with no note. Opening it, Sienna found photographs. Daniel's photographs, spanning years. Shots of buildings he'd designed, architectural details from his travels, and mixed among them newer images. Her profile against a Big Sur sunset, her hands adjusting a camera lens, her silhouette in his loft doorway. The final page held a single image, the candid shot she'd taken of him in the vineyard during golden hour, their very first meeting. Beneath it, in architect's precise handwriting, the Napa Valley Vineyard, 7:15 p.m, September 12th. The moment my foundation shifted. With trembling fingers, Sienna turned to the book's last page, where she found not a photograph but a detailed architectural drawing, a treehouse elaborate enough for adults, with rope bridges and secret rooms perched in ancient redwoods. In the corner, GPS coordinates she recognised. Big Sur. Her phone rang. Daniel's name appeared on the screen. "You built it," she said instead of "hello," her voice barely steady. "I broke ground 2 weeks ago." His voice sounded different, lighter somehow. "It won't be finished for months, but the foundation is solid." "Daniel, let me finish." A deep breath. "I've taken a sabbatical from the firm, 1 year, possibly 2. I'll oversee current projects remotely, consult on new ones as needed." Sienna sank onto a nearby bench, mind racing. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I've arranged my life to be more portable. I'll never be as free as you, but I don't need to be anchored to one city anymore. Technology makes it possible to design from anywhere. And the treehouse? A compromise, something permanent but inherently connected to nature. Somewhere we could return to between your assignments." Tears blurred her vision. "You hate travel, you hate unpredictability." "I don't hate it," he corrected gently. "I just never saw its value until you. I'm not suggesting I follow you everywhere. You need your space, your freedom. But maybe we meet in the middle. 2 weeks in Venezuela, then a month in Big Sur, 3 weeks in Ukraine, then time together in Paris." The proposal was so unexpected, so unlike the rigid man she'd met in the vineyard, that Sienna couldn't immediately respond. "Where are you?" she finally managed. "Look up." Sienna raised her eyes to the gallery's entrance. Daniel stood in the doorway, phone still at his ear, watching her with an expression of such vulnerable hope that it stole her breath. "I can't ask you to change your entire life for me," she said, both into the phone and to the man now walking toward her. "You didn't ask," I offered. He stopped a few feet away, lowering his phone. "I've spent my life building structures that will outlast me, believing that was the only kind of permanence that mattered. You showed me there's permanence in fleeting moments too, if they're captured properly." He closed the distance between them, taking her hands. "I don't want to be the reason you stay, Sienna. I want to be the reason you always have somewhere to return to." "And if it doesn't work," she whispered, "if the distance is too much, then we'll have tried something extraordinary." His thumbs traced circles on her palms. "I'm an architect. I understand that sometimes the most beautiful structures require the biggest risks." Sienna looked into the eyes of this man who had reconstructed his entire worldview to accommodate her within it, and felt something settle in her chest. Not the weight of commitment, but the lightness of possibility. "When do we start?" she asked. His smile was like the first time she'd photographed him, illuminated by golden light, revealing the person behind the careful facade. "We already have." 3 months later, Sienna stood in a downpour outside a small cafe in Caracas, photographing children dancing in puddles after 6 weeks of drought. Her satellite phone buzzed with a message, a photograph of the treehouse now with walls and windows surrounded by towering redwoods. The caption read, "Home takes shape, as do I." She sent back an image she'd captured that morning, dawn breaking over the mountains, the first rays of sun turning raindrops into suspended gold. Beauty in transition, like us. That night, as she uploaded her day's work, Sienna opened the leather portfolio Daniel had given her. Behind the photographs, she found a sheet of his precise architectural graph paper where he'd written, "Conventional wisdom says a building cannot be both rooted and mobile, both structured and free. Conventional wisdom has not met us. We are building something unprecedented, a love that neither constrains nor abandons. You chase light across continents. I create spaces that hold it. Together, we've designed something that honors both. See you in the golden hour." Sienna touched the words, feeling the indentations his pen had made on the paper. Then she reached for her camera and photographed the note in the warm light of her temporary home, capturing the moment when she finally understood that love wasn't about staying or leaving. It was about finding someone who made every place feel like exactly where you were meant to be. 6 different cities, 4 continents, and countless photographs later, Sienna returned to the Napa Valley vineyard where it had all begun. Daniel waited among the vines, just as he had that first evening, except now he welcomed her with the ease of someone who understood that her wandering always led back to him. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, bathing everything in amber light, he handed her a small wooden box crafted from the same redwood as their treehouse. "What's this?" she asked, turning it in her hands. "Open it and see." Inside lay a simple gold band, designed to nest against her camera equipment without snagging. "This isn't about keeping you in one place," Daniel said before she could speak. "It's about acknowledging that wherever we are, together or apart, we're building this connection that defies conventional architecture." Sienna looked from the ring to the man offering it, this person who had learned to find beauty in impermanence just as she had learned to value foundations. "Ask me," she whispered. Daniel took the ring, his architect's hand steady, even as his voice wavered. "Sienna Marchesi, will you marry me, not to change who we are, but to celebrate what we've become together?" She nodded, words momentarily beyond her. As he slipped the ring onto her finger, the golden hour light caught the metal, sending prisms dancing across their skin. "Perfect timing," she finally said. Daniel smiled, understanding completely. "I've learned from the best." Later, as they walked through the vineyard where they'd first met, Sienna raised her camera to capture his profile against the sunset. The structured man who had learned to embrace uncertainty, the architect who had redesigned his life to include spontaneity alongside precision. What will we tell people when they ask how we make it work, she wondered, reviewing the image on her screen. Daniel considered the question with his characteristic thoughtfulness. That love isn't about choosing between roots and wings, it's about finding someone who gives you both. As the last light of day painted the sky in impossible colours, Sienna and Daniel stood between vineyard rows where they'd once been strangers. Now they were something else entirely, 2 people who had discovered that the most enduring structures are sometimes built in the most fleeting moments, captured forever in the golden hour light. Maya Castillo's heels clicked against the polished marble of Wexler and Associates' lobby, the sound echoing in the empty space. It was nearly midnight, but the weight of expectation kept her tethered to her desk long after her colleagues had gone home. 36 hours until the Donovan presentation, her chance to prove she deserved the associate partnership that had eluded attorneys twice her age. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead as she gathered her files, her reflection fragmented in the glass walls surrounding her. At 27, she had sacrificed everything for this career. Relationships, sleep, even the small pleasures that made life bearable. But it would be worth it. It had to be. Her gaslight blinked angrily as she merged onto the freeway. A detour sign redirected her through an unfamiliar part of East Los Angeles, streets she normally avoided. Maya gripped the steering wheel tighter, anxiety crawling up her spine as she pulled into the only gas station for miles. The place was a relic from another era. Neon signs buzzing with electrical imperfections, concrete stained with decades of motor oil. As she stepped out of her pristine BMW, Maya felt immediately out of place in her tailored suit and $100 blouse. "You lost?" The voice came from behind her. Maya turned to find a man leaning against a matte black Dodge Challenger, arms crossed over his chest. He wore faded jeans and a white t-shirt that did little to conceal the intricate tattoos winding up his forearms. His dark hair was pulled back in a messy knot, and there was a smudge of grease across his jawline. "I'm perfectly fine, thank you," she replied curtly, turning back to the pump. "Your gas cap is on the other side," he said, amusement lacing his voice. Maya closed her eyes, exhaling slowly before pulling back into her car and repositioning it. When she stepped out again, the man was still watching her, the ghost of a smile playing on his lips. "Rough day?" he asked. "Rough life," she muttered, immediately regretting the uncharacteristic honesty. "I'm Ronan," he offered, extending a hand that bore the calluses and tiny scars of someone who worked with machinery. "Maya," she replied, briefly taking his hand, surprised by the warmth that travelled up her arm at the contact. The relative quiet was suddenly shattered by the arrival of 3 heavily modified cars, their engines reverberating through the night air. The drivers, 2 men and a woman, nodded at Ronan with a familiarity that spoke of shared history. "Tonight's the night, Hayes," called one of them, a lanky man with a sleeve of neon-coloured tattoos. "King's putting up 10 grand, you in or you scared?" Maya watched as something shifted in Ronan's expression, a flash of intensity that transformed his casual demeanour into something electric. "Wouldn't miss it," Ronan replied, his voice carrying an undercurrent of tension. He turned to Maya. "You ever see a real street race?" "Not the Hollywood version, the real thing." "No, and I don't plan to," she answered, replacing the gas cap and reaching for her receipt. "Some of us have responsibilities." Ronan laughed, the sound unexpectedly rich. "And some of us have lives. When was the last time you felt something genuine, Maya? Not planned, not calculated, just real." The question struck a nerve, exposing a truth she'd buried beneath billable hours and career aspirations. When was the last time? "That's what I thought," Ronan said, reading her silence. "One night, one race. What's the worst that could happen? I could witness an illegal activity, be disbarred and throw away 7 years of education," she countered. "Or you could remember what it feels like to be alive." His eyes, a startling shade of green that reminded her of summer storms, held hers. Sometimes the biggest risk is playing it safe your whole life. Maya should have walked away, should have gotten into her car and driven back to her sterile apartment with its untouched furniture and empty refrigerator, should have reviewed her notes for tomorrow's deposition and fallen asleep to the sound of legal podcasts. Instead, she heard herself say, "If you get arrested, I'm not representing you." Ronan's smile widened, revealing a chipped front tooth that somehow added to rather than detracted from his appeal. Noted counsellor. And just like that, Maya Castillo, who had never so much as jaywalked, found herself climbing into the passenger seat of a stranger's car, the smell of leather and motor oil filling her lungs as they pulled away from the safety of the gas station's fluorescent lights and into the neon-drenched unknown. The interior of Ronan's Challenger was surprisingly immaculate, a stark contrast to his dishevelled appearance. Every gauge and button gleamed with meticulous care, and the engine purred with a disciplined power that spoke of hundreds of hours of tuning and refinement. "You're surprised," Ronan observed, navigating through streets that grew increasingly narrow and industrial. "That your car isn't a rolling trash can." "A little," Maya admitted. "You can tell a lot about a person by how they treat their machine," he said, downshifting with practiced ease as they approached a red light. "It's the one thing in life you can completely control, every response, every movement, every outcome." Maya glanced at him, surprised by the philosophy. "Sounds a lot like the law." Ronan's laugh was short. "Except the law isn't honest. Cars are. They don't care who you are or where you come from. They respond to respect and attention to detail. Nothing more, nothing less." They pulled into what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse district. Despite the dilapidated exteriors, the place was alive with activity. Dozens of cars lined up, their polished bodies reflecting the improvised lights strung between buildings. People milled about, a diverse crowd united by an electric anticipation that hung in the air like static. "Welcome to the real Los Angeles," Ronan said, parking alongside vehicles that collectively represented millions in modifications and engineering. As they stepped out, Maya felt immediately conspicuous in her business attire. Eyes turned toward her, curious and calculating. A woman with silver hair and full-sleeve tattoos approached, eyeing Maya with undisguised suspicion. "You bringing cops now, Hayes?" she asked, her tone casual but her eyes sharp. "She's with me, Vex," Ronan replied, his hand finding the small of Maya's back in a gesture that was both protective and possessive. "Maya, this is Vex, best fabricator in the city, and the only person I'd trust to build a roll cage." "Charmed," Maya managed, extending a hand that Vex reluctantly shook. "A lawyer, huh?" Vex said, glancing at Ronan with raised eyebrows. "Living dangerously, Romeo." Before Maya could ask how Vex knew her profession, a tall man with close-cropped hair and an air of dangerous authority approached. The crowd parted for him, conversations dimming to whispers. "That's Axel King," Ronan murmured. "Local legend and complete psychopath. He's why we're here tonight." King stopped before them, his gaze dismissing Maya entirely as he focused on Ronan. "Hayes, didn't think you'd show after what happened in Long Beach." "Wouldn't miss it," Ronan replied, his casual tone belied by the tension in his shoulders. "10 grand, quarter mile, no restrictions," King said, "unless you're not up for it." "I'm up for it," Ronan replied evenly. "Let's make it interesting. If I win, you forgive Decker's debt." King's eyes narrowed. "And if I win?" "You get the Challenger. Title and keys, no questions asked." Maya stiffened beside him. The car wasn't just transportation. It was clearly Ronan's livelihood, his passion. Betting it was like an artist wagering their hands. "Deal," King said with a predatory smile. 10 minutes. As he walked away, Maya turned to Ronan. "Are you insane? That car is your—" "It's just a car," Ronan interrupted, though the tightness around his eyes suggested otherwise. "Decker's my friend, and King will destroy him over a $5,000 loan. Some things matter more than metal and engines." Before Maya could respond, they were swept into the preparations for the race. Ronan handed her his phone and wallet, their fingers brushing in a contact that sent an inexplicable current through her. "For safekeeping," he explained, his voice softer than before. in case things go sideways. That's not reassuring, Maya replied, clutching the items as the implications of what was about to happen settled over her. This wasn't just illegal, it was dangerous. People died in these races. The cars lined up, Ronan's Challenger against King's modified Nissan GT-R, a vehicle that looked more weapon than transportation. Drivers took their positions, engines growling like caged predators. The crowd formed a corridor, and at the centre stood a woman with a flare in each hand. "If the cops show, run for the east exit," Vex instructed Maya, materialising beside her. "And stay close to me. Some of these people would love to get their hands on a pretty lawyer like you." The flares ignited, casting the woman's face in an eerie red glow. She raised her arms, and the engines roared in response, drowning out all other sound. Maya's heart hammered against her ribs as the flares dropped, and the cars launched forward with such violence that her breath caught in her throat. What followed was a blur of sound and light. Screaming engines, squealing tyres, the flash of headlights as the vehicles reached impossible speeds down the improvised track. The crowd surged forward, following the race to its conclusion, carrying Maya along like a leaf in a current. By the time she pushed through to the finish line, it was over. Ronan stood beside his car, face flushed with victory, as King slammed his door in undisguised fury. The crowd erupted, money changing hands as bets were settled. "You did it," Maya breathed as she reached him, surprised by the relief flooding through her. "Did you doubt me, counsellor?" Ronan asked, his smile genuine for the first time that night. "Completely," she admitted, returning his grin. The celebration was cut short by the distant wail of sirens. The crowd scattered instantly, a well-rehearsed evacuation that spoke of frequent police intervention. "Time to go," Ronan said, grabbing her hand and pulling her toward the Challenger. Maya found herself laughing as they peeled away from the scene, the adrenaline of the moment overriding her usual caution. They drove in companionable scents until the city fell away, replaced by winding roads that climbed into the hills overlooking Los Angeles. Ronan finally pulled over at a secluded viewpoint. The city sprawled below them like a circuit board of light. "What did you think?" he asked as they leaned against the hood of his car, the cooling engine ticking beneath the metal. "I think you're all going to end up in prison or the morgue," Maya replied honestly. "Probably," Ronan agreed with a surprising lack of concern. "But at least we'll have lived before we get there." His words hung between them, an indictment of the safe, controlled existence she had constructed. "Why did you bring me here?" she asked finally. "'Cause you look like someone who needed to remember what it feels like to not know what comes next," Ronan said, his gaze fixed on the horizon. "To feel something without analysing it first." In the dim light, with the city glittering below and the stars scattered above, Maya felt a dangerous shift in her carefully ordered world. This man, this stranger with his philosophical observations and reckless decisions, had seen through her in a way that was both terrifying and exhilarating. "I should go home," she said, the words lacking conviction even to her own ears. "Should and want are different things," Ronan observed, turning to face her. "What do you want, Maya Castillo?" The question hung between them, loaded with possibilities. What did she want? Not just in this moment, but in the life stretching before her, a life suddenly revealed as a series of safe choices leading to a predetermined outcome. "I want," she began, the words sticking in her throat. "I want to feel like this isn't a mistake." Ronan's smile was slow, understanding. The best things in life usually start as mistakes. When he kissed her, it wasn't gentle or hesitant. It was like the race, fast, intense, full of risk and reward. Maya found herself responding with an abandon that should have frightened her, her hands tangling in his hair as the night air cooled her heated skin. Later, as he drove her back to her car, reality began to reassert itself. This had been an aberration, a momentary escape from the pressures of her real life. Nothing more. This was, she started as they pulled up beside her BMW. A moment, Ronan finished for her, no trace of resentment in his voice. A night you needed, but nothing more, Maya nodded, relieved by his understanding yet inexplicably disappointed. Thank you, she said, the words inadequate for the strange gift he'd given her. A few hours of freedom from her own expectations. Ronan didn't push. He just smiled that crooked smile that did something unusual to her equilibrium. I'll see you around, lawyer. As Maya drove home, the taste of him still on her lips, she told herself it was over. An impulsive decision never to be repeated. By tomorrow it would feel like a dream, hazy and distant. But as she crawled into bed, the horizon already lightening with dawn, she knew with a certainty that terrified her. Nothing would ever be the same again. 3 days passed in a blur of depositions and client meetings. Maya moved through them with mechanical precision, her mind occasionally drifting to the memory of engine roars and a chip-toothed smile. By the 4th day, she had almost convinced herself it had been a stress-induced hallucination. Earth to Maya, said Jerome, her paralegal, waving a hand before her face. The Mitchell files? You asked for them an hour ago. Right, sorry, Maya said, accepting the stack of documents. Late night. All your nights are late, Jerome observed, perching on the edge of her desk. But you're usually laser-focused. What gives? Nothing, Maya replied too quickly. Just the Donovan presentation. It's a big opportunity. Jerome studied her with the perceptive eye of someone who had worked alongside her for 3 years. This isn't about work. You've got that look. What look? The I did something I'm not supposed to talk about look. Last time I saw it was when Gabriella from accounting installed dating apps on your phone at the Christmas party. Maya's phone chimed with a notification, cutting short her denial. An unknown number had sent a simple message. Same time, same place me. Her heart performed an acrobatic manoeuvre that had nothing to do with arrhythmia. How had he gotten her number? Then she remembered. Her contact information was on the business cards in her wallet. He must have taken one when she wasn't looking. That's definitely not a work message, Jerome noted, observing the colour rising in her cheeks. Who's R? No one, Maya insisted, tucking her phone away. A potential client. Uh-huh, Jerome said, clearly unconvinced. Well, your potential client just made you blush for the first time since I've known you. Might be worth exploring that retainer. After he left, Maya stared at the message. The responsible thing would be to delete it, forget it ever happened, focus on the partnership that was finally within reach. Instead, she found herself typing, "Can't tonight, working late." The response came almost immediately. Work will still be there tomorrow. Freedom has an expiration date. Maya smiled despite herself. Are you always this philosophical? Only when trying to convince beautiful lawyers to make bad decisions. She shouldn't respond, shouldn't encourage whatever this was, and yet she typed, "The Bartlett Gala. Tomorrow night. I need a +1 who can behave for a few hours." There was a longer pause before his reply. Behaving isn't my specialty, but I can make an exception. Address? Maya sent her apartment details before she could reconsider, already wondering if she'd lost her mind. Bringing a street racer to a gala filled with judges, prosecutors and law firm partners was career suicide. And yet the thought of seeing Ronan again, of introducing this chaotic element into her structured world, sent a thrill through her that she couldn't ignore. The next evening, Maya scrutinized her reflection with unusual care. The black dress was conservative enough for the professional setting, but fell in a way that accentuated curves usually hidden beneath tailored suits. Her dark hair cascaded past her shoulders instead of being pulled into its usual severe knot. At precisely 7, her doorbell rang. Maya took a steadying breath before opening it, prepared for the leather jacket and messy bun. What she found instead left her momentarily speechless. Ronan stood before her in a perfectly tailored charcoal suit, his hair neatly styled, face clean-shaven. The only hints of his usual self were the tattoos peeking from beneath his cuffs and the mischievous glint in his eyes. "You look surprised again," he noted, his gaze travelling over her with an appreciation that made her skin warm. "I was expecting more grease," Maya admitted, stepping aside to let him enter. "I clean up when the occasion demands it," Ronan replied, handing her a small box. "For you." Inside was a corsage of deep blue orchids that complemented her dress perfectly. "How did you—" "I may have bribed your doorman for details," he admitted, without a trace of remorse. "He was very helpful once I convinced him I wasn't a stalker." "Just a criminal," Maya said lightly, allowing him to slip the corsage onto her wrist. "Alleged criminal," Ronan corrected, his fingers lingering on the inside of her wrist where her pulse betrayed her composure. "No convictions yet." The drive to the gala was filled with a tension that had nothing to do with the upcoming social navigation and everything to do with the man beside her. Maya found herself stealing glances at his profile, trying to reconcile this polished version with the grease-smudged mechanic from the gas station. "How do you know how to tie a Windsor knot?" she asked finally. Ronan smiled, keeping his eyes on the road. "My father insisted all his sons learn. Said you never know when you'll need to look respectable." "And your father is—" "Deceased," Ronan replied, the word clipped. "Heart attack 6 years ago. My mother remarried and moved to Switzerland." "I'm sorry," Maya said, sensing the complex emotions beneath the simple statement. "Don't be. We weren't close," Ronan said, his tone lightening as they pulled up to the hotel. "So, what's my cover story? Ex-convict turned paralegal? Professional escort, long-lost cousin twice removed." "How about we stick as close to the truth as possible?" Maya suggested. "You're a mechanical engineer I met recently." "Boring but plausible," Ronan agreed as the valet opened her door. "I'll try not to mention the illegal racing and near arrests." The Bartlett Gala was held in the grand ballroom of the Alexandria Hotel, a space dripping with old-world elegance. Crystal chandeliers cast prismatic light over marble floors, and the state's legal elite mingled in expensive formal wear, their laughter carrying the practiced cadence of people accustomed to performative social interactions. "Impressive crowd," Ronan murmured, as they accepted champagne flutes from a passing waiter. "So these are the people who decide who goes to prison." "Some of them," Maya confirmed, already scanning the room for her colleagues. "Others just make obscene amounts of money interpreting laws written by people who don't understand them." "And that's your aspiration?" Ronan asked, genuine curiosity in his voice. Before Maya could respond, a hand clasped her shoulder. "Maya Castillo, or—" boomed the voice of Judge Raymond Holbrook, a man known for his harsh sentences and harsher opinions. "Your opening statement in the Westlake case was magnificent. Had Prosecutor Simmons sweating through his shirt." "Thank you, Your Honour," Maya replied with practised humility. "This is my friend Ronan Hayes." The judge extended a hand which Ronan shook with perfect poise. "Hayes, any relation to Edward Hayes of Hayes Automotive?" Maya glanced sharply at Ronan, whose expression revealed nothing beyond polite interest. "My grandfather, sir." "Fantastic man," the judge continued. "Revolutionized American muscle cars in the 70s. Your father must be Christopher then. Shame about his passing. Brilliant engineer." "You knew my father?" Ronan asked, his casual tone belied by the tension in his shoulders. "Served on several charitable boards with him," the judge confirmed. "Your family's contributions to the Children's Hospital wing were most generous. Are you following in the family tradition?" "In my own way," Ronan replied diplomatically. As the judge moved on to greet other guests, Maya turned to Ronan with wide eyes. "Hayes Automotive, the luxury car empire? That Hayes?" Ronan took a long sip of his champagne. "It's not something I advertise." "So all that talk about not having advantages was true," Ronan interrupted, his voice low but intense. I walked away from that life. Haven't taken a dime from the family trust since I was 22. Why? Maya asked, genuinely confused. The Hayes fortune was estimated in the billions, their custom vehicles the choice of celebrities and royal families worldwide. Because it came with conditions I couldn't live with, Ronan replied, his gaze sweeping the room. A predetermined path, expectations, board meetings, and shareholder concerns. Sound familiar? The parallel to her own life wasn't lost on Maya. Before she could respond, her boss materialized beside them, his smile not reaching his eyes. Maya, a word. Gregory Wexler didn't wait for a response before steering her away from Ronan, his grip on her elbow just shy of painful. What are you thinking bringing him here? He's a family friend, Maya lied smoothly. Is there a problem? The problem is that you're up for the Donovan case, a senator campaigning on a platform that includes cracking down on illegal street racing, Wexler hissed. And you're parading around with Ronan Hayes, who's been arrested 3 times for exactly that. Do you think the legal community doesn't gossip? Maya's stomach dropped. You've done research on him? The moment I saw him with you, Wexler confirmed. His family may have influence, but he's a liability. End this, whatever it is, or you can forget about the partnership. As Wexler strode away, Maya felt as though the floor had tilted beneath her. Everything she'd worked for was suddenly at risk, and for what? A man she barely knew, whose world was the antithesis of everything she had built her life around. Maya turned to find Ronan watching her, understanding in his eyes. Without a word, he offered his arm, leading her through the crowd and onto the terrace where the cool night air offered temporary reprieve from the suffocating atmosphere inside. Your boss seems charming, Ronan said dryly, loosening his tie. He says I should stay away from you, Maya replied, deciding honesty was the simplest approach. Smart man, Ronan agreed unexpectedly. I'm definitely bad for your career trajectory. Is that all you have to say? Maya asked, surprised by his calm acceptance. What do you want me to say? That he's wrong? He's not. Ronan leaned against the balustrade, the city lights reflecting in his eyes. I am a liability to someone like you. I have arrests on my record. I race illegally. I fix cars under the table for people who can't afford legitimate shops. Then why did you agree to come tonight? Maya demanded, frustration rising. Because I wanted to see your world, Ronan replied simply. Wanted to understand what keeps you so tightly wound, what makes you afraid to live beyond the lines. The assessment stung precisely because it contained truth. Maya had spent her entire adult life constructing a persona of control and ambition, sacrificing spontaneity and joy in pursuit of a goal that kept shifting just beyond her reach. You don't know me, she said, the words lacking conviction. I know enough, Ronan countered. I know you were the first person in your family to go to college. I know you worked through law school and graduated with honours despite holding down 2 jobs. I know you haven't taken a vacation in 3 years because you're afraid someone will take your place while you're gone. Maya stared at him. How could you possibly? I have a cousin who works in admissions at UCLA Law, Ronan explained with a shrug. And Google exists. You're not the only one who can do research. So we've been investigating each other, Maya said, unsure whether to be flattered or disturbed. I was curious about the woman who got into my car despite every instinct telling her not to, Ronan admitted. The woman who looked at street racing and saw something beyond criminals and chaos. What did I see? Maya asked, genuinely curious about his perception. Freedom, Ronan said simply. The thing you want most and fear most at the same time. The words settled over her with the weight of undeniable truth. For a long moment they stood in silence, the sounds of the gala muted behind them. I should go back inside, Maya said finally, though everything in her wanted to stay in this moment, suspended between worlds. Ronan suggested, a familiar mischief returning to his expression, You could come with me." "Where?" "To see how the other half lives," he replied, extending his hand. "No races this time, something different." Maya knew what the responsible choice was. She should rejoin the gala, network with the partners, secure her position. She should nod politely to Ronan and walk away, back to the life she had carefully constructed. Instead, she placed her hand in his, the simple action feeling like the most reckless thing she'd ever done. "Lead the way," she said, and followed him into the night. Days turned into weeks, and what had begun as a curiosity transformed into something neither of them had anticipated. Maya found herself living a double life, meticulous lawyer by day, adventurous companion by night. Ronan introduced her to a Los Angeles she'd never known existed. Underground art shows in abandoned warehouses, midnight motorcycle rides along the coast, impromptu gatherings of mechanics and racers where the conversation flowed as freely as the beer. In return, Maya opened his eyes to her world, the intricate dance of legal strategy, the satisfaction of constructing an airtight argument, the rush of victory in a courtroom battle. "It's not so different from racing," she explained one night as they sat on the hood of his car overlooking the city. "It's all about anticipating your opponent's next move, finding the gap in their defense, pushing the limits of what's possible within the rules." "Except there are actual rules," Ronan pointed out, his thumb tracing circles on the inside of her wrist. "Rules can be reinterpreted," Maya replied with a sly smile. "That's what makes it interesting." Their relationship existed in stolen moments, late-night drives, early morning breakfasts in diners where no one would recognize either of them, weekends spent in the garage where Ronan worked, Maya perched on a stool with legal briefs spread before her while he transformed machines from broken to beautiful. "Hand me the 10 Meisen Mao," Ronan requested one Saturday, his voice muffled from beneath a vintage Mustang. Maya selected the correct socket wrench from the organised tray, no longer needing to ask which was which. After weeks of observing him work, she had absorbed the basics of automotive repair through a combination of curiosity and her natural aptitude for detailed information. "You're getting good at this," Ronan observed as he emerged, a streak of oil across his forehead. "I have an excellent teacher," Maya replied, wiping away the smudge with her thumb, "though I'm not sure amateur mechanic will look impressive on my resume." "Depends on the job you're applying for," Ronan said, pulling her against him, despite her token protests about his dirty clothes. When he kissed her, Maya still felt the same electric current that had shocked her that first night, a sensation that hadn't diminished with familiarity, but had instead deepened into something more profound and more terrifying. "I need to get back," she murmured against his lips. "The Donovan brief is due Monday." Ronan released her with a reluctant sigh. "The Donovan case, still fighting the good fight against dangerous street racers like me." It was a point of tension between them, the fact that Maya's biggest career opportunity involved working with a senator whose pet project was eliminating the very subculture that had given Ronan purpose and community. "It's just a case," Maya insisted, though they both knew it was more than that. It was the culmination of years of sacrifice, the validation she had sought since entering law school. "Keep telling yourself that," Ronan said, turning back to the Mustang. "One day, you might believe it." They parted with the unspoken understanding that hung between them like an approaching storm. This couldn't last. Their worlds, briefly intertwined, were pulling them in opposite directions. The crisis came sooner than either expected. 3 days later, Maya sat in Wexler's office, fighting to maintain her professional composure as he delivered the news. "Senator Donovan was impressed with your preliminary strategy," Wexler said, sliding a folder across his desk. "He wants to take it a step further. Not just legislation, but actual prosecutions, high-profile cases to set precedents." Maya opened the folder to find surveillance photos, police reports, and a list of names. Her blood froze when she saw Ronan's among them, along with several people she'd met through him. Vex, Decker, others who had cautiously accepted her into their circle. "We have informants who've provided details on upcoming races," Wexler continued, oblivious to her distress. "The senator wants coordinated raids, arrests that will make the evening news. Show the public he's serious about cleaning up the streets." "These are just kids mostly," Maya heard herself say. "Working-class people blowing off steam. There are actual criminals out there." "These are actual criminals," Wexler interrupted, his expression hardening. "People die in these races, Maya. Innocent bystanders. This isn't victimless." She couldn't argue with that. She'd seen the risks firsthand, had felt the adrenaline rush that came from pushing machines and bodies to their limits, had witnessed the allure that drew people back again and again, despite the dangers. "The raids happen this weekend," Wexler said, closing the subject. "I expect you'll be there to observe, take notes for the cases you'll be building." Maya nodded mechanically, her mind racing faster than any car she'd seen. The moment she left the office, she pulled out her phone, typing a warning to Ronan. Her finger hovered over send, ethics warring with emotion. Sending this message would be a direct violation of her professional obligations, potentially ending her legal career before it truly began. Before she could decide, a text from Ronan appeared. "Big race tonight. King's final offer. 50k. Can't say no." Maya's heart sank. The location listed in the raid documents was the same industrial district where she'd first watched Ronan race. King would be there, the primary target on the senator's list. She tried calling, but the call went straight to voicemail. Ronan was already preparing, already committed to a race that could end with him in handcuffs, or worse. Maya made her decision. She deleted the warning message and instead typed, "Need to see you. Important. Where are you?" His response came an hour later. "Garage. Final tuning. Come by." The garage was a hive of activity when Maya arrived. Ronan's crew, a mix of professional mechanics and amateur enthusiasts, swarmed around the Challenger, making minute adjustments to a vehicle that had been transformed from merely exceptional to something approaching perfection. "Maya," Ronan greeted her with surprise, wiping his hands on a rag. "Didn't expect you till later. We're kind of in the middle of something." "I can see that," she replied, taking in the focused intensity of the preparations. "Can we talk privately?" Ronan led her to the small office at the back of the garage, closing the door on the mechanical symphony outside. "What's going on?" he asked, his expression shifting from focused to concerned as he took in her tense posture. "You can't race tonight," Maya said, the words tumbling out before she could frame them more diplomatically. Ronan's eyebrows rose. "That's not your decision to make." "There's going to be a raid," she said, lowering her voice despite the closed door. "Police, federal agents, news cameras, the works. Senator Donovan is making his big move, and you're all walking into a trap." Understanding dawned on Ronan's face, followed quickly by suspicion. "And you know this how?" Maya hesitated, the weight of her professional oath pressing against her conscience. "I can't tell you that." "Can't or won't," Ronan challenged, stepping closer. "You're working on the Donovan case, the case specifically targeting people like me, and now you're warning me about a raid that hasn't been publicly announced." "I'm trying to protect you," Maya insisted, "by betraying your client, breaking attorney-client privilege." Ronan shook his head. "That's not you, Maya. You don't cross those lines." "Things change," she said quietly. "People change." Ronan studied her face, his expression softening. "You're risking everything by telling me this." "I know." "Why?" The question hung between them, demanding an answer Maya wasn't sure she was ready to give. Because somewhere between that first night at the gas station and now, the line between their worlds had blurred. because the thought of him in handcuffs, or worse, in the path of a desperate racer trying to evade arrest, was unbearable. "Because I care about what happens to you," she said finally. "More than I should." Ronan ran a hand through his hair, conflict evident in his posture. "I can't back out now. Not from this race." "Why? What makes this one so important?" Maya demanded, frustration rising. "Because King has something I need," Ronan replied, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "Something I've been working toward for 2 years. Money? Is that worth going to prison for?" "Not money," Ronan corrected. "Proof. Documentation that he's been fixing races, threatening drivers, running a chop shop out of the East Side. The kind of evidence that would put him away for a long time." Maya stared at him. "You're collecting evidence? Against King?" "I'm not just racing for the thrill, Maya," Ronan said, a shadow passing over his features. "King killed my friend Marcus 2 years ago. Forced him off a canyon road during a race when Marcus refused to throw the competition. Made it look like an accident, but we all knew." "Why didn't you go to the police?" Maya asked, though she already knew the answer. "With what? The word of illegal street racers?" Ronan gave a bitter laugh. "Besides, King has half the local precinct in his pocket. Small payments, looking the other way, the occasional tip about rival operations. The system you believe in so much. It failed us a long time ago." The revelation threw Maya's carefully constructed worldview into disarray. She had always seen the law as imperfect but fundamentally sound, a system that, for all its flaws, strived toward justice. Yet here was Ronan pursuing justice through means the law would condemn. "So what's your plan?" she asked. "Win the race, get the evidence, then what?" "Give it to someone who can actually do something with it," Ronan replied. "Someone with the integrity and position to make sure it doesn't disappear into a filing cabinet." The implication was clear. He had been planning to give it to her, had been watching her, evaluating her, from the moment they met. "Is that why you approached me that night?" Maya asked, the possibility sending a cold ripple through her. "Was I just convenient?" "No," Ronan said firmly, reaching for her hand. "That was coincidence, pure chance. But the more I got to know you, the more I realized you might be the answer I'd been looking for. Someone inside the system who still believes in what it's supposed to stand for." Maya withdrew her hand, a tangle of emotions too complex to unravel in the moment. "You should have told me. Would you have believed me? Would you have even listened before you knew me?" Ronan challenged. "Or would you have dismissed me as just another criminal with a grudge?" He was right, and they both knew it. The Maya of 3 months ago would have directed him to file a police report and walked away, secure in her belief that the system would handle it. "I need to do this, Jay," Ronan continued. "I need what King has, but I'll tell the others about the raid, get them to stay away, minimize the collateral damage." "And what about you?" Maya demanded. "If you're caught—" "I won't be," Ronan said with a confidence that didn't reach his eyes. "I'm pretty good at disappearing when I need to." The unspoken implication hung in the air. If he ran, she wouldn't see him again. This fragile connection they'd built would be severed, sacrificed to the divergent paths they'd chosen long before they met. "Don't do this," Maya pleaded, one final attempt. Ronan's response was to brush his lips against hers, the gesture both tender and resigned. "Some races you can't walk away from," he murmured against her mouth, "no matter the cost." As Maya left the garage, the bright afternoon sun incongruous with the darkness gathering in her chest, she realized she had reached a crossroads of her own. Continue on the path she had mapped out for herself, secure the partnership, build the career, maintain the safety of the known, or risk everything for a man whose world challenged everything she thought she wanted. By the time night fell, she had made her decision. The industrial complex pulsed with energy, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. Unlike the chaotic gatherings Maya had witnessed before, this event had an organised precision that spoke of high stakes and serious money. Security patrolled the perimeter, and the crowd was smaller, more exclusive, serious players only. Maya moved through them with borrowed confidence, the leather jacket Vex had lent her serving as both disguise and armour. Her hair was pulled back in a tight braid, face partially obscured by the baseball cap pulled low over her eyes. It wouldn't stand up to close scrutiny, but in the shadowy environment, it was enough to avoid immediate recognition. She spotted Ronan near his car, surrounded by his crew. The Challenger gleamed beneath the improvised lights, a predator ready to pounce. Ronan himself was transformed. Gone was the philosophical mechanic, replaced by a focused competitor whose entire being seemed honed to a single purpose. Maya kept her distance, knowing her presence would only distract him. The raid was scheduled for midnight, giving her less than an hour to find a way to either stop this race or ensure Ronan wasn't caught in the inevitable chaos. "You're either very brave or very stupid," came a voice from behind her. Maya turned to find Vex, leaning against a stack of pallets, arms crossed over her chest. "Possibly both," Maya admitted. "He said you'd come, despite the risk," Vex said, her tone neutral. "Said you couldn't help yourself any more than he could." "Did he also tell you about the raid?" Maya asked, keeping her voice low. Vex nodded. Word spread. Most of the usual crowd stayed away. The only ones here are King's people and those with too much on the line to walk away. "Like Ronan." "Like Ronan," Vex agreed, her gaze drifting to where he stood, though his reasons are better than most. A commotion near the starting line caught their attention. King had arrived, flanked by the men whose posture and alertness suggested more than casual racing enthusiasm. The crowd parted for him, a combination of respect and fear creating a path to where Ronan waited. "Haze," King's voice carried across the space, the single word laden with history and antagonism. "Last chance to back out." "Not a chance," Ronan replied, his tone deceptively casual. "Unless you're having second thoughts." King's laugh was cold. "About taking your car? Never. It'll look good in my collection." "If you win," Ronan countered. "I always win," King said, his confidence absolute. "One way or another." The implied threat hung in the air as they moved toward their respective vehicles. Maya felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "He's going to try something," she murmured. "Always does," Vex confirmed grimly, but Ronan's ready for it. He's been preparing for this moment for 2 years. As the drivers took their positions, Maya checked her watch. 30 minutes until the raid. Not enough time for the race to conclude and everyone to disperse. The trap was perfectly timed. The race format was simple but brutal. 3 laps around the industrial complex, through narrow alleys and around tight corners, a test of skill as much as speed. No rules beyond reaching the finish line first. As the signal was given and the cars launched forward with a violent surge of power, Maya realised she had never actually seen Ronan drive at his full capability. What she witnessed now was a revelation, a preternatural connection between man and machine, reflexes that seemed to anticipate rather than react, decisions made at speeds that defied human limitations. For the first lap, the cars remained close, neither driver willing to show their full hand too early. By the second lap, Ronan had gained a slight advantage, his car taking corners with a precision that spoke of countless hours of practice and preparation. It was during the final lap that King made his move. As they approached a particularly narrow section, his car swerved deliberately into Ronan's path, metal screaming against metal, as the Challenger was forced toward a concrete barrier. Maya's heart stopped as Ronan's car fishtailed, tyres struggling for purchase on the uneven surface. For a moment, disaster seemed inevitable. Then, with a manoeuvre that defied physics, Ronan regained control, dropping back to avoid another collision. King's victory seemed assured as they entered the final stretch, his car pulling ahead with the advantage gained through his dangerous tactics. The finish line approached, the crowd's energy building to a crescendo. What happened next occurred so quickly that Maya would later struggle to piece it together. Ronan's car suddenly surged forward with impossible speed, drawing even with King's. As they approached the final turn, King once again swerved toward him, but this time Ronan was ready. His car dropped back just enough for King's manoeuvre to miss, causing King's vehicle to momentarily lose traction. It was all the opening Ronan needed. He slipped past on the inside line, crossing the finish seconds before King, whose car skidded to a stop amid a cloud of burning rubber and frustrated rage. The crowd erupted, money changing hands as the unexpected outcome was confirmed. Maya found herself moving forward without conscious decision, drawn toward Ronan as he emerged from his car, face flushed with victory. Their eyes met across the churning crowd, a moment of connection amid the chaos. Then King was there, his face contorted with fury as he confronted Ronan. "You cheated!" he spat, shoving Ronan hard enough to make him step back. "No way that piece of junk outran my car without illegal mods." "Maybe you're just not as good as you think you are," Ronan replied evenly, though Maya could see the tension in his posture. "I won fair. Time to pay up." "Like hell," King growled, signalling to the men who had accompanied him. They moved forward, surrounding Ronan in a tightening circle. Maya pushed through the crowd, fear propelling her toward the confrontation. This was escalating beyond a simple racing dispute. "We had a deal, King," Ronan said, his voice carrying over the murmurs of the gathered spectators. "The evidence for the race. I won. Hand it over." King's laugh was ugly. "Evidence? You think I'm stupid enough to bring incriminating material to a race? You'll get nothing from me except maybe a lesson in respect." One of King's men reached for something beneath his jacket, but before the situation could deteriorate further, a new sound cut through the night. Sirens, approaching fast from multiple directions. "Cops!" someone shouted, and the crowd scattered like mercury, bodies flowing toward pre-planned escape routes. Maya locked eyes with Ronan across the dispersing crowd, panic rising as she saw King's men closing in despite the approaching police. This wasn't just about escaping arrest. King had no intention of letting Ronan leave. "Ronan!" she called, fighting against the tide of fleeing bodies. He saw her, nodded once in acknowledgement, then turned to face King, who had drawn a knife from his boot. "Tonight ends this," King snarled, lunging forward. What followed was a blur of motion as Ronan dodged the attack, his movements fluid and practiced. But he was outnumbered, and as King's men joined the assault, Maya knew he couldn't last long. Without conscious thought, she found herself running towards the conflict, adrenaline overwhelming caution. She grabbed a discarded wrench from nearby, the heavy tool fitting naturally into her grip as she swung it in a wide arc, connecting with the arm of one of King's men as he reached for Ronan. The man howled in pain, stumbling back. Maya positioned herself beside Ronan, the wrench raised in warning. "This isn't your fight, counselor," Ronan said, his breathing laboured, a thin line of blood tracing his jawline. "Clearly it is," Maya replied, not taking her eyes off their attackers. King's laugh was incredulous. "A lawyer? Really, Hayes? You brought a lawyer to a knife fight?" The momentary distraction was all Ronan needed. He lunged forward, his fist connecting with King's jaw with a sickening crack. King stumbled, the knife clattering to the concrete. The wail of sirens was deafening now, blue and red lights washing over the scene as police vehicles converged on the complex. In the chaos, King's men retreated, dragging their dazed leader with them. "We need to go," Ronan said, grabbing Maya's hand. "Now!" They ran through the maze of buildings, the sound of pursuit echoing behind them. Maya's lungs burned, her legal career flashing before her eyes with each step. If she was caught here, There would be no explaining away her presence, no professional redemption. They reached the far side of the complex where a chain-link fence separated them from the adjacent property. Ronan boosted Maya up, her hands gripping the cold metal as she climbed. She dropped to the other side, ignoring the sting as gravel bit into her palms. Ronan followed, landing beside her with a grunt of pain. Only then did Maya notice the dark stain spreading across his side. "You're hurt," she said, reaching for him. "It's nothing," he insisted, though his pallor suggested otherwise. "We need to keep moving." They made it 3 blocks before Ronan stumbled, his breathing increasingly laboured. Maya supported him as they ducked into the shadow of an abandoned storefront, her hands coming away slick with blood when she examined his wound. "This is bad," she said, fear sharpening her voice. "You need a hospital." "Can't," Ronan gasped. "They report knife wounds to the police. I'll be arrested the moment they patch me up." "So what's the alternative, bleeding out in an alley?" Maya demanded, applying pressure to the wound. "I'm not watching you die for pride." Ronan's laugh was pained. "Not pride, the evidence. It wasn't at the race because King keeps it where he thinks it's safe, in his house." "And you know this how?" Maya asked, though she already suspected the answer. "I've been planning this for 2 years," Ronan reminded her. "Every detail, every contingency. I knew he wouldn't bring it to the race, win or lose. The race was just to get him out of the house." Understanding dawned. "You have someone breaking in while he's at the race?" Ronan nodded, wincing at the movement. "Vex, she should be finishing up right about now." As if summoned by the mention of her name, a motorcycle rounded the corner, its engine a muted purr as it pulled alongside them. Vex removed her helmet, her expression shifting from triumph to concern as she took in Ronan's condition. "Got it," she said, patting a backpack secured to her chest. "Everything we need to put King away for a long time. But we've got bigger problems now. You look like hell." "Feel worse," Ronan admitted. "What about the others?" "Scattered when the cops came. Most got away," Vex reported. "King and his crew were picked up 3 blocks from here. Apparently King was too busy bleeding to run very fast." Despite the pain, Ronan smiled. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Vex turned her attention to Maya, her gaze assessing. "You went back for him?" It wasn't a question, but Maya nodded anyway. "I couldn't just leave him." "Guess you're not what I expected, lawyer," Vex said, the words carrying a weight of reluctant approval. "Come on, I know a place." The place turned out to be a veterinary clinic in East Los Angeles, its lights dim but not dark. The veterinarian, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and a no-nonsense demeanour, asked no questions as she examined Ronan's wound. "Not as bad as it looks," she declared after a thorough cleaning. "Missed anything vital, but you've lost blood. You'll need rest, antibiotics, and no sudden movements for at least a week." As she stitched the wound, Maya stood by the window, watching the street for signs of pursuit. Her phone had been buzzing incessantly, calls from Wexler, from colleagues, all wondering where she was as the raid unfolded without her presence. "What happens now?" she asked Vex, who was organising the contents of the backpack on a countertop. "Now we use this," Vex replied, indicating the files, memory drives and photographs spread before her. Bank records, race-fixing documentation, evidence of the chop shop operation, even a video of King threatening a driver. It's everything we need. "And how exactly do you plan to use it?" Maya asked. "You can't just walk into a police station." "No," Vex agreed, her gaze direct. "You can walk into a prosecutor's office." The proposal hung in the air, its implications clear. They had obtained this evidence illegally. Using it meant implicating herself in that illegality. It could end her career, her future, everything she had worked for. But it could also bring justice for Marcus and everyone else King had harmed. It could dismantle a criminal operation that the traditional justice system had failed to touch. "I need to think," Maya said, stepping outside for air that didn't smell of antiseptic and hard choices. The night was cool, stars visible despite the city's light pollution. Maya leaned against the brick wall, closing her eyes as she tried to center herself amid the chaos of the past hours. The door opened behind her, and Ronan emerged, moving carefully but steadier than before. "You should be resting," Maya said without opening her eyes. "Never been good at following doctor's orders," Ronan replied, easing himself against the wall beside her. Or any orders, really. They stood in silence for a moment, the events of the night settling between them like sediment. "I'm sorry," Ronan said finally, "for putting you in this position, for risking your career, your future." "I put myself here," Maya corrected him. "Every step was my choice." "Still," Ronan insisted, "this isn't what I wanted for either of us." Maya turned to look at him, really look at him, illuminated by the distant streetlight. Despite the wound, despite the exhaustion etched into his features, there was something unbreakable in his posture, a core of purpose that had drawn her to him from the beginning. "What did you want?" she asked softly. Ronan's smile was tinged with melancholy. "Justice for Marcus. Closure. Maybe redemption in some way." "And after," Maya pressed, "if you'd gotten the evidence without complications, without me involved, what then?" "I don't know," Ronan admitted. "I've been so focused on the goal that I never really thought about what comes after." The honesty was refreshing in its simplicity. No grand promises, no elaborate plans, just the acknowledgement of a future not yet defined. "That makes two of us," Maya said. "I've spent my entire adult life on a predetermined path. Every decision, every sacrifice, all aimed at a specific outcome. And now you're standing outside a veterinary clinic at 3 a.m. with a street racer, and evidence that could bring down a criminal empire," Ronan finished for her, a trace of his usual humour returning. "Not exactly the partnership track." Maya laughed despite herself, the sound surprisingly light in the heavy night. "Not exactly." Their hands found each other in the darkness, fingers intertwining with a familiarity that belied the brevity of their connection. For all the chaos, for all the danger, this simple contact felt like an anchor in a storm. "I can't ask you to risk everything for this," Ronan said, his grip tightening. "For me." "You're not asking," Maya replied, the decision crystallizing as she spoke. "I'm choosing. We got the evidence legally or not, but what we do with it now, that's where I can help. There are channels, procedures that could protect the source while still using the information." Ronan studied her face, hope and skepticism warring in his expression. "You really think you can make this work within the system?" "I think the system is imperfect," Maya said carefully, "but it's still the best tool we have for justice if used correctly, and I'm pretty good at using it correctly." The first hint of dawn was lightening the eastern sky, a new day emerging from the chaos of the night. Maya knew that with daylight would come consequences, explanations and hard choices, but for now, in this moment between worlds, she found a clarity she'd been seeking her entire life. "What now?" Ronan asked, mirroring her thoughts. Maya smiled, squeezing his hand. "Now we live." The words were simple, but they contained multitudes. A recognition of the paths not taken, the rules not followed, the unexpected joy found in the spaces between structure and chaos. As they walked back into the clinic, toward Vex and the evidence and the complicated future awaiting them, Maya felt something she hadn't experienced since childhood. The exhilarating uncertainty of a life not planned to the minute. Whatever came next, justice for Marcus, professional consequences, the evolution of this unexpected connection between them, they would face it together, under the neon sky that had witnessed their collision of worlds. Hollow Creek smelled of rain and wood smoke, a scent Ellie hadn't realised she'd carried in the deeper chambers of her memory until she crossed the town line. The familiar green canopy of the Appalachian foothills closed in around her rental car, a borrowed sanctuary from the relentless California sun. Years melted away, leaving her feeling strangely adrift, as if she'd stepped back into a half-remembered dream. Her mother's stroke had been sudden, a sharp crack in the foundation of Ellie's carefully constructed life. 1 minute, emails about a piece on Moroccan spice markets. The next, a panicked call from the hospital, the doctor's voice gentle but grave. And just like that, successful travel writer Ellie Carter became just Ellie again, daughter returning home, or what was left of it. The town itself, it was smaller somehow than she remembered. Or perhaps she had just grown larger, her world expanding while Hollow Creek remained stubbornly, beautifully the same. The same clapboard houses lined Main Street, the same worn storefronts, the same gentle curve of the river where the ancient willow wept its leafy tears onto the bank. Familiar, yes, but also foreign. Like an old photograph, the colours muted, the edges softened by time. She was an outsider looking in, even though her roots were buried deep in this soil. The old Victorian house, her childhood home, sat on Sycamore Lane, its paint peeling like sunburnt skin, the porch swing hanging lopsidedly, a silent testament to neglect. Her mother, strong and vibrant just months ago, was frail in the hospital bed they'd set up in the downstairs parlour. The silence in the house was heavy, punctuated only by the rhythmic beeping of medical equipment and her mother's shallow breaths. Days blurred into a routine of hospital visits, lukewarm coffee, and the Sisyphean task of sorting through her mother's accumulated belongings. Each object, a faded photograph, a chipped teacup, a hand-stitched quilt, whispered stories of a life Ellie had both shared and left behind. She found herself avoiding certain rooms, certain corners of the house where memories clung like dust motes in the afternoon sun. Memories of laughter, of arguments, of a life lived fully, and of him. It was inevitable, of course, that she'd run into Adam. Hollow Creek wasn't big enough to avoid anyone, especially not someone as rooted as he was. She saw him first at the hardware store, the bell above the door jingling a tinny welcome as she stepped inside. The scent of sawdust and varnish hit her like a physical blow, a visceral reminder of her past. He was behind the counter, his back to her, talking to old Mr. Henderson about lumber prices. He was broader now, his shoulders filling out the worn denim shirt, his hair darker, shorter, but the set of his jaw, the way he held his head, instantly recognisable. Her breath hitched. It had been 15 years. 15 years of carefully curated silence, of unspoken agreements to remain strangers. She'd pictured this moment 1,000 times, in 1,000 different ways, each scenario ending with the same knot of unresolved emotion tightening in her chest. He turned then, sensing her presence, and his eyes, once bright with youthful exuberance, now held a depth she couldn't quite decipher. A flicker of recognition, then something, guarded, shuttered. "Ellie," he said, his voice rougher than she remembered, the single word carrying a weight of unspoken years. "Adam," she managed, her own voice a breathy whisper. The small talk that followed was stilted, awkward, a fragile dance around the elephant in the room. He asked about her mother, offered condolences, his words polite, distant. She reciprocated, asking about his work, about his life in Hollow Creek. He answered in monosyllables, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond her shoulder. The air between them crackled with unspoken tension, a live wire humming with the ghosts of their shared past. As she left the store, the bell jingling again behind her, she could feel his eyes on her back, a weight she carried all the way back to the silent, echoing house. Hollow Creek was familiar, yes, but Adam was a ghost. A beautiful, painful ghost haunting the edges of her return, and she knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the bone, that her carefully constructed plans for a short visit were about to unravel, just like everything else in her life seemed to be. Small-town gossip, Ellie quickly rediscovered, was a living, breathing entity. Whispers followed her like shadows, clinging to her presence in the bakery, the post office, even the quiet aisles of the grocery store. Ellie Carter's back, they'd murmur, their eyes lingering a beat too long, a silent question hanging in the air. Do you think she'll stay this time? The question, unspoken but palpable, echoed her own internal turmoil. Stay? Here? In Hollow Creek? The very idea felt both suffocating and strangely comforting. Suffocating because this town held the ghost of everything she had tried to escape, the confines of small-town expectations, the weight of a promise broken. Comforting because it was home in a way that no sun-drenched beach in Bali or bustling market in Marrakesh ever could be. Adam remained a persistent, unsettling presence at the edges of her awareness. She saw him around town, a fleeting glimpse across the town square, his truck parked outside the diner, a figure disappearing into the hardware store. Each sighting was a jolt, a reminder of what was and what could have been. He kept his distance, a deliberate avoidance that stung more than she cared to admit. His eyes, when they did briefly meet hers, were different. The easy warmth, the playful spark she remembered, was gone, replaced by something colder, harder. Unspoken burdens, yes, that was the word. He carried the weight of Hollow Creek in his gaze, the responsibility of his father's legacy, the quiet acceptance of a life lived within these familiar hills, a life she had rejected. One sweltering afternoon, while sorting through her mother's overflowing attic, Ellie stumbled upon an old photo album. Dust motes danced in the sunbeams filtering through the grimy attic window, illuminating faded images of her past. There they were, frozen into time. Teenage Ellie and Adam, all gangly limbs and awkward smiles, their eyes bright with dreams as vast as the Appalachian sky above them. Hiking trails, summer festivals, stolen kisses beneath the willow tree, their laughter echoing in the faded photographs. They were vibrant, hopeful, together. A pang of something akin to grief twisted in her chest. They had been so sure, so certain of their forever, carved their names into that willow tree, a childish vow etched into living wood. Ellie plus Adam, forever. Forever had lasted a summer. The silence of the attic was broken by a floorboard creaking downstairs. Her mother's nurse, Mrs. Gable, calling up to her. Ellie snapped the photo album shut, burying it back in the box, as if hiding the ghosts of her past. She descended the creaking stairs, leaving the faded images behind, but the ache in her heart lingered, a dull throb of regret and unanswered questions. Later that week, her mother, in a moment of surprising lucidity, announced she wanted the house renovated. That porch swing needs fixing, she'd murmured, her voice weak but firm, her gaze fixed on some distant memory. And the kitchen needs updating. And of course, inevitably, predictably, her mother hired Adam. Small towns, Ellie thought wryly, were nothing if not circles. The phone call came from Mrs. Gable. "Mr. Sullivan will be by tomorrow to take a look," she'd said, her voice matter-of-fact. Ellie's stomach clenched. Forced interactions, awkward conversations, unfinished business brought brutally, unavoidably into the present. It was exactly what she didn't want. And yet, a small perverse part of her, a stubborn ember of curiosity, flickered to life. Confrontation, however painful, was perhaps a form of closure. Or maybe, just maybe, a chance to finally understand the ghost that haunted Hollow Creek, the ghost of first love that still whispered her name on the wind. Adam arrived the next morning, his truck rumbling to a stop in the driveway, a sound that resonated deep in Ellie's bones, a sound that screamed home. He walked up to the porch, tools hanging from his worn leather belt, his eyes meeting hers for the first time without the forced politeness of the hardware store. There was a flicker of something there, anger, maybe, or resentment, quickly masked behind a wall of professional detachment. "Mrs. Carter asked me to take a look at the house," he said, his voice clipped, businesslike. No Ellie this time, just a cool, impersonal distance. "Right," she replied, matching his tone, her own voice sharper than intended. "The porch swing and the kitchen." He nodded curtly, his gaze sweeping over the house, taking in the peeling paint, the overgrown garden, the general air of faded grandeur. "Needs work," he stated unnecessarily. "No kidding," Ellie retorted, crossing her arms, a defensive posture she hadn't even realised she'd adopted. They circled each other warily, like two animals sizing each other up after a long separation. The tension between them was thick, palpable, fueled by years of unspoken words, of unresolved hurt. It wasn't just awkwardness, it was something deeper, something raw and exposed. As Adam began to assess the porch swing, running a calloused hand along the weathered wood, Ellie couldn't resist. "So," she began, her voice deceptively casual, "still in Hollow Creek?" He straightened, his back to her, his shoulders stiffening. "Where else would I be?" he replied, his tone flat. The question, loaded with unspoken accusation, hung in the air between them. Where else would I be? Implying, of course, where else would you be if you hadn't left? "Last time I checked," Ellie shot back, unable to resist the bait. Hollow Creek wasn't the centre of the universe. He turned then, his eyes locking with hers, and the carefully constructed mask of detachment finally cracked. "No, it's not," he said, his voice low, dangerous. "But it's home. Some of us actually understand the meaning of the word." The accusation hit her like a physical blow. Abandonment. That's what he thought. That's what he'd always thought. And maybe, a small insidious voice whispered in her own mind, maybe he was right. "And some of us," she retorted, her voice rising, "have lives to live beyond carving names into willow trees and staying stuck in the same damn place forever." He scoffed, stepping closer, his eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and something else, something deeper, something vulnerable. "Is that what you think this is? Being stuck? This is my life, Ellie. My family, my roots. Something you apparently decided to outgrow." "Outgrow?" she repeated, her voice trembling with a fury that had been simmering beneath the surface for years. "I didn't outgrow anything. I had dreams, Adam, dreams that were bigger than this town." "And I wasn't part of those dreams," he challenged, his voice tight with pain. You made it pretty clear you weren't leaving," she stammered, the old hurt rising to the surface, choking her. After your dad." His face hardened, his expression closing off completely. The vulnerability vanished, replaced by a cold, impenetrable wall. "Don't," he warned, his voice low and dangerous again. "Don't you dare bring him into this." Silence descended between them, heavy and charged, broken only by the distant chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves in the wind. They stood there, locked in a silent battle, years melting away, leaving them raw, exposed, the teenage wounds reopened, bleeding anew. The porch swing, neglected and broken, swayed gently in the breeze, a silent witness to their fractured past, a broken promise hanging heavy in the humid Appalachian air. The renovation, Ellie realised with a sinking heart, was going to be more complicated and far more painful than she could have ever imagined. Hollow Creek's Summer Festival, a tradition older than the willow tree itself, loomed on the horizon, casting its festive shadow over the simmering tensions between Ellie and Adam. The entire town, it seemed, was buzzing with preparations, banners being hung, stalls being erected in the town square, the air thick with the scent of frying food and anticipation. Even Ellie, despite her carefully constructed outsider status, found herself caught in the festival's irresistible gravitational pull. Mrs. Gable, with the quiet efficiency of a seasoned general, volunteered Ellie to help with the charity auction, a cornerstone of the festival's fundraising efforts. And of course, in the small-town logic that seemed inescapable, the person in charge of building the auction stage and crafting the donated items was none other than Adam Sullivan, carpenter extraordinaire. Forced proximity. It was the universe, or perhaps just Hollow Creek, having a cruel joke at her expense. They were thrown together amid sawdust and half-finished birdhouses, surrounded by well-meaning but intensely curious townsfolk, their every interaction dissected and analysed by the ever-present gossip mill. Their initial interactions were predictably awkward, strained silences punctuated by curt instructions and minimal eye contact. Ellie found herself cataloguing donated items, crocheted blankets, jars of homemade jam, antique furniture, her mind a million miles away, replaying their tense porch conversation, the weight of his accusations, the sting of her own defensiveness. Adam, meanwhile, hammered and sawed with a furious intensity, the rhythmic pounding echoing the frantic beat of her own heart. Slowly, grudgingly, a fragile truce began to form, born out of necessity and the shared task at hand. They started to communicate, initially about auction logistics, table placement, item descriptions, donation sheets, the conversation strictly professional, devoid of any personal inflection. But even in these mundane exchanges, Ellie caught glimpses of the Adam she remembered. A dry wit surfacing in a sarcastic comment about a particularly hideous knitted gnome, a flash of easy charm when he charmed a donation out of a reluctant Mrs. Henderson. One afternoon, while they were wrestling with a particularly unwieldy banner, their hands brushed. A fleeting accidental contact, but it sent a jolt of unexpected electricity through Ellie. She snatched her hand back as if burned, her cheeks flushing crimson. Adam too seemed affected, his usual guarded expression momentarily faltering, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. The auction preparations forced them to work side by side, their physical proximity a constant reminder of their intertwined past. They started to fall into a rhythm, a strange, uneasy dance of cooperation and avoidance. He'd hand her a hammer, their fingers almost touching. She'd ask his opinion on the best way to display a quilt, his gaze lingering on her a beat longer than necessary. The air around them, still thick with tension, began to carry a different charge, a subtle shift from animosity towards something else, something complicated, messy, undeniably there. The festival, meant to be a celebration of Hollow Creek, was inadvertently becoming a crucible, forging a new, uncertain path between Ellie and Adam, a path paved with awkward silences, stolen glances, and the lingering echoes of a love that refused to stay buried. The barn dance, the highlight of the summer festival, pulsed with the infectious energy of bluegrass music and small-town camaraderie. String lights twinkled like captured fireflies, casting a warm golden glow over the swirling dancers, the scent of hay and wood smoke mingling with the sweet perfume of summer blossoms. Ellie, reluctantly dragged to the festival by a persistent Mrs. Gable, found herself standing at the edge of the dance floor, watching the joyful chaos unfold. She saw Adam across the crowded barn leaning against a rough-hewn post, his gaze sweeping over the dancers, settling briefly on her before quickly shifting away. He looked different here in his element, surrounded by his community. The gruff carpenter softened by the festive atmosphere, a hint of the old Adam flickering in his eyes. A slow song began, the tempo shifting, the music mellowing into a melancholic waltz. Couples swayed closer, their movements slower, more intimate, the barn suddenly filled with a different kind of energy, a quieter, more sensual hum. And then, he was there, standing before her, his hand outstretched, hesitant, uncertain. "Dance?" he asked, his voice low, almost a whisper, barely audible above the music. Ellie hesitated, her mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Saying yes felt like crossing a line, acknowledging the unspoken pull between them, the simmering undercurrents of their shared history. Saying no felt cowardly, a retreat back into the carefully constructed walls she had built around her heart. She took his hand. His touch was warm, calloused, instantly familiar, sending a shiver of recognition down her spine. He led her onto the dance floor, their bodies moving together almost instinctively, as if they had danced just yesterday, not 15 years ago. The years melted away in the slow circling steps. His hand on her back, the scent of pine wood and something uniquely him filling her senses, the way their bodies fit together perfectly, effortlessly, like two halves of a whole. It was all there, the ghost of their past, the echo of their first love, suddenly vividly present. The world narrowed to just the two of them, the music fading into a background hum, the other dancers blurring into indistinct shapes. They moved in silence, their bodies speaking a language their words couldn't articulate, a language of shared memories, unspoken regrets, and a lingering, undeniable connection. He smelled the same, Ellie realised, a poignant ache tightening in her chest. Pinewood and home. He had always smelled like home, and for a fleeting, dangerous moment, in the warmth of the barn, surrounded by the music and the laughter and the familiar faces of Hollow Creek, she let herself imagine what it would be like to be home again. As the song neared its end, he pulled her closer, their faces inches apart, his gaze searching hers, something vulnerable, something raw, shining in his eyes. The near kiss hung in the air, charged with unspoken longing, with the weight of years, with the terrifying possibility of rekindled flames. And then, abruptly, he pulled away, stepped back, breaking the spell, shattering the fragile intimacy of the moment. "Thanks," he mumbled, his gaze shifting away, his voice rough, almost curt again. He turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd, leaving Ellie standing alone on the dance floor, breathless, shaken, the ghost of a kiss lingering on her lips, the echo of a love she thought she had buried, suddenly, terrifyingly alive. Back in the quiet solitude of the old house, the energy of the barn dance still thrumming beneath her skin, Ellie sought refuge in the attic again, seeking distraction, seeking answers, seeking, perhaps unconsciously, to understand the ghost that Adam had become. She pulled down the box of old photos, the faded images now holding a new, painful resonance after their dance. Tucked beneath the photo album, bound together with a faded ribbon, she found them. Letters, a stack of them addressed to Ellie, in Adam's unmistakable, slightly slanted handwriting. Letters she had never seen before, letters never sent. Her heart pounded in her chest, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the attic. She untied the ribbon, her fingers trembling slightly, and unfolded the top letter. The date was just weeks after she had left for college. The words blurred through a sudden rush of tears. He wrote about the house feeling empty without her mother, about the workshop being silent without his father, about the town feeling smaller somehow, without her in it. He wrote about missing her laugh, her quick wit, the way she used to tilt her head when she was thinking. He wrote about the willow tree, about their carving, about forever. And he wrote about the pain, a raw, visceral pain that bled through the ink onto the page. She read on, letter after letter, her heart aching with each word. He wrote about his struggles to keep the workshop afloat, about the weight of responsibility that had fallen on his young shoulders, about the fear of failing his father, of failing her. He wrote about the town's expectations, the unspoken pressure to stay, to carry on the family legacy. And he wrote, again and again, about missing her, about longing for her, about the agonizing silence that had grown between them. In one letter, dated months after she had left, his handwriting was jagged, almost illegible, the words raw with a desperate vulnerability. He confessed to wanting to call her, to drive to her college, to beg her to come back, but he hadn't. He wrote about his fear of rejection, his fear of holding her back, his fear of not being enough. And then the words trailed off, the letter unfinished, ending abruptly mid-sentence. The later letters were different, more distant, the pain replaced by a forced stoicism, a carefully constructed wall of indifference. He wrote about work, about town events, about mundane details, as if trying to force himself to move on, to bury the raw vulnerability of those earlier letters. But even in the forced detachment, Ellie could sense the undercurrent of sadness, the lingering ache of loss. Guilt washed over her, a cold, suffocating wave. She had left. She had pursued her dreams, her ambitions, her life, without a backward glance, assuming what? That he would understand, that he would wait, that forever was just a childish word carved into a willow tree, easily forgotten, easily erased. She had never considered his pain, his struggles, the weight he had been carrying. She had been so focused on her own escape, her own desires, that she had blinded herself to his reality, his sacrifice. Had she made a mistake leaving? Had she thrown away something real, something precious, something that could have been forever? The unanswered letters lay heavy in her lap, a silent testament to years of missed communication, of unspoken words, of a love lost not to fate, but to fear, to pride, to the agonizing silence that had grown between two young hearts beneath the weeping willow's shade. The heavens opened that evening, unleashing a torrential Appalachian storm that rattled the old house to its foundations. Power flickered and died, plunging the house into darkness, the only light source the flickering flames of candles casting dancing shadows across the walls. Ellie, trapped inside with the storm raging outside, felt a strange sense of inevitability, like the storm was mirroring the tempest brewing within her own heart. Adam, predictably, appeared at the door, soaked to the bone, a concerned frown etched on his face. "Power's out all over town," he announced, shaking the rain from his hair. "Thought your mum might need help." It was a flimsy excuse, Ellie knew, but she didn't call him on it. The storm, the darkness, the shared isolation seemed to dissolve the carefully constructed barriers between them, leaving them exposed, vulnerable, stripped bare of pretense. They huddled in the living room, the candlelight casting long, distorted shadows, the sound of rain lashing against the windows a constant rhythmic drumming. Forced together, confined by the storm, they finally talked, really talked. Not polite small talk, not veiled accusations, but raw, honest, heart-wrenching conversation, the kind they had avoided for 15 years. Ellie started, hesitantly, about the letters. She showed them to him, the faded ink, the raw vulnerability of his teenage heart laid bare on the yellowed pages. He read them in silence, his face unreadable in the flickering candlelight, the only sound the relentless drumming of the rain. When he finally looked up, his eyes were shadowed, his expression a mixture of pain and something akin to relief. I never sent them," he said, his voice low, almost ashamed. "Why not?" Ellie whispered, her own voice thick with emotion. He shrugged, a helpless gesture. Pride, maybe. Fear. Stupidity. Take your pick. He paused, then met her gaze, his eyes searching hers. I was scared, Ellie. Scared of losing you again. Scared of not being good enough for you. Scared you'd look back and regret staying with me in Hollow Creek. His words, raw and honest, cracked something open within Ellie, a dam of unspoken emotions finally breaking. Adam, she began, her voice trembling. I was scared too. Scared of being trapped. Scared of losing myself in this town. Scared of not being enough for you, for the life you wanted here. They talked for hours, the storm raging outside, mirroring the storm of emotions finally unleashed between them. They talked about his father, about the weight of his loss, the responsibility he'd felt to stay, to carry on the family name. They talked about her dreams, her wanderlust, her desperate need to escape, to define herself beyond the confines of Hollow Creek. They talked about the misunderstandings, the unspoken assumptions, the agonizing silence that had grown between them, festering like an unhealed wound. And as they talked, as they finally laid bare their past pain, their past fears, something shifted between them. The anger, the resentment, the years of hurt began to melt away, replaced by a fragile understanding, a hesitant forgiveness. The storm raged on, but inside the candlelit house, amidst the shadows and the rain, a different kind of storm was subsiding, leaving behind a fragile, tentative peace. Just as the storm began to dissipate, the first rays of dawn painting the eastern sky in soft hues of pink and grey, Ellie's mother woke, surprisingly alert, her voice stronger than it had been in weeks. Ellie dear, she said, her gaze clear, focused. I've been thinking. Ellie braced herself. Her mother's thinking often led to life-altering pronouncements. This house, her mother continued, her gaze sweeping around the familiar parlour, it's too much, too big, too many memories. She paused, then dropped the bombshell. I'm selling it, Ellie. Moving to Florida. Near your Aunt Carol. Ellie stared at her mother, stunned. Florida? Selling the house? The house that held generations of Carter history, the house that was practically a character in their family saga. Her mother smiled, a small wistful smile. Time for a change, dear. Time for sunshine and less stairs. The implications of her mother's words crashed down on Ellie with the brutal force. Selling the house meant leaving Hollow Creek again, this time for good. Her mother would be gone, the house would be gone. Her last tangible connection to this town, to her past, would be severed. The nomadic life she had carefully constructed, the life of constant travel, of fleeting connections, suddenly felt hollow. The rootlessness she had embraced now seemed like a kind of exile, a self-imposed banishment from the only place that had ever truly felt like home. She looked at Adam, who had stayed the night, dozing fitfully in an armchair, his face still etched with exhaustion and lingering sadness. He stirred, sensing her gaze, and looked up, his eyes meeting hers, questioning, vulnerable. He wouldn't ask her to stay. Ellie knew that with a painful certainty. He had been hurt too deeply, rejected too completely to risk opening himself up to that kind of pain again. Pride, fear, stupidity, he had said it himself. And she too was bound by her own fears, her own pride, her own stubborn refusal to be the first to break. The moment of truth had arrived. Stay in Hollow Creek tethered to her past, to Adam, to the uncertain possibility of a second chance, or return to her nomadic life, to the illusion of freedom, to the familiar ache of loneliness, knowing she was leaving a part of herself behind again. The decision, heavy and momentous, hung in the air between them, as silent and as suffocating as the pre-storm calm. The days that followed were a blur of packing boxes, real estate agents, and the bittersweet ache of saying goodbye to a life that was both familiar and fading. Ellie threw herself into the logistics of the move, a frantic flurry of activity to avoid facing the inevitable, the goodbye that loomed between her and Adam. They worked side by side on the house renovations, a strained silence settling between them, the fragile intimacy forged during the storm dissolving like morning mist. He fixed the porch swing, meticulously sanding and painting the weathered wood, his movements precise, economical, his expression closed off, unreadable. She packed boxes, carefully wrapping her mother's precious china, each delicate piece a sharp reminder of the life she was dismantling. Their interactions were polite, perfunctory, limited to necessary instructions and logistical updates. He'd ask about paint colours, she'd ask about the timeline for the kitchen remodel. They moved around each other like strangers, ghosts in the echoing rooms of the house that held the echoes of their shared past. The day of her departure arrived, grey and overcast, mirroring the leaden weight in Ellie's heart. Her rental car was packed, the engine idling in the driveway, ready to pull her away, back to her other life, the life that suddenly felt so pale, so insubstantial compared to the route she was leaving behind. Adam stood on the porch watching her, his silhouette stark against the grey sky. He didn't offer to help with her luggage, didn't offer a hug, didn't even offer a goodbye. Just stood there, silent, stoic, a figure carved from the Appalachian stone itself. Ellie walked towards him, her footsteps heavy, each step pulling her further away from him, further away from Hollow Creek, further away from a possibility she was too afraid, too proud to grasp. She stopped before him, the silence stretching out between them, thick with unspoken words, with unacknowledged grief. She searched his eyes, searching for a sign, a flicker of hope, anything that would give her a reason to stay, a reason to turn back. But his gaze remained guarded, shuttered, reflecting back only her own fear, her own uncertainty. "Goodbye, Adam," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, the words tearing at her throat. He nodded once, curtly, his lips pressed into a thin, tight line. No words, no gesture, just a silent acknowledgement, a final, devastating goodbye. She turned away, blinking back tears, and walked to her car, each step feeling heavier than the last. She got in, slammed the door shut, a final echoing sound that seemed to reverberate through the silent house. She started the engine, the rumble filling the suffocating silence, and pulled out of the driveway, glancing one last time in the rearview mirror. He was still standing there, on the porch, watching her go, a solitary figure silhouetted against the grey sky, fading into the distance, disappearing from her life. Again. This time there were no words, no promises, no willow tree carvings. Just two broken hearts watching each other walk away, again, into the vast, uncertain expanse of forever. And this time it felt truly, irrevocably, like forever. The miles blurred past, highway stretching out before her like a ribbon of grey asphalt, mirroring the grey sky she had left behind. California felt a million miles away, both geographically and emotionally. The sun, when it finally broke through the cloud cover, felt harsh, unwelcome, lacking the soft, filtered light of the Appalachian foothills. Ellie drove in a daze, replaying her goodbye with Adam, the agonizing silence, the unspoken words, the final, devastating emptiness of his gaze. Had she made a mistake leaving? Again? Had she been so blinded by fear, by pride, that she had walked away from her second chance, from the only thing that had ever truly mattered? She pulled into a rest stop, needing coffee, needing to clear her head, needing desperately to escape the suffocating weight of her own regrets. As she stretched her legs, The scent of pine needles and damp earth momentarily transported her back to Hollow Creek, back to the familiar embrace of the Appalachian woods. And then she remembered the willow tree, the carving. Ellie plus Adam, forever. Childish, foolish, but a promise she had broken, a promise she had dismissed, a promise that perhaps had been more real than she had ever allowed herself to believe. A sudden, irrational urge seized her, a desperate need to see the willow tree again, to touch the bark, to trace the faded carving with her fingers, to somehow reconnect with that lost, innocent version of herself, the girl who had believed in forever. She pulled out her phone, her fingers trembling as she typed Hollow Creek into the GPS. The route recalculated, a sharp U-turn back towards the east. Her heart pounded in her chest, a frantic mixture of hope and fear. Was she crazy? Turning back? Running towards her past instead of away from it? As she drove, the miles melting away in reverse, a memory surfaced, unbidden. A memory she hadn't consciously recalled in years. The summer they'd carved their names into the willow, Adam had shown her something else he had carved there, hidden beneath a tangle of weeping branches, a smaller, newer carving, barely visible. He'd been shy, hesitant when he showed it to her, his cheeks flushed, his eyes full of unspoken longing. She remembered tracing the new carving with her finger, the rough bark scratching against her skin, the simple words etched into the wood. Always. Always what? She had asked, her teenage heart fluttering with a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. He had just shrugged, his gaze shifting away, his voice a mumbled whisper. Just. Always. She pulled into Hollow Creek as dusk began to settle, the town bathed in a soft golden light that felt both familiar and achingly poignant. She drove straight to the riverbank, her heart pounding with each mile, each turn, each familiar landmark. The willow tree stood there, majestic, ancient, its branches weeping down towards the river, exactly as she remembered, exactly as she had always known it would be. She parked the car and ran to the tree, her breath catching in her throat. And there it was, carved into the trunk, just beneath their old carving, freshly etched into the wood, gleaming white against the dark bark. Not always, but something even more powerful, even more profound. No matter how far you go, it read, carved in Adam's unmistakable hand, you'll always be home to me. Tears streamed down Ellie's face, hot and cleansing, washing away years of doubt, years of fear, years of running from a love that had never truly faded. Home, she whispered, the word catching in her throat, the truth of it resonating deep in her soul. She wasn't running from Hollow Creek. She was running from love, from the vulnerability of it, the risk of it, the terrifying, beautiful possibility of it. She wasn't a rootless wanderer, a successful travel writer defined by her escapes. She was Ellie Carter, daughter of Hollow Creek, and she was home. She had always been home, even when she was 1,000 miles away. A fierce determination surged through her, a sense of clarity she hadn't felt in years. She wasn't leaving, not this time, not without fighting for what she truly wanted, for the love that had been waiting for her patiently, faithfully, beneath the willow shade. She turned and ran back to her car, her heart pounding with a newfound hope, a reckless, exhilarating leap of faith. She drove straight to Adam's workshop, the familiar scent of sawdust and pine wood pulling her closer, faster, like a moth drawn to a flame. The workshop was dimly lit, the only light spilling out from under the closed door. She hesitated for a moment, her hand hovering over the doorknob, a tremor of fear, a flicker of doubt, momentarily halting her resolve. What if she was wrong? What if the carving was just a fleeting moment of sentimentality, a whisper in the wind, not a true invitation? What if he had moved on? What if she was just setting herself up for another heartbreak? But the memory of his eyes searching hers under the candlelight, the warmth of his hand in hers on the dance floor, the raw vulnerability in his unsent letters, these were not fleeting moments. These were echoes of a love that ran deeper than fear, stronger than pride. She pushed open the door. The workshop was quiet, filled with the familiar scent of wood and varnish, the air thick with dust motes dancing in the single shaft of light from a workbench lamp. Adam was there, hunched over a piece of wood, his back to her, his shoulders slumped with weariness. "Adam?" she said, her voice a soft whisper in the stillness. He straightened, turning slowly, his eyes widening in surprise, then narrowing, suspicion flickering across his face. "Ellie, what are you doing here?" "Here." She walked towards him, her heart laid to bare, vulnerable, her voice trembling but firm. "I saw the carving," she said, her gaze locking with his, unwavering. "Beneath the willow. You'll always be home to me." He stared at her, his expression unreadable, his eyes searching hers, probing, questioning. He asked, his voice guarded, hesitant. "And I don't want to leave," she said, the words tumbling out in a rush, a confession years overdue. "Not if staying means being home with you." Tears welled in her eyes again, but this time they were tears of hope, tears of surrender, tears of coming home. "I love you, Adam," she whispered, the words finally free. "I never stopped loving you." The silence in the workshop stretched out thick with unspoken emotion, with the weight of years, with the terrifying vulnerability of Ellie's confession hanging in the air. Adam stood frozen, his expression a mixture of disbelief, hope, and lingering fear. He searched her eyes, searching for truth, searching for forever. And then, slowly, painstakingly, the walls around his heart began to crumble. The guardedness in his eyes softened, replaced by a hesitant warmth, a flicker of the old Adam, the Adam she had loved, the Adam she had never truly let go of. He stepped towards her, his hand reaching out, tentatively cupping her cheek, his touch sending a jolt of electricity through her, a spark igniting the dormant embers of their love. "Ellie," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion, I never stopped loving you either." The confession, simple and profound, broke the last of the barriers between them. Tears streamed down his face now too, mingling with hers, washing away the years of pain, the years of separation, the years of unspoken longing. He pulled her closer, his arms wrapping around her, holding her tight, a fierce, possessive embrace that spoke volumes more than words ever could. She buried her face in his chest, inhaling the familiar scent of pine wood and home, the scent that had haunted her dreams, the scent that finally, blessedly enveloped her completely. He tilted her face up, his gaze searching hers, his eyes shining with a love that had weathered 15 years of silence, 15 years of distance, 15 years of unspoken pain. And then he kissed her. It wasn't a tentative kiss, not a hesitant reawakening. It was a kiss born of years of longing, of pent-up emotion, of a love that had been simmering beneath the surface, waiting for its moment to ignite. It was passionate, desperate, tear-filled, a kiss that tasted of forgiveness, of homecoming, of second chances, a kiss that sealed their fate irrevocably, completely. Beneath the weeping willow, bathed in the soft glow of the rising moon, Hollow Creek erupted in quiet joy. Whispers spread like wildfire through the town, hushed murmurs of congratulations, knowing smiles, knowing nods. "Ellie's back," they whispered, their voices filled with a quiet satisfaction. "And this time, she's here to stay. Some love stories," they murmured, "are just meant to be." Months spun into seasons, painted in the vibrant hues of Appalachian autumn, the crisp whites of winter snow, the blossoming greens of spring. Hollow Creek embraced Ellie's return, welcoming her back with open arms, as if she had never truly left. Her mother, settled and content in her Florida sunshine, beamed with knowing approval during their frequent video calls. Ellie and Adam, side by side, embarked on a new kind of adventure, a different kind of travel writing. They renovated a dilapidated storefront on Main Street, transforming it into a bookstore cafe, a haven for book lovers and coffee aficionados, a testament to their shared passions, a cornerstone of their shared future. The Willow and Words, Ellie named it, a playful nod to their intertwined history. Adam's woodworking graced every corner of the cafe, hand-carved bookshelves, rustic tables, a cosy reading nook nestled by the window, overlooking the town square. Ellie's travel journals lined the shelves, alongside carefully curated selections of local authors and literary classics, her words weaving stories of far-off lands and the quiet beauty of home. The cafe became the heart of Hollow Creek, a place where locals gathered for coffee and conversation, where tourists lingered over pastries and pages, where the air hummed with the gentle murmur of community, of connection, of love. One warm summer evening, as the sun dipped below the Appalachian peaks, painting the sky in fiery hues of orange and purple, Ellie and Adam walked hand in hand to the riverbank, to their willow tree. The air was soft, fragrant with honeysuckle and river mist, the crickets chirping their evening serenade. They stood before the ancient willow, tracing the faded carvings, the echoes of their teenage promises, the testament to their enduring love. Adam pulled out his pocket knife, the familiar click echoing in the quiet evening air. He looked at Ellie, his eyes shining with a love that was no longer tentative, no longer fearful, but strong, confident forever. Together they carved a new message into the willow beneath their initials, beneath their childhood vow, a simple, profound promise etched into the living wood, a testament to their second chance, to their enduring love, to their homecoming, always. The alarm sounded at 3:15 a.m. on an early June morning in 1953, though Richard Dunbar was already awake. He'd spent the night in his darkroom, studying the prints from yesterday's shoot with growing dissatisfaction. Each image was technically perfect, his work always was, but something essential remained stubbornly absent. The same emptiness that had been haunting his photographs for months now, like the ghost of something he'd forgotten how to see. He silenced the alarm and began his pre-dawn ritual. The Graflex View camera, his constant companion for 15 years, was already packed alongside 4 film holders, each containing 2 sheets of Kodak Tri-X. He'd loaded them the night before in total darkness, his fingers moving with the certainty of muscle memory. The sturdy wooden tripod, essential for the long exposures landscape work demanded, waited by the door. Everything was precisely where it should be, just as it had been every morning for as long as he could remember. The drive from his Lake Tahoe cabin to Yosemite Valley took just under 4 hours. He made it in 3.5, his 49 Packard eating up the empty roads as the stars slowly faded above the Sierra Nevada. The east was just beginning to pale when he parked at the Tunnel View Lookout, the iconic vista still shrouded in pre-dawn shadows. He wasn't surprised to find another car already there, a modest Ford sedan that had seen better days. Anthony Stewart's telegram had been specific about the time and place for the interview. What did surprise him was the figure silhouetted against the granite walls. A woman, working by flashlight, a large format camera already mounted on a tripod. Richard watched her for a moment, noting her methodical movements as she checked her composition through the ground glass. She wore trousers and a man's work shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Practical choices that would raise eyebrows in San Francisco but made perfect sense here in the wilderness. Her dark hair was tied back severely, and a light meter hung around her neck rather than a camera. Another telling detail. This was no Sunday photographer. "You're early, Miss Stocks," he called out, lifting his own equipment from the car. She turned, startled but composed. "Mr. Dunbar, I hope to capture the valley before our meeting. I didn't mean to intrude on your location. Tunnel view hardly belongs to me," he approached, studying her setup with professional interest. A Deardorff 8x10, not the obvious choice for a young photographer just starting out. The camera alone cost more than most people made in 3 months. "Though I'm curious why you chose this spot. It's been photographed to death." "By better photographers than me," she agreed readily. "That's why I'm here. I wanted to understand how the masters saw it before trying to find my own vision." She stepped back from her camera. "Would you like to see my composition?" He hesitated. The eastern sky was brightening rapidly, and he had his own shot to set up. But professional curiosity won out. He bent to study her ground glass. The composition was unexpected. Instead of the classic wide shot capturing the entire valley, she'd focused tighter, using a fallen branch in the foreground to frame El Capitan. The pre-dawn light created deep shadows that gave the scene an almost abstract quality. It wasn't technically perfect. The exposure would be tricky with such contrast, but there was something compelling about it. "An interesting choice," he said finally, "but not what you would have done." It wasn't a question. "No." He straightened, meeting her eyes for the first time. They were darker than he had expected, intelligent and unafraid. "I would have waited for better light." "Better light or safer light?" She held his gaze. "Sometimes the shadows tell more truth than the highlights, Mr. Dunbar." He felt an unexpected spark of something. Irritation? Curiosity? Before he could respond, she was already moving, efficiently breaking down her equipment to make room for his. He found himself watching her hands, confident, precise, treating the expensive camera with the respect it deserved. "Mr. Stewart sent your portfolio," he said, beginning his own setup. "Your technical skills are adequate, but this project requires more than technical proficiency. It's about capturing the essence of Yosemite, not just its surface." "The essence Mrs. Stewart loved," she added quietly. Richard's hands stilled on his tripod. Margaret Stewart. He'd met her once, years ago, at a gallery showing. She'd spent hours studying his photographs, not just admiring them, but truly seeing them. Her death had hit the Bay Area art community hard. "Did you know her?" he asked. "No." Annie's voice held a note of regret. "But I studied her photographs, not the professional ones, her personal albums. Mr. Stewart shared them with me when I interviewed with him. She saw this place differently than you do." She paused, then added, "Differently than I do too." There was a joy in her images, even the technically imperfect ones, especially those, maybe. The observation was unexpectedly insightful. Richard found himself studying her again, trying to reconcile her youth with the depth of her understanding. She couldn't be much over 22, yet there was something in the way she spoke about photography that resonated uncomfortably with his own recent doubts. "Why do you want this position, Miss Stocks? There are easier paths for a young photographer." "Because I want to learn from the best." She met his eyes again. "But also because I think even the best photographers can sometimes forget how to see with fresh eyes. You've mastered light, Mr. Dunbar. Your work is technically flawless. But lately," she hesitated, then pressed on. "Lately, your photographs feel like they're missing something. Like you're so focused on controlling every element that you've forgotten how to let the heart of a place surprise you." The words hit him like a physical blow, They were too close to his own midnight doubts, the ones that kept him awake studying prints that grew more perfect and more empty with each passing month. That's a dangerous observation to make in a job interview, Miss Stocks. I'm not here for a safe job, Mr. Dunbar. I'm here because photography matters to me, the same way it matters to you, and because I think this project deserves both technical excellence and emotional truth. She gestured to the valley, where the first rays of sun were beginning to paint the granite walls. Look at that light. It's perfect, technically perfect. But what makes it beautiful is the way it struggles with the shadows, the way it reveals and conceals. That's what Mrs. Stewart saw, isn't it? The dance between light and shadow, between control and surrender. Richard felt something shift inside him, like a lens clicking out of focus. The valley was transforming in the dawn light, but for the first time in years, he found himself paying more attention to the photographer than the photograph. There was something compelling about her certainty, her willingness to challenge him even at the risk of losing the position. The work will be demanding, he said finally. Long hours, difficult conditions, most of it in backcountry, far from civilization. I know. She smiled slightly. I already bought hiking boots and had my mother let out my father's old work shirts. Your father's shirts? He was a logger before the war. Taught me that anything worth doing is worth doing right. She turned back to her camera, beginning to pack it away. He also taught me that the most beautiful things in nature don't wait for perfect conditions. Sometimes you have to wade into the shadows to find them. Richard watched her work, noting the efficiency of her movements, the way she handled her equipment with both strength and grace. She was young, yes, but there was something compelling about her vision, her quiet confidence, her willingness to push beyond the safe and technically perfect. The project starts Monday, he said abruptly. Dawn at this location. Bring your Deerdorf. And coffee. Her hand stilled on her camera case. Strong coffee or safe coffee, Mr. Dunbar? Strong. He turned back to his own camera, hiding the unexpected quirk of his lips. Very strong. The sun was fully up now, the valley awash in golden light. Richard Dunbar had spent his career pursuing technical perfection, believing that mastery meant control, but as he watched Annie Stocks pack her car, her movements sure and graceful in the morning light, he wondered if perhaps he'd been focusing on the wrong thing all along. Sometimes the most profound images emerge not from perfect light, but from the space between light and shadow, between control and surrender, between what was safely known and what remained to be discovered. The project ahead would test them both, not just their photographic skills, but their understanding of what it meant to truly see. And for the first time in longer than he could remember, Richard felt something stir in his chest that felt like anticipation, like the moment before pressing the shutter, when anything, absolutely anything, seemed possible. Their first month in the field tested them both. Richard insisted on starting in the backcountry, away from the tourist-crowded valley. Mrs. Stewart loved the hidden places, he explained, studying their topographical maps by lantern light. The spots most people never see. Annie traced their planned route with her finger. 3 weeks without resupply, that's ambitious. Having second thoughts? No, she met his eyes across the map. Just calculating how much film we can reasonably carry. He found himself studying her in the flickering light. She'd already proven herself more capable than he'd expected. Her technical skills were solid, but more importantly, she approached each challenge with quiet determination. When their first campsite flooded in an unexpected storm, she'd helped him move their equipment to higher ground without complaint, working through the night to keep their film dry. We'll each take 6 film holders, he decided, 12 shots per day maximum. That's not much for what we're trying to capture. It'll force us to be deliberate. Every exposure has to matter. She nodded, understanding. In the warm glow of the lantern, her face held a softness he hadn't noticed before. Like Mrs. Stewart's personal albums, some of her best shots were the ones she waited days to take. Richard looked away, uncomfortable with how often he found himself watching her. She had a habit of making observations that cut too close to the truth. The backcountry changed them both. Days began before dawn and ended long after sunset. They developed a rhythm, working in companionable silence as they scouted locations, set up shots, packed and unpacked their heavy equipment. Richard found himself increasingly relying on her eye for composition, though he was reluctant to admit it. One evening, as they waited for the light to shift over a high alpine lake, Annie surprised him by asking about his early work. "I've seen your prints from the 30s, she said, adjusting her tripod. "They're different from what you do now. Less technically accomplished. More alive," she glanced at him. "What changed?" Richard stared at the lake, remembering. "I had a shot published in Life magazine, 1939. A sunset over the Grand Canyon. Beautiful light, perfect composition. The kind of photograph that makes a career," and he paused. 2 weeks later, I got a letter from a reader. She said she could feel the wind in that image, taste the desert air. Said it made her cry. That's remarkable. It terrified me. The admission surprised him, but in the gathering dusk it felt safe to speak truth. The idea that something I created could affect someone that deeply. I started focusing on technical perfection instead. You can't be hurt by something if you keep it at arm's length. Annie was quiet for a long moment. That's a lonely way to live. Photography is lonely work. Doesn't have to be. She turned to face him fully. Look at what we've captured this past month. Your technical precision, my instinct for emotional resonance. Together we're creating something neither of us could achieve alone. She was right, though he wasn't ready to acknowledge it. The prints they'd developed at their last resupply stop had a depth he hadn't achieved in years. There was something about the way she pushed him to see differently, to wait an extra moment before pressing the shutter, to consider not just the light but the feeling of a place. "The light's changing," he said, instead of answering. But as they worked to capture the sunset, he found himself hyper-aware of her presence beside him, of the graceful efficiency of her movements, of how her quiet passion for photography matched his own. The storm caught them 3 days' hike from civilization. They'd been tracking a particular quality of light through the high country, following Mrs. Steward's journals. She wrote about a moment just after sunrise, Annie had explained, reading by flashlight in their camp, when the light hits the granite walls like liquid gold. Now, huddled in a shallow cave as lightning split the sky, that golden light seemed impossibly distant. Their equipment was safe. They'd managed to protect the cameras and film, but they were soaked through and the temperature was dropping rapidly. "We need to get warm," Richard said, assessing their situation. "There's dry wood at the back of the cave. I'll start a fire." Annie nodded, her teeth chattering. "I'll check the film holders. If any moisture got in, the film can wait." He caught her arm as she turned toward their equipment. "You're freezing." She looked up at him, startled by the contact. Water dripped from her hair, running down her neck, and without thinking, he brushed it away with his thumb. The touch felt electric, intimate in a way that had nothing to do with photography. "Richard!" Thunder crashed overhead, making them both jump. The moment broke. He turned away quickly, focusing on gathering wood, trying to ignore the lingering warmth of her skin against his fingers. The fire, when he got it started, cast dancing shadows on the cave walls. They sat close together for warmth, their wet clothes slowly steaming in the heat. Richard was acutely aware of their isolation, of how improper their situation would appear to the outside world. But here in the wilderness, social conventions seemed as distant as the storm-hidden stars. "Tell me about your first camera," he said, kneading cut to break the charged silence. Annie smiled, the firelight catching the angles of her face. "A brownie Hawkeye. I saved for months to buy it. My father thought I was crazy. That kind of money could have bought a new dress, shoes, all the things a proper young lady needed." She poked the fire with a stick, and the first time I developed a print, watched the image appear in the chemicals, I knew I'd never be satisfied with being proper. And now you're here, sleeping rough, in the wilderness with a virtual stranger. You're not a stranger. She looked at him then, her eyes reflecting the flames. Not anymore. He forced himself to look away. Get some rest. We'll need to move at first light, try to make up lost time. But sleep proved elusive. As the storm raged outside, Richard found himself remembering the feel of her skin under his fingers, the way she'd looked at him in the firelight. It was dangerous territory. They had a job to do, a commitment to Mrs. Steward's memory. He couldn't afford to let personal feelings complicate their working relationship. And yet, as he listened to Annie's breathing even out in sleep, he couldn't deny that something had shifted between them. Like a photograph slowly developing, revealing depths and shadows he hadn't expected to find. The incident at Mirror Lake changed everything. They'd been working since dawn trying to capture the perfect reflection of Half Dome in the still water. Richard had insisted on using the 8x10 Deerdorf for its superior detail, despite the challenge of manoeuvring the heavy camera in the muddy shoreline. The composition needs something, Annie said, studying the ground glasses. It's technically perfect, but what? There was an edge to his voice. They'd been at this spot for hours, and frustration was setting in. It feels empty, like we're so focused on the reflection that we've forgotten what we're really trying to capture. And what exactly are we trying to capture, Miss Stocks? He fell back on formality when annoyed, and immediately regretted it when he saw the hurt flash across her face. The way Mrs. Stewart saw this place. Annie's voice was quiet but firm, not just as a perfect mirror, but as a living thing. Here. She stepped closer, reaching past him to adjust the camera angle slightly. If we include that fallen log, the way the morning mist is rising around it. Her proximity was suddenly overwhelming. He could smell the rosewater scent she somehow maintained even in the wilderness, could feel the warmth of her body next to his. Without thinking, he turned his head toward her, and for a moment they were inches apart, sharing the same breath. Annie went very still. Richard! The crack of a branch breaking made them both jump. A young deer had wandered into the frame, stopping to drink at the lake's edge. Without speaking, they both shifted into professional mode, adjusting the composition to include this unexpected gift. But something had changed. As they worked through the morning, Richard found himself hyper-aware of every accidental touch, every shared glance. The easy rhythm they'd developed over the past months felt suddenly charged with unspoken possibility. That evening, developing prints in their makeshift darkroom tent, the red safe light cast everything in shades of shadow and suggestion. Richard watched Annie work, her hands sure and graceful as she moved prints between chemical baths. She'd rolled up her sleeves and a drop of fixer solution ran down her forearm like a tear. You were right, he said abruptly. She looked up, startled. About what? The composition, the deer, everything. He stepped closer, drawn despite his better judgment. You see things differently. You make me see things differently. Is that such a bad thing? Her voice was barely a whisper. It's terrifying. He reached out, brushed another drop of solution from her skin. This time his fingers lingered. Everything about you terrifies me. The air between them felt charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. Annie turned her hand in his, their fingers intertwining. Richard! A timer buzzed, making them both jump. The print in the developer was starting to overdevelop, the shadows growing too dark. They broke apart, returning to their tasks with forced professionalism. But the darkness couldn't hide the trembling of Annie's hands, or the way Richard's breath came too quick and shallow. Later, studying the prints they had made, Richard was struck by how different they were from his usual work. There was still technical excellence, yes, but there was something more, a vulnerability, a sense of intimacy with the landscape that he hadn't achieved in years. "They're beautiful," Annie said softly, looking over his shoulder. "They're dangerous." He couldn't look at her. "We have a job to do, a responsibility to Mrs. Steward's memory. We can't what?" When he didn't answer, she pressed on. "Feel something? Connect with what we're photographing? With each other?" "Annie, no." She gathered up her prints with trembling hands. "You're right. We have a job to do. Good night, McDunbar." She left him alone in the darkroom tent, surrounded by images that revealed too much truth. Richard stared at the prints, seeing in them everything he'd been trying to avoid. Vulnerability, emotion, the dangerous beauty of letting someone behind his carefully constructed walls. The project was barely half finished. They had 6 more months of working together, of shared dawns and wilderness camps and darkroom sessions. 6 months of trying to maintain professional distance while every instinct urged him closer. Richard Dunbar had built his career on control, on keeping emotion at arm's length. But as he studied the prints before him, he was forced to acknowledge that control was slipping away, and the images were better for it. The question was, could he survive letting his heart be as exposed as his photography? October came to Yosemite in a blaze of colour. The valley maples turned fierce gold, aspens shimmered silver yellow against granite walls, and the late afternoon light took on an almost ethereal quality. It was the kind of light photographers dreamed about, the kind Margaret Stewart had written about in her journals. They'd returned to Richard's cabin near Lake Tahoe to develop the autumn series. The project was nearly complete, just a few months left to capture winter's transformation of the park. Their work had exceeded expectations. Anthony Stewart, reviewing their preliminary prints, had been moved to tears. "Margaret would have loved thee," he'd said, touching one image with trembling fingers. "She always said Yosemite was most beautiful when seen through eyes of love." Now, in the close confines of Richard's darkroom, those words haunted him. Annie worked at the enlarger, her movements precise as she adjusted the focus. They had been dancing around each other for days, the tension between them growing with each shared glance, each accidental touch. "The contrast needs adjustment," she murmured, not looking at him. "We're losing detail in the shadows." Richard moved closer, studying the projected image. It was one of their best, half dome at sunrise with early snow dusting its face. But something in the composition struck him suddenly, making his breath catch. "This isn't my shot," he said slowly. Annie's hand stilled on the enlarger. "No. When did you—" "That morning after the storm, when you were breaking camp. The light was—" She trailed off, then squared her shoulders. "I know we agreed to focus on your compositions, but something about the way the shadows played across the snow? It's extraordinary." The admission came unbidden. The image captured everything they'd been trying to achieve. Technical excellence married to raw emotional power. "Why didn't you show me sooner?" She finally looked at him, her eyes dark in the safe light's glow. "Because I saw how you looked at me when I took it. Like I'd crossed a line. Like I'd stopped being your assistant and become—" She swallowed hard. "Something else." The darkroom suddenly felt too small, too intimate. Richard could hear his heart pounding in the silence. "You've never been just my assistant." "Then what am I, Richard?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "What are we doing here?" He reached for her before he could stop himself, his fingers brushing her cheek. She leaned into the touch, and something inside him broke. The kiss was inevitable, months of tension finally spilling over. She tasted like coffee and darkroom chemicals, her hands clutching his shirt as he backed her against the enlarger. The safe light cast everything in shades of blood and shadow, turning the moment surreal. "Richard," she gasped against his mouth. "Please." The timer buzzed, harsh and insistent. They jumped apart. The print in the developer was ruined, the image degraded beyond salvation. Reality crashed back like a bucket of cold fixer. Richard stepped away, horror rising in his throat. What had he done? They had a contract, obligations. This project wasn't about them. It was about Margaret's memory, about creating something raw and true. "We can't," he said roughly. "This isn't... We have to stay professional." "Professional," Annie's voice cracked. "Is that what you call what's been growing between us? Just professional collaboration?" "The project! To hell with the project!" She grabbed one of their prints, thrust it at him. "Look at this. Really look at it. Everything that makes these images powerful is because of what's happening between us. The tension, the emotion, the way we see differently together than apart. That's exactly why it has to stop." He forced himself to meet her eyes. "We're losing objectivity, the work. The work is better because of it. Why can't you see that? Why are you so afraid of letting someone in?" "Because I can't lose control," the words echoed in the small space. "Not of the work. Not of myself. Not with you." Annie went very still. When she spoke, her voice was cold. "Control? Is that what you think love is about?" The word love hit him like a physical blow. He turned away, unable to bear the hurt in her eyes. "I see." She began gathering her things with trembling hands. "Well, don't worry, Mr. Dunbar. Your precious control is safe. I quit." "Annie, no." She yanked her coat from its hook. "You want technical perfection? Fine, but remember what Anthony said about Margaret's vision. She saw Yosemite through eyes of love. All you see is light and shadow, and you're too afraid to admit there might be something more." She slammed out of the dark room, leaving him alone in the red-tinged darkness. Through the wall, he heard her gathering her things from the cabin's main room. The front door opened, then closed. A car engine started, faded into distance. Richard sank onto his stool, surrounded by their prints. In the safe light, every image seemed to mock him. Here was the alpine lake where they'd first talked about fear and art, the meadow where she'd taught him to wait for emotion before pressing the shutter, the storm-swept granite where she'd fallen asleep beside him, trusting him completely. And there, newly developed, her shot of half-dome. It was the kind of photograph he'd spent his career trying to create, technically perfect yet emotionally raw, the kind of image that could make a stranger cry, the kind of art that only came from letting go. Outside, snow began to fall, tiny flakes caught in the porch light. Winter was coming to the Sierras. The project's final season stretched ahead, impossible now without her. Richard stared at her ruined print in the developer, watching the image fade to black, and realised that in trying to maintain control, he had lost the only thing that truly mattered. The timer buzzed again, insistent in the darkness, but Richard didn't move to silence it. He sat in his perfectly controlled darkroom, surrounded by images of a love he'd been too afraid to grasp, and finally understood what Margaret Stewart had known all along. Some things were beautiful precisely because they couldn't be controlled. And sometimes, the most perfect moments came not from technical precision, but from letting your heart be as exposed as your film. Snow fell for 3 days after Annie left. Richard spent them in his darkroom, developing and redeveloping prints until his fingers were stained with chemicals. Each image seemed to hold a piece of her. The way she'd frame a shot differently than he would, how she'd wait for emotional resonance before pressing the shutter, her intuitive understanding of what made a photograph more than merely perfect. On the 4th day, Anthony Stewart arrived unannounced. "Miss Stocks resigned," Anthony said without preamble, standing in Richard's living room. Snow fell outside the windows, turning the world soft and silent. "She sent me her letter of resignation along with this." He placed a large print on Richard's coffee table. It was Annie's shot of Half Dome, professionally mounted and finished. In the clean winter light, it was even more extraordinary than it had appeared in the darkroom. "She said you'd understand what it meant," Anthony continued quietly, "that it was her way of showing what Margaret always tried to teach her about photography. Richard stared at the image, seeing now what he'd been too afraid to acknowledge that night. It wasn't just technically accomplished. It was emotionally raw, vulnerable, beautiful in its honesty. Like Margaret's personal albums, it captured not just the landscape but the feeling of the moment. "I've been a fool," he said finally. "Yes," Anthony's voice was gentle. "You know, Margaret used to say that the best photographs are like love letters. They're not about technical perfection. They're about showing someone else exactly how you see the world and trusting them to understand." Richard looked up sharply. "Did Annie tell you what happened?" "She didn't have to." Anthony picked up the photograph. "It's all here in this image. The way she sees Yosemite, the way she sees you." He paused. "The question is, what are you going to do about it?" Finding Annie proved harder than Richard expected. She wasn't at her San Francisco apartment or at any of the commercial dark rooms where she'd once worked. Finally, a colleague mentioned she'd taken a job with a small gallery in Monterey. The gallery was closed when he arrived, but light spilled from the windows. Through the glass, he could see Annie working late, mounting prints for an exhibition. She'd cut her hair shorter, and somehow the change made her look both younger and more confident. The bell chimed as he entered. She looked up, then went very still. "We're closed," she said, her voice carefully neutral. "I saw your print." He stepped closer, noting how she tensed. The half-dome shot. "Did you come all this way to critique my composition?" "No." He took a deep breath. "I came to tell you that you were right. About everything. About control, about vulnerability, about what makes a photograph and a photographer truly great." She set down her mounting tools but didn't speak. "I've spent my whole career hiding behind technical perfection," he continued, "believing that if I could control every element, I could avoid the messiness of real emotion. But looking at our work together, looking at your work, I finally understand what I've been missing." "And what's that?" Her voice was barely a whisper. "Heart." He reached into his camera bag, withdrew a stack of prints. "These are all the shots we took together. I've been studying them, really studying them, and I can see it now. The best ones, the ones that truly capture Yosemite's soul, are the ones where we weren't just photographers. We were artists, partners, people who saw the world better together than apart." Annie's hands trembled as she looked through the prints. "These are different from the work you usually show. Because they're honest, like Margaret's personal albums, like your half-dome shot," and he stepped closer, "like what I should have said that night in the dark room." She looked up at him, and the hope and fear in her eyes nearly broke him. "I'm not good at losing control," he admitted. "I'm learning that some things, some people, are worth the risk. You taught me to see differently, Annie, not just through the lens, but with my heart. And if you'll let me, I'd like to spend the rest of my life learning to see the world the way you do." "Richard, I love you." The words, once so terrifying, felt like coming home. "I love your passion, your courage, your willingness to actually push beyond technical perfection to find real beauty. I love how you challenge me, how you make me better, how you..." She kissed him. Unlike their darkroom embrace, this kiss was soft, certain, full of promise. When they finally parted, her eyes were bright with tears. "You know this changes everything," she said. "Our work, our relationship. I'm counting on it." He brushed a tear from her cheek. "Remember what Margaret wrote about seeing Yosemite through eyes of love? I think maybe that's the only way to see anything that matters." Annie smiled, really smiled, and something in his chest unclenched. "We still have the winter series to shoot," she said, "if you're interested in a partner rather than an assistant." "I was thinking something more permanent." He took her hand, marvelling at how right it felt. "There's a gallery in Lake Tahoe interested in showing our work. Not just the Yosemite series, everything we want to create together, as equals." Her eyes widened. "The Morrison Gallery. But they never show landscape work. They do now. Apparently our style is uniquely emotional while maintaining technical excellence. He grinned. Their words, not mine. Our style, she repeated softly. I like the sound of that. Outside, fog rolled in from the bay, softening the harsh edges of the world. Through the gallery windows, Richard could see their reflection. Not two separate people anymore, but a single image, perfectly composed. So, he said, partners? Annie reached up, straightened his ever-present tie with familiar hands. In photography and life? Everything. She smiled, and it was like watching the sun break through storm clouds. Then I suppose we should get back to Yosemite. Winter light waits for no one, Mr. Dunbar. Just Richard, he corrected, pulling her close. After all, perfect formality is overrated. Her laughter, warm and real, was better than any photograph he'd ever taken. And as they began planning their return to Yosemite, this time as true partners, Richard finally understood what Margaret Stewart had been trying to teach them all along. The most beautiful images, like the most beautiful moments in life, came not from controlling every detail, but from having the courage to let love change how you see the world. Winter in Yosemite, 1954. The pre-dawn air bit cold and sharp as Richard and Annie made their way up to Glacier Point. It was their last shoot for the project, over a year after their first meeting at the tunnel view. Fresh snow blanketed the valley, transforming the familiar landscape into something new and pristine. Careful with the tripod, Annie called, her breath visible in the darkness. Ice under that snow. Richard smiled, remembering how she'd corrected his composition that first morning. Now they moved in perfect sync, setting up their equipment with the ease of long practice. His Graflex and her Deerdorf stood side by side, their wooden bodies gleaming in the starlight. Margaret wrote about this view in winter, Annie said, checking her light meter. About how the snow makes everything quiet, like the whole world is holding its breath. Richard paused in his preparations, watching her work. The past 3 months had transformed them both. After their reconciliation in Monterey, they'd approached the winter series as true partners, each bringing their own vision while strengthening the others. The results had exceeded even their highest hopes. You're staring, she said without looking up from her camera. I'm composing. Now she did look up, smiling. And what do you see? Everything that matters. The eastern sky began to lighten, painting Half Dome in subtle shades of purple and gold. They worked in comfortable silence, each finding their own angle on the emerging day. When the sun finally crested the horizon, they were ready. Richard watched Annie as she worked, marvelling at how she seemed to dance with her camera, responding to each shift of light with intuitive grace. Her technical skills had always been excellent, but now there was something more, a confidence, a joy that transformed mere expertise into artistry. Got it, she breathed, stepping back from her camera. Want to see? He moved to study her ground glass, their shoulders touching naturally. The composition was extraordinary. Half Dome emerging from dawn shadows, the fresh snow creating patterns of light and dark that spoke of renewal, of beginnings. Perfect, he said softly. No. She turned to face him, her eyes bright in the growing light. Not perfect. True. He understood then what he needed to do. Reaching into his camera bag, he withdrew a small package wrapped in dark cloth. I have something for you. An early wedding gift. Richard, open it. Inside was a photograph he'd taken the day after their engagement, printed and mounted with meticulous care. It showed Annie at work, her face lit by winter sunshine as she adjusted her camera. But it wasn't just a portrait. It was a love letter in silver and light, showing her exactly as he saw her. Brilliant, passionate, absolutely essential to his world. She breathed, touching the print gently. You've never shown me your portraits before. I've never taken one that mattered this much." He took her hand, marvelling at how perfectly it fit in his. "I spent so many years trying to capture technical perfection that I forgot what Margaret knew all along, that the most beautiful photographs come from loving what you see." Annie's eyes filled with tears, but she was smiling. "And what do you see now?" "My future. My partner. The woman who taught me that real art, like real love, isn't about control. It's about trust." She reached up to brush snow from his collar, her touch lingering. "Speaking of trust, I have something to show you too." From her own bag, she produced a small envelope. Inside was a letter from the Morrison Gallery. Richard read it quickly, his eyes widening. "They want to represent us, permanently. As partners," her voice was soft but certain. "They want the Yosemite series first, but after that, they're interested in everything we want to create together. No restrictions, no limits on subject matter. Just us, seeing the world our way." Richard pulled her close, surprising them both with a kiss that tasted of snow and possibility. When they parted, the sun had fully risen, turning the valley into a wonderland of crystal and light. "We should start heading back home soon," Annie said eventually. "The reception's tomorrow at 2 and I still need to finish mounting the final prints for the exhibition." "Let me help with that," she laughed. "You? The man who once spent 3 hours adjusting a single print's contrast?" "I've learned a few things about letting go of perfection." He began packing up their equipment, movements sure despite the cold. "Besides, I have a vested interest in making sure my wife's exhibition opening is everything she deserves." "Our exhibition," she corrected gently. "Everything we create now, we create together." The following afternoon, as their friends and colleagues gathered at the Morrison Gallery, Richard stood with Annie before the centrepiece of their exhibition. It was a diptych, his view and hers of the same Yosemite dawn, mounted side by side. Different perspectives combining to create something greater than either could achieve alone. Anthony Stewart studied the images with tears in his eyes. "Margaret would have loved these," he said. "She always said that the best photographs, like the best marriages, come from two people seeing the same thing differently, but loving it equally." Richard squeezed Annie's hand, feeling the simple gold band that now matched his own. Next month they would return to Yosemite for a new project, their first as husband and wife. But for now, surrounded by their work and their loved ones, they simply stood together, watching as others discovered what they had learned. That sometimes the most perfect moments are the ones you never planned, and the most beautiful photographs are the ones taken not with technical precision, but with an open heart. Through the gallery windows, snow began to fall again, soft and clean as a new paper in a developer tray. Richard thought about all the photographs yet to be taken, all the moments yet to be shared. He and Annie had a lifetime ahead of them to capture not just images, but feelings, memories, the quiet miracle of two artists becoming one without losing their individual vision. "Ready for our next adventure?" Annie asked softly. Richard looked at his wife, his partner, his muse, and smiled. "With you, always." The snow fell harder now, transforming the Lake Tahoe street into something magical and new. Inside the warmth of the gallery, surrounded by the images they'd created together, Richard and Annie Dunbar stood hand in hand, ready to begin their greatest collaboration yet, a life viewed through the lens of love, the end. Scarlett Monroe pressed her palm against the glass of the bus window as Belhaven's iconic Main Street came into view. This small southern town was where she'd grown up, magnolia trees in bloom, gentle breezes wafting the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and historic storefronts that stood as silent witnesses to generations of secrets and stories. Scarlett was 28, with a proud streak born of city life. She'd left Belhaven right after high school for college, and then a demanding corporate job in New York. Burned by love more times than she cared to admit, and haunted by the notion that nothing ever lasted, she'd learned to rely on no one but herself. Now she returned with a single suitcase and a phone full of unanswered emails from her old firm. The trigger for this abrupt homecoming was her grandmother, Evelyn Monroe, who'd raised her since childhood. Evelyn's minor stroke 2 weeks ago had jolted Scarlett into confronting a reality she'd tried to escape, that Belhaven, for better or worse, had roots in her heart. When she stepped off the bus, the first thing she noticed was how quiet it all was. An old man waved from a rocking chair on the porch of the bus station. A golden retriever dozed lazily under a lamp-post. The sky was a deep, cloudless blue, a stark contrast to the steel-grey skyscrapers she'd left behind. Half an hour later, Scarlett was trudging up the steps of the Victorian-style house she once called home. It had the same wraparound porch, the same wind chimes dancing in the summer breeze. Her grandmother sat in a wicker chair, sipping sweet tea as if waiting for her. "Scarlett, darling," Evelyn greeted, setting the tea aside. Her face glowed with relief. She looked frailer than Scarlett remembered, but her smile was unwavering. Scarlett swallowed hard. "Hey, Nana." It was the first time she'd used that endearment in years. She leaned in to hug her grandmother gently. That evening she learned more about the aftermath of Evelyn's stroke. It had been mild, but enough to leave her fatigued. Belhaven's biggest event of the year, the Magnolia Festival, was looming, and Evelyn usually played a key role in organising it. As Scarlett settled into her old bedroom, she figured her grandmother had no business fretting about a festival. Yet Evelyn insisted. The festival was tradition, and tradition meant everything here. Early the next morning, Scarlett found herself wrangled into a planning meeting for the Magnolia Festival, courtesy of Evelyn's gentle but unyielding persuasion. A handful of locals gathered at the Belhaven Community Centre, a modest building with wide windows overlooking a yard full of blooming azaleas. Scarlett recognised a few familiar faces: Mrs. Turner from the bakery, Pastor Lewis's wife, and Mr. Johnston, who owned the hardware store. Sitting among them, flipping through festival notes, she felt like she'd stepped back in time to high school. Everyone still had that same friendly drawl, that same practised gossip about who was courting whom, who'd had a falling out, and who was newly returned to town. In the middle of it all, she caught sight of a tall, broad-shouldered man leaning against a window frame. James Hunt. He looked to be in his early 30s, wearing a worn-out plaid shirt, dust smudging his jeans. His posture told her he was either bored or confident, maybe both. He radiated an earthy calm that set him apart from the rest. There was something vaguely familiar about him, yet she couldn't quite place if they'd met. The planning session was well underway when Evelyn piped up, her voice soft but resolute. "My granddaughter's here to help with the festival, seeing as I'm not quite myself these days." Scarlett bristled. She'd only agreed to watch from the sidelines. "Actually, Nana, I'm just here to support you. I have no idea how these events run. Maybe we should leave it to the experts." James, from across the room, straightened up. "We'll take all the help we can get." He had a faint southern drawl, and the way he said it suggested he wasn't totally convinced. "We're short on hands this year." Scarlett folded her arms. "Look, my background is in corporate finance, not festival planning." He eyed her with a hint of amusement. "Finance or not, we still have to finish building the floats, set up the town dance, coordinate the vendors. Maybe your fancy spreadsheets can help with that?" Laughter danced around the room, though it wasn't unkind. Scarlett felt the heat rising to her cheeks. "Well, I guess we'll see," she muttered. By the end of the meeting, she knew two things. One, this Magnolia Festival was a massive deal for Belhaven, and two, she and James Hunt got off on the wrong foot. He seemed earnest about preserving the small-town charm, while she privately thought Belhaven was trapped in the past. She had moved on to bigger things. Why couldn't they? Outside the community centre, she caught up with James, feeling compelled to address their tension. "We clearly have different viewpoints," she started, trying for diplomacy. He shrugged, pressing the brim of his hat down against the sunshine. "Maybe we do. That doesn't mean we can't find common ground." Then he paused, as if searching her face for a deeper meaning. "Scarlett Monroe. No. I heard you left for New York a while back. This town can rub people wrong if they aren't used to it." "I grew up here," she reminded him, bristling again. "I didn't just magically appear." "Then you know how folks are." He gave a small shrug and stepped away, leaving her with more questions than answers. Scarlett trudged home, trying to shake off the confrontation, but her grandmother was waiting with a new surprise. "James came by earlier, asked if you'd help restore the old barn on his ranch for the festival dance. I told him yes." Scarlett's jaw dropped. "Nana, I can't." "You can," Evelyn said firmly. "Besides, it'll keep you out of trouble." Trouble indeed. She'd known James Hunt for all of 5 minutes, and he already sparked an odd mixture of curiosity and irritation within her. Yet she couldn't deny the flitting sensation in her chest, the same feeling that once drew her to risk and excitement. Maybe she was bored, maybe she was lonely, maybe she just needed a distraction, while she figured out how to handle her grandmother's health and her own future. The next day she found herself on a gravel driveway leading to a sprawling ranch just outside of town. The fences were painted white, magnolia trees dotted the landscape, and a wide pasture stretched into the horizon where horses grazed lazily. James was waiting by a red truck, arms folded. "Welcome to Hunt Farm," he greeted. His tone wasn't exactly warm, but it wasn't cold either. "Barn's over that way." She followed him, noticing the stoic set of his jaw. "So, you want to fix this up for a dance?" She gestured at the barn's peeling paint and sagging doors. "Yeah," he said softly. "It was my father's barn. I promised the festival committee we'd revive it for the big night. But time's been short." Scarlett raised an eyebrow. He didn't elaborate, but she sensed there was more to it. Some personal attachment, perhaps. "All right. Where do we start?" They spent the afternoon clearing debris, sweeping the dusty floor, and stacking bales of hay in a makeshift corner. It was surprisingly rewarding work. She forgot the city, the deadlines, the hustle and bustle. For a moment, as sunlight filtered through the slats of the barn walls, she found a quiet sort of joy in manual labour. James noticed her fascination. "Not exactly corporate finance, is it?" She leaned on her broom, smirking. "That's true. But hey, I'm flexible." Despite the teasing, they fell into a rhythm, neither too friendly nor dismissive. She'd scoff, he'd retort, but after an hour or two the tension softened. A sense of shared purpose took over, and though they came from vastly different worlds now, they aligned in the day's task. By sunset, the barn looked marginally improved. James offered her a glass of lemonade, and they stood against a fence to watch the sky turn peach and lavender. Horses ambled in the distance, and a soft wind rustled the magnolia leaves. "It's a good start," he murmured, nodding at the barn. "Thank you, Scarlett." She shrugged, hugging her elbows. "Just trying to do my part, though I'm still not sure why you'd want me of all people to help." He exhaled slowly. "'Cause you're here, and we need all the hands we can get. But also," he paused, searching for the right words, "I have a feeling that maybe you need this place as much as it needs you." Scarlett opened her mouth to protest, but nothing came out. For a fleeting moment, she considered that maybe he was right. Maybe she needed something tangible, some sense of belonging after years of corporate isolation. The breeze picked up, carrying the faint aroma of magnolia blossoms. She glanced at him, feeling a sudden flutter in her chest, as though the evening air was charged with possibility. but she pushed it aside. She didn't believe in second chances, especially not from a place she'd once vowed never to return to. "Anyway," he continued, clearing his throat, "see you tomorrow. We've got more paint and boards to haul." Scarlett simply nodded, turning away before the vulnerability in his voice made her question her own defences. The barn might be salvageable, but her heart, well, that was another story entirely. Scarlett arrived at Hunt Farm just as the sun crested the horizon. She found James already lugging planks of wood from the back of his truck. For a moment, she lingered on the porch, watching the way he moved, unhurried, deliberate, each step revealing a silent strength. They set about replacing rotten boards on the barn's exterior. To Scarlett's surprise, the work went smoothly, punctuated by the occasional playful banter. "You're not half bad with a hammer," James observed, handing her a fresh nail. She gave him a sidelong glance. "Don't sound so surprised. I wasn't always a city girl." They worked until noon, at which point a distant rumble of thunder caught their attention. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and the air grew thick with humidity. "Storm's coming," James said quietly, looking at the sky. The wind picked up, and the first fat raindrops smacked the barn's roof. "We should probably—" Scarlett began, but before she finished, the sky opened up in a torrent. They scrambled inside, slamming the barn doors. The storm descended in full force, rain hammering the tin roof like wild applause. Lightning flashed through the cracks, momentarily illuminating stacks of hay and old saddles hanging on the walls. Dripping wet, they stood panting. James fumbled for a flashlight and some lanterns, lighting the cavernous space in a warm, flickering glow. "Looks like we're stuck here for a bit," he said, wringing water from his shirt. A wave of thunder rattled the walls, and Scarlett tried not to wince. She hated storms. Something about the loud unpredictability made her heart race. James must have noticed her tension because he offered a gentle half-smile. "This barn's been through worse," he assured her. "We'll be all right." Suddenly, amid the thunder and the flicker of lantern light, the air felt charged with something deeper, a sense of shared vulnerability. As they settled on a pair of overturned crates, the roaring storm outside seemed to draw them closer in a hush of intimacy. "What made you leave Belhaven?" James asked softly after a while, his voice nearly drowned out by the rain. Scarlett hesitated, hugging her knees. She wasn't used to talking about her past, especially not to near strangers. But something about James's calm presence pried her defences open. "I wanted more," she admitted. "More excitement, more ambition, more noise. I thought New York would fix everything I lacked." She let out a small laugh, bitter around the edges. "Turns out it's just a different kind of emptiness." James studied her quietly. She couldn't read his expression, sympathy, maybe understanding, perhaps something else. "I get it," he said at last. "After my wife died." He broke off, swallowing hard. "All I wanted was to leave too. Travel the rodeo circuit, stay busy enough not to think. But I came back. This ranch was of my family's. Felt like the only piece of her I had left." Scarlett's chest tightened. She didn't expect he'd confide something so personal. "I'm sorry," she said softly. A particularly bright flash of lightning illuminated the tears James was trying to blink away. "She passed in a car accident. We'd only been married a year. This place, it's been my anchor, for better or worse." Silence fell between them, but it wasn't uncomfortable. It was loaded with shared sorrow, with the weight of secrets usually kept hidden. Scarlett felt her pulse thrum. This was the side of James she hadn't expected. Wounded, raw, and very real. The thunder's intensity began to wane, but neither of them moved. In the dim barn light, with rain still pattering on the roof, they found a soft connection. Their gazes flicked across each other's faces, acknowledging an unspoken bond that overshadowed their earlier friction. "I guess we both know what it's like to run," Scarlett ventured. To think leaving is easier than staying. James nodded, eyes downcast. Sometimes, though, staying is the harder choice, and the right one. I'm still figuring that out. The storm's final gust rattled the barn doors, but the worst had passed. Outside, the rain slowed to a murmur, leaving behind the fresh scent of wet earth. They stood up, brushing off straw and wiping away lingering raindrops, each privately wondering if they had said too much or maybe not enough. When Scarlett returned to her grandmother's house that evening, she found Evelyn dozing on the living room couch, a half-finished knitting project in her lap. Quietly, Scarlett took a blanket and tucked it around her. As she did, she realised with a pang that her grandmother had always been her one true constant. "You're a good girl, Scarlett," Evelyn whispered, stirring slightly. "Don't let the past stop you from living." Scarlett swallowed hard. She wasn't sure if Evelyn was half asleep or fully aware of the weight behind those words. Later that night, Scarlett's phone buzzed. A number from New York. It was her old boss. She ignored it. A minute later, a text appeared. "Call me ASAP, big promotion in the works." She stared at the screen, heart pounding. This was exactly what she'd dreamed of for years, a chance to climb the corporate ladder. Yet it suddenly felt less thrilling. Belhaven was irritating, claustrophobic, and yet comforting. It was simpler to chase promotions in skyscrapers than to face her complicated feelings here. But could she just walk away again? Especially now, when her grandmother needed her, and something intangible with James was beginning to stir. Her mind churned with questions she couldn't answer. Setting the phone face down on her nightstand, she decided she'd figure it out tomorrow. At least that's what she told herself. Meanwhile, at Hunt Farm, James stood by his bedroom window looking out at the drenched fields. The storm had cleared to reveal a moonlit sky, and the air smelled of grass and possibility. He thought of Scarlett's eyes in the lantern light, the quiet anguish in her voice when she spoke about leaving Belhaven. He fiddled with a small silver ring he wore around his neck, his late wife's wedding band, which he'd kept close all these years. Did these new feelings for Scarlett dishonour the woman he lost? Yet the attraction was there, as undeniable as the storm that had just passed. Down the hall, his young niece, Lily, who stayed with him on weekends, peeked around the corner. "Uncle James, you awake?" He turned, forcing a smile. "Yeah, couldn't sleep." Lily, a bright 9-year-old with pigtails, padded into the room. "I saw you talking to that lady at the barn," she grinned mischievously. "Is she your friend?" James nearly laughed, but settled for a wry look. "She's a helper for the festival." Lily shrugged, unconvinced. "She's pretty, and you smiled a lot when you talked about her." "She's more complicated than that, kiddo," James said, ruffling Lily's hair. But the truth was, Lily's observation pricked at his heart. She was right. Some part of him felt lighter around Scarlett. Later, alone, James wrestled with guilt. How could he let someone else in when the memory of his wife still loomed so large? He'd never imagined feeling this way again, never wanted to, really. Yet life had a funny way of handing you a second chance when you least expected it. The following week was a blur of festival preparations. Scarlett organised a spreadsheet for budget and inventory, a feat that elicited both awe and gentle ribbing from the folks in charge. Together, she and James tackled repairs, building a makeshift stage inside the barn for the final dance. The tension between them shifted from wary cooperation to a slow, simmering closeness. One evening, after the rest of the volunteers had gone, Scarlett and James lingered. They needed to test the barn's floor for dancing, just to be sure the boards wouldn't buckle, or so they told themselves. James found an old portable radio and scratchy country tunes filled the barn. "Come on," he said, holding out a hand. "Let's see if the floor holds." Scarlett snorted. "You sure you can keep up with me?" He smirked. "You forget. I was a rodeo star. I think I can handle a two-step." She placed her hand in his, a flutter rising in her chest. They began a slow swaying dance, boots scuffing against the newly sanded planks. The warm air buzzed with tension, every step an unspoken confession. Her heartbeat thundered louder than any storm outside. She noticed the faint scar on his forearm, the way his eyes looked darker in the lantern light, and she realized how very close they stood. A tilt of his head brought them face to face, breath mingling. Before she knew what she was doing, Scarlett leaned in. Or did he lean first? It didn't matter. Their lips met in a soft, hesitant kiss that tasted of sawdust and unspoken longing. For a moment the world stilled. Then, as if jolted by reality, Scarlett pulled away, her eyes wide. I don't know if I can do this, she whispered, a mix of regret and fear curling in her tone. James remained quiet. He stepped back, nodding in understanding, though his eyes betrayed the longing within. We can just finish up for tonight, he said, finally turning off the radio. They parted awkwardly, each carrying a swirl of unresolved feelings. Outside, the magnolia trees stirred under the moonlight, as if leaning in to listen to the secrets the two of them refused to admit out loud, despite every rational impulse screaming otherwise. A fragile seed of hope took root that night, even if neither of them was ready to water it just yet. James awoke to the crow of a rooster outside his window. He brushed off the memory of that near-electric moment in the barn. It's just a kiss, he tried telling himself, but that small voice in his head argued otherwise. The truth was, he couldn't stop replaying the warmth of Scarlett's lips, the hesitant surprise in her eyes. Through the day, he busied himself with chores, feeding the horses, mending fences, meeting with local ranchers about the festival's livestock show. Yet his thoughts drifted to Scarlett. Lily teased him mercilessly, insisting on grand tales of the mysterious pretty lady. He found himself torn between wanting to shield himself from more heartbreak and craving that glimmer of connection he'd nearly forgotten. Meanwhile, Scarlett avoided Hunt Farm for 2 whole days, claiming she needed to finalize logistics for the Magnolia Festival parade. In reality, she was unsettled, torn between curiosity and fear. How had she gone from corporate spreadsheets to waltzing in a dusty barn with a man who redefined her ideas of stability and comfort? Focusing on festival prep felt safer, so she did just that, until Evelyn's health took a slight dip. One morning, Scarlett rushed downstairs to find her grandmother sitting in the kitchen, trembling from dizziness. "I'm fine, darling," Evelyn insisted, pressing a palm to her temple. "Just stood up too quickly." But Scarlett could see the paleness of her grandmother's cheeks, the worry lines etched deeper than before. Over the next few hours, she cancelled errands, made sure Evelyn ate, and sat by her side. It reminded her all too sharply of the real reason she was here in the first place. Family. Still, her mind couldn't help flitting to James's quiet eyes. Scarlett's phone chimed late that afternoon, an email from her old boss in New York, urging her to accept the promotion. The role offered triple her current salary prospects, a corner office, and the prestige she'd once craved. But there was a catch. She needed to return to the city in a week if she wanted to finalize the position. She stared at the message, heart pounding in her ears. She could leave Belhaven again. Everything she once ran from was still waiting for her, a plane ride away. Yet the thought no longer filled her with relief. That evening she wandered the streets of Belhaven, passing by neighbours and local shops that all closed early, in typical small-town fashion. When she reached the old orchard near the community centre, she saw James leaning against a tree, as if waiting for someone. Their eyes met across the orchard's clearing. She sighed inwardly. There was no use avoiding him any longer. Approaching, she tried to keep her voice steady. "What are you doing out here?" He shrugged. "Sometimes I take walks when I can't sleep." The full moon illuminated the orchard, casting soft shadows on the grass. "You look troubled." Scarlett brushed a curl from her face, exhaling. "I might have to go back to New York. My old job. They've offered me a promotion I can't really refuse. Silence draped over them, broken only by the gentle hum of cicadas. James finally nodded. "Congratulations," he said, though the word lacked enthusiasm. He fiddled with the ring on his necklace, that old wedding band. "You've always seemed set on leaving Belhaven. So, guess this is good news." His quiet acceptance felt like a punch to her gut. A wave of frustration rose in her. Why didn't he fight for her to stay? "Yeah," she muttered. "Good news." But her chest felt tight and the orchard's sweet night air suddenly tasted bitter. They stood there, hearts heavy. Neither dared to confess the swirl of longing, fear, and regret. When James finally turned to go, Scarlett noticed the slope of his shoulders, as though he carried a world's worth of sorrow. She wanted to say, "Wait, I don't know if I really want to leave," but the words stuck in her throat. Festival day arrived in a flurry of activity. Streets closed to traffic, vendors set up booths offering cotton candy, smoked barbecue, peach cobbler, and all manner of southern delights. Kids ran about with face paint, while local bands played lively country tunes from a small stage. Evelyn, determined to attend despite her frailty, sat in a chair by the main float, greeting visitors with a smile that radiated pride for Belhaven. Scarlett busied herself making sure the parade lineup moved smoothly, that the dance in James's refurbished barn was still on schedule, and that the festival committee had all the supplies. She wore a crisp white sundress that morning, one her grandmother had picked out. Strangers and old friends alike commented on how charming she looked, an echo of a life she never wanted, yet now couldn't completely reject. Throughout the chaos, she kept glancing at James, who was wrangling a group of rowdy teenagers meant to carry the festival banner. He seemed more distant than ever, all business and no small talk. A pang in her heart told her she'd messed up. Maybe they both had. Around midday, Evelyn made a point of insisting Scarlett take a break. "You've done enough, girl," her grandmother admonished. "Go enjoy yourself. You're missing the real reason we do all this." Grumbling good-naturedly, Scarlett slipped away from the parade route, stepping into a nearby square where magnolia trees framed an open space. She found a quiet corner to breathe and gather her thoughts. That's when Mrs. Turner from the bakery approached, carrying a small envelope. "Your grandma wanted me to give this to you," the older woman said gently, her eyes crinkling with kindness. Scarlett took the envelope and opened it to find a handwritten note from Evelyn. "Scarlett, don't run away again. Sometimes home is where you find the people who love you, even with your flaws. That includes you, my dear. This festival was never just about tradition. It's about bringing folks together, giving them a chance to see what really matters. James has lost so much. Don't let him lose you too, not if your heart says stay. Love." Nana tears blurred Scarlett's vision. She pressed a hand to her chest, acutely aware of how this small town had once felt like a cage. Now it felt like a place where she could breathe again, where maybe she could be more than a workaholic avoiding her own pain. With a determined inhale, she scanned the crowd for James. She spotted him near the main stage, guiding Lily away from the tangle of dancers. Summoning her courage, Scarlett marched through the throng. "James!" she called, her voice trembling as much from adrenaline as emotion. He turned, eyes full of questions. She could see the flicker of hope overshadowed by uncertainty. Without waiting for him to speak, she threw her arms around his neck, the envelope still clutched in one fist. Murmurs rose from onlookers, but Scarlett didn't care. "James," she whispered, breath hitching. "I can't leave. Not like this. Not when... Oh God, not when I..." She choked on the words, but they poured out anyway. "I'm falling in love with you. And I think I've been falling for a while." Time seemed to slow. He steadied her eyes wide with disbelief, then relief. Still a shadow crossed his features. "I don't want to stand in your way. You deserve every opportunity that comes your way," he said hoarsely. Scarlett shook her head. tears dampening her lashes. Maybe success isn't about a corner office anymore. Maybe it's about belonging, about letting people in. I don't know all the answers, but I know I don't want to go back to that loneliness. Not if I can build something real with you. Behind them a hush fell, as though the town collectively held its breath. Then Evelyn's gentle voice cut through the stillness. "I knew you'd come around, child," she said from her chair, smiling beatifically. James's gaze flicked to his niece, Lily, who beamed like she'd just witnessed a miracle. Finally, he rested his forehead against Scarlett's, exhaling a shaky laugh. "You're sure? Because I can't lose someone again." Scarlett placed a hand over his heart. "I'm sure," she whispered, a tear sliding down her cheek. "If you'll have me." The tension broke. James pulled her close, capturing her mouth in a kiss that felt like a promise. Applause and cheers erupted around them. Neighbours, old school friends, even total strangers, delighting in the raw, beautiful display of love. Lily whooped in excitement, and Evelyn dabbed her eyes, whispering something about how the magnolias never lied. As the afternoon sun cast a golden glow over Belhaven, the town's long-awaited Magnolia Festival carried on at full tilt. Vendors sold their last confections, children ran around with balloons, and couples danced in the square. Yet the real centerpiece of the festival, the barn dance at Hunt Farm, loomed on the horizon. With Scarlett's confession out in the open and James's reciprocation clear, the stage was set for the evening's grand finale. In the wake of their public embrace, Scarlett felt an odd calm settle over her. The choice between leaving and staying seemed less like a burden and more like a natural step toward happiness. She'd decided Belhaven would be her home again. She might figure out a remote work option or something else, but for now she was determined to let her heart lead. James, for his part, navigated the day in a daze of disbelief. He'd half expected to watch her climb on a plane and vanish. Instead, she was here, with him, and the barn dance they'd spent weeks preparing would be the perfect backdrop for celebrating more than just the festival's success. Late afternoon found them back at the barn. Volunteers came and went, putting final touches on decorations. White fairy lights hung from rafters, and fresh magnolia blossoms adorned the walls, lending the space an enchanting glow. With each swirl of setup, James caught Scarlett's eye, exchanging a look of wonder that they'd come this far. At one point he guided her outside, away from the bustling activity. They strolled past a small paddock where a few horses lazily flicked their tails. Near an old fence, James paused, searching her gaze. "About us," he began, voice quiet. I'm still scared. I loved my wife deeply. Losing her nearly broke me." Scarlett placed her hand against his cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin. "I'm not here to replace her," she whispered. "I'm here to see if we can create something new, something that honours both our pasts without letting them define us forever." James released a shaky breath, eyes glinting with gratitude. "Thank you," he said. "I never thought I could feel this again. I was content to let everything pass me by. But you..." He broke off, smiling wistfully. "You remind me life's still worth living to the fullest." They lingered there, the late sun weaving halos in their hair. The moment felt so profound that neither needed to say more. The stage was set for an evening that might change their lives. Night fell and the barn lights blinked on, illuminating a scene straight out of a movie. People arrived in droves, wearing their Sunday best. Belhaven's local band struck up a tune, a mix of country ballads and lively dance songs. Tables at the barn's edges held pitchers of sweet tea and homemade lemonade, while the mouth-watering scent of barbecue wafted on the breeze. Scarlett helped direct guests, her heart thrumming in her chest. She wore a flowy, pale blue dress that Evelyn had found in the attic, accented by a simple magnolia blossom pinned in her hair. More than a few heads turned at the sight of her. For once, she felt at peace being at the centre of small-town attention. It was no longer suffocating, but somehow right. When James made his entrance, Lily trailing behind him in a sundress, a hush fell among the locals. There was something about the two of them. James, broad-shouldered in a crisp button-up, Lily clutching his hand, that embodied the spirit of the festival, resilience, unity, and hope. They started the dance with a slower tune, and couples took to the floor. Scarlett and James shared a private smile from opposite corners of the barn. She busied herself chatting with old friends, but her eyes kept drifting to him. Finally, he caught her gaze, tilting his head in a silent invitation. Her heart did a little flip. She moved across the barn as if drawn by magnetism, weaving through the crowd. When she reached him, the music paused, then began a gentle waltz. He slid one arm around her waist, the other holding her hand. They swayed together, eyes locked. Butterflies fluttered in Scarlett's stomach, but it was a sweet sensation, not one of panic. This time she welcomed the closeness, the promise in every breath they shared. In that moment, all the heartbreak, the fear, the confusion, it all dissolved beneath the soft notes of the band and the hush of the watching crowd. Halfway through the song, James murmured, "Scarlett, there is something I want to tell you in front of everyone." She blinked, uncertain. "What do you—" But he'd already stepped away, holding up a hand to signal the band to stop. The conversation in the barn died down, curious eyes swivelling their way. James cleared his throat, cheeks colouring slightly. "I'm not the best with words," he began, voice resonating in the quiet space. "You'll know me. I keep to myself. I focus on the ranch after my wife died. I never thought I'd—" He paused, swallowing hard. "Never thought I'd find another reason to smile like this." But then Scarlett came back to Belhaven. A ripple of murmurs passed through the crowd, some people nodding, others smiling. Scarlett's cheeks burned, but she felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. James continued, steadying his gaze on her. "She reminded me that it's okay to hope again, that losing someone doesn't mean you stop living. She's taught me that sometimes the scariest thing in life is letting yourself be happy." His lips curved into a gentle smile. "And I just want to say in front of all you wonderful folks, thank you, Scarlett, for giving me a second chance." The crowd erupted in applause, cheers, and a few teary-eyed whoops. Scarlett felt tears prickle at the corners of her eyes. She wanted to say something, anything in return, but her voice wouldn't come. Instead, she walked forward and wrapped her arms around him, burying her face in his shoulder as the barn roared with approval. When the band struck up the music again, they resumed their dance. Every note, every breath felt like a vow. When the final chord ended, James kissed her in front of everyone. No hesitation this time, just the warmth of promise sealed under the glow of fairy lights. In the distance, a hush descended outside the barn. Fireworks, timed perfectly for the festival's finale, soared into the sky, exploding in bursts of red, gold and blue. The crowd drifted onto the ranch lawn to watch, leaving Scarlett and James alone inside for a moment. Still catching her breath from that public confession, Scarlett laughed, tears of joy still glistening. "That was unexpected." James brushed a thumb across her cheek. "I meant every word." The fireworks illuminated their silhouettes in flashes of colour. Outside, the crowd gasped and cheered at the show. Inside, Scarlett felt as though her entire life had built to this moment of acceptance and love. She clasped James's hand, guiding him toward the barn doors. "Come on," she whispered, smiling through happy tears. "Let's watch the fireworks together." They stepped out under the magnolia trees, heads tilted skyward. The blossoms rustled in the gentle breeze, as though celebrating right alongside them. James slipped an arm around her waist, pulling her close against him. Scarlett felt his heartbeat steady under her palm and realised with a flood of relief that she'd never felt more at home than in this quiet, dazzling piece of Georgia sky. The following days in Belhaven passed in a soft blur of contentment and celebration. With the Magnolia Festival a success, the town slipped back into its slower rhythms, neighbours lingering on porches to gossip, children biking along quiet streets, and the ever-present fragrance of magnolias sweetening the air. Scarlett woke up on the morning after the barn dance with a sense of peaceful finality. She'd spent years chasing after a career that left her lonely, but here in Belhaven she finally felt seen. Evelyn's health was improving, albeit slowly, and her grandmother's beaming smile each time Scarlett crossed the living room was enough to offset the stress of any undone city ambition. James came by that afternoon with Lily in tow. "Uncle James says we're going riding," Lily chirped, bounding up the porch steps. "You should come." Scarlett raised an eyebrow. "Riding? Me?" James shrugged, a hint of playful challenge in his tone. "Figured it might do you good to see more of Belhaven's countryside. Unless you're afraid of horses." She shot him a wry look. "I'm not afraid," she countered, though she wasn't entirely comfortable around animals that large. But Lily's excitement was contagious, and she found herself agreeing to go. They drove to a stretch of pasture near the far end of James's ranch. The sun was warm, but a gentle breeze made it pleasant. James helped Scarlett onto a gentle mare named Petunia, while Lily rode confidently on a smaller pony. He himself mounted a sturdy stallion named Ranger. They set off at a slow trot, Lily giggling every time her pony bounced along the path. Scarlett marvelled at the wide-open sky above them, a deep cerulean that reminded her of the serenity she'd been craving. The gentle clip-clop of hooves seemed to lull her worries into a near trance. Eventually, they came upon a secluded pond, its surface gleaming like liquid sapphire. A cluster of magnolia trees ringed the area, some blossoms drifting on the water's edge. James guided them to a shady spot beneath a weeping willow, and they dismounted for a break. Lily ran off to collect wildflowers, leaving James and Scarlett momentarily alone. He spread a small blanket on the grass, producing a thermos of sweet tea. "Can't have a southern excursion without sweet tea," he teased, handing her a cup. She accepted it with a smile, taking in the sun-dappled water. "This place is beautiful. How did I not know about it?" James shrugged. "Because you never stayed long enough to explore. Belhaven's bigger than you think if you know where to look." Silence curled between them, a comfortable hush. They sipped their tea, shoulders occasionally brushing. Then Scarlett cleared her throat, a hint of seriousness colouring her voice. "I told my boss in New York that I'm not coming back." James's eyes flicked to hers. "Really?" She nodded, surprising herself with how steady she felt. "I'm going to stay. I'm not sure what I'll do yet, but I'll figure something out. Maybe a small consultancy for local businesses or something to blend my city experience with this lifestyle. Either way, I want to be here, with Nana, with the community, and with you if that's something you still want." A breath of relief passed his lips, and he reached out to gently cradle her hand in his. "I want that more than you know," he murmured. "I know it won't always be easy. I'm not perfect, and I have my share of baggage. But if you're willing to give us a shot, I'll give it everything I've got." She squeezed his hand in return, feeling tears threaten. "I'm done running," she whispered, voice catching. "For once, I want to stay and see what grows." Lily reappeared just then, arms full of wildflowers. She plopped them in Scarlett's lap, oblivious to the emotional current swirling in the air. "Here! These are for you. Maybe you can put them in a vase back home." Scarlett laughed through misty eyes. "Thank you, Lily. They're beautiful." James ruffled his niece's hair, smiling contentedly. "Let's head back before it gets too hot, yeah?" Together they rode back toward the ranch, the day's warmth wrapping them in a cocoon of promise. For the first time in her life, Scarlett felt certain she was heading in the right direction, no matter how unfamiliar the road. 1 year later, The magnolias were in bloom again, their fragrant petals drifting across Belhaven's sidewalks. Scarlett breathed in the sweet perfume as she flipped the sign on her new storefront, Magnolia and Monroe Consulting. It was a small office in the historic district where she offered financial planning and marketing help for local businesses. Evelyn, standing beside her, beamed with pride, cane in hand, but determination in her smile. "Imagine that," Evelyn teased, "my granddaughter, the big New York shot, settling in Belhaven with her own local business." She winked. "Told you this town needed you." Scarlett laughed, linking arms with her grandmother. Yeah, you did. And I'm grateful you never gave up on me, or on Belhaven." They stepped out into the midday sun. Across the street, the diner had a fresh coat of paint, courtesy of Scarlett's Consulting. Next to it, a new bakery specialised in artisanal bread, co-run by a friend she'd reconnected with from high school. The air buzzed with purpose, a shared sense of revival. James pulled up in a familiar red truck, waving them over. He hopped out, quickly striding across the street. His attire was still the same, worn jeans, boots, and a flannel shirt, but Scarlett could see how the tight lines of grief he once carried had softened around his eyes. He leaned in to peck her on the cheek. Evelyn greeted him with a mischievous grin. "Don't you two have a date with some dancing under the magnolia trees or something?" Evelyn teased, letting go of Scarlett's arm. "I can see myself home. Go on." Scarlett blushed, but James chuckled. "Something like that." He intertwined his fingers with Scarlett's, a gesture that felt both casual and intimate. "The barn's all set up. We're hosting a small celebration. Call it a mini magnolia festival in the off-season." They drove out to Hunt Farm, where Lily was helping tie ribbons to fence posts. A few close friends and neighbours milled about, excited for a casual get-together. Since the success of last year's festival, James had renovated the barn further, its wooden walls newly painted, the floor polished to a subtle sheen, fairy lights twinkling overhead. With the sun dipping low in the sky, a gentle breeze ruffled the magnolia blossoms. Music drifted from a portable speaker, a slow country waltz that filled the barn like a whispered promise. Scarlett and James took to the makeshift dance floor. "You're not going to make some big speech again, are you?" she teased, pressing close to him. He laughed softly, guiding her into a gentle sway. "No, but I do want to say something just between us." He looked down, eyes warm with affection. "Thank you for taking a chance on me, on this place, on us." Scarlett's heart fluttered. "I should be thanking you. If you hadn't looked past my city girl cynicism, I might never have realised that home is worth fighting for." They danced slowly, Lily occasionally skipping around them, and neighbours sipping lemonade on the sidelines. The barn door was open, letting in the fading light of dusk, and beyond it, magnolia trees framed a sky-painted pink and gold. At the end of the song, James dipped Scarlett dramatically. Laughter bubbled from her as the small crowd clapped and cheered. Righting her again, he whispered, "I love you, Scarlett Monroe." Her eyes glistened. "I love you too, James Hunt." Outside, a chorus of cicadas began their evening serenade. Evelyn, perched on a hay bale, dabbed at her eyes, a knowing smile across her face. The hum of conversation, the glow of string lights, the heady scent of magnolias, everything felt like it was in its proper place. They stepped out into the warm twilight. Overhead, the first stars pricked the sky. Scarlett leaned her head on James's shoulder, her breath steady with contentment. She marvelled at how the simplest moments, like a quiet dance under a canopy of southern blooms, could eclipse any corporate boardroom or bustling city street. Here in Belhaven she was both grounded and free. In the hush of that gentle night, they found that love could indeed bloom in the unlikeliest of places, especially when two hearts dared to slow down and truly see each other. Beneath the magnolia sky, Scarlett and James's story proved that second chances were real, and that sometimes the life you think you're escaping turns out to be the one you truly need.